What up, Ryan? So, I'm going to play this video real quick. I'm going to go into the other room real quick. Happy holidays, Hadsock. Great to see you. And I will be back.
Hey everyone, my name is Jamie Snowden, and I'm a voice actor in probably some of your favorite anime. But today, I'm not just a voice actor. Today, I'm the creator of something that has been a long time coming, and I think it's time we finally show the world what we've been making. This is Par, a Normal Girl. It's been 5 years in the making. 5 years of writing, designing, assembling a team, and dreaming big. But now, it's time to go public and bring this project to life with your help. Par, a Normal Girl is an action-packed, myth-inspired cartoon in the spirit of classics like Danny Phantom and Juniper Lee, with a little Shaolin Showdown thrown in for good measure, such as the way that they love to explore stories and have an ongoing storyline while also maintaining things episodically as well. The show follows the titular character Par and her ancient spirit cat Flaco as they take on the colorful villains of the Dia de los Muertos-style underworld. They're trying to steal the power of the Aztec gods, so it's up to Par and her friends to defend the world from domination. Speaking of Flaco, we have a very special surprise for who's voicing him. We managed to get Mexican voice acting legend Mario Castañeda to debut in his first ever English-speaking role. You guys would know Mario mostly as the voice of Goku from Dragon Ball Z in its Spanish version, as well as the Hulk from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Dr. Robotnik from the Sonic film universe. Par won't be alone. She's joined by her anxious but loyal best friend Nate, her brainy and baffling friend Cassidy, and Alex, the school's popular jock, who's secretly a bit of a wimp. And the villains? You'll meet El Catrín and Katrina Calavera, beautifully sinister and so much fun to write. You're gonna love to hate them. We're diving deep into Aztec mythology, showcasing gods and creatures you probably never would have seen animated before, or at least not like this. It's culture, power, and heart, all wrapped in stunning visuals. This dream project kept growing and growing, so I brought in some pretty heavy hitters. We have Eddie Mort, co-creator of Mucha Lucha, who designed the logo and is on board as producer. Our other producer is Leo Partible, a passionate filmmaker and comic book creator. His brother Van created Johnny Bravo. I even got script feedback from the legendary Maxwell Adams from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. We've teamed up with Jake Siegler, the composer behind the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Get Your Game On theme, as well as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Fast Forward. And he's combining together with Molly Weaver, who sang the original Winx Club theme. And we're gonna have them do a song together for the opening theme of the show. And Pokemon fans, we're working on a track with the singer of Johto Journeys. He's gonna be doing an insert song specifically for our pilot, and we couldn't be more excited. Oh, and guess who else is making a track? Chicos de Barrio, who you guys would know as the band that did the opening theme of Mucha Lucha. Yes, they're going to be making a song for us as well. For animation, we're partnering with Anodyne Studios. The goal is an art style that has never been done before. We've been toying around with a lot of ideas for the show, but one idea that stuck with us was that we wanted a show that looked like a cartoon, almost in a way, looked like everything else you've seen on TV. But once you watch it, it's completely different. It moves in ways that you would have never normally thought of. And that was our goal since the beginning. A very subtle, but also very completely different approach to this style of animation. We do have an older animatic available for you guys to view. It is outdated, and we are planning on re-updating it with newer visuals and the updated script. However, until then, the link to that will be below. Our Indiegogo campaign is going to be launching very soon. We've got amazing perks, detailed cost breakdowns, and a plan to deliver something truly special. Even if you can't donate, just sharing the campaign means the world to us. Oh, before I go, Did I mention we're also developing a side-scroller beat-em-up game alongside the pilot? We've got talent from the Bob's Burgers movies and a seasoned game dev to bring it to life. It's still an early alpha, but it's coming together really fast. I've been calling this my own little one-piece crew, a dream team coming together from all corners of the industry to make something awesome. Thank you for watching. Thank you for believing. Follow us on our social media accounts listed below, and keep your eyes peeled for Par, a Normal Girl, coming soon.
I was muted. Okay. So I also wish it would come back on Toonami, or premiere on Toonami. Anyways, great to see everybody. I was just basically saying hello to everybody. Hello, Liam. Hello, Hadsock. Hello, Rocky Rocks. Hello, Code Geass. Hello, Ryan. I believe that's all who's in chat currently. Although it says there's 17 people. And KJS as well. So, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? It's okay. So, real quick, I want to update everybody on the campaign. We're at 26 backers, which is good. 26 backers is actually really, really good. But we're aiming for 50. What happens at 50? I shared it on my YouTube as well as all over the socials. However, at 50 donations... Oh, I shared it on the Paranormal Girl one. Hold on. We will unveil... Where did it go? Maybe I did share it on mine. Anyways, let me just pull up the Par Instagram then. Because I shared this last live stream. Here it is. At 50 donations, we unveil the new theme song for the show by 4Kids legends Jake Siegler, Molly Weaver. At 50 donations, as you can see, we are currently at 26. So that means 24 more donations, and you guys get to hear the new song from 4Kids legends Jake Siegler and Molly Weaver. Think about that, you guys. There's 15 of you guys in chat. If 15 of you guys just gave $1, we would only be 9 people away from hearing the theme. 9 people away if all of you guys in chat just give $1. As low as $1 just to get this backer number up to 50. That's it. And you'd be able to hear the brand new song. What's up, Osmosis? What's up, Dave? Dave, do you see that thing I messaged you with the other day? The Transformers Prime thing? I thought that was awesome. I thought you'd get a kick out of that. Pitch to Cartoon Network Studios. Well, the thing is we can't pitch anything yet if there's nothing to show them, right? I would love to pitch it to Cartoon Network. Wouldn't you guys love this show on Cartoon Network? Who wants it on Cartoon Network, huh? We all love Cartoon Network in this chat, isn't that right? But guys, that cannot happen. I can't even so much as pitch it if there's nothing to show them, right? So we need to get this number up. So if we can keep sharing with our friends, again, anyone who's in chat right now, if you guys just want to donate $1, it's plenty. By the way, I've been watching a ton of these, and this is one of the things I've been wanting to talk to you guys about tonight. I appreciate it, Spike. This is one of the things I wanted to talk with you guys about. What is going on YouTube? Let me explain. Where did all of these Saturday morning cartoon either live streams or, look, Nickelodeon December 2003 full episodes with bumps. Cartoon Network broadcast stream 1993 edition, you know. Let's see. Let me just type in full broadcast and just see what, with commercial and just see what comes up. Look at this. Bootleg broadcast, childhood network, Cereal Milk, retro rewinds, J-Bucks retro rewind, Space Girl station. All of this to say is, what happened to copyright? Wasn't this wrong? How are they able to do full episodes with commercials on a YouTube video now? Kids WB Saturday morning cartoons, full episodes with commercials. How? I remember, and here's the thing is, I remember when this first started, when they first, like I think J-Bucks Retro Rewind was one of the first ones that I remember. I remember seeing this thumbnail around a lot, so maybe this person here. I think Cereal Milk as well was one of the originals. But, like, kind of outside of, like, those channels, those few that somehow figured out a way to go around it, nobody else could do it. Well, now it's everywhere. And not only is it everywhere, let's take a look down here. If you look at, let's just say, for example, where is their live? Maybe it's just the subscriptions. I just want to see who's live right now. Like Cartoon Network, for example, is live. Yeah, live. Happy holidays. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. They're streaming all of their live episodes. And so's Cartoon Network UK, so's DC Kids. YouTube, look at this, 6 hours of a Garfield live stream. Full Christmas with the Flintstones, full special is live on YouTube. I was looking up this the other day, look, the Mr. Magoo Christmas. Why would you buy or rent? Look at this. I can buy it. I could buy it on YouTube if I wanted to. I could buy it right now. But why would I buy it if right here is the entire Christmas special for free? You understand? There's an issue here. There's an issue here. Why would I buy the Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol, which, again, they have it available for you to purchase here. Why would I buy it if this channel has it up completely for free? There's a problem here. Well, you say this is good. This is, sure. This is good for who? This is good for, like, the consumer? Sure. Right? Stuff, they're getting stuff for free. Right? But who is it hurting? Right? And that's the thing we never pay attention about, we never pay attention to, and we never talk about. Is, sure, maybe for the short term, this is probably a good thing for people like me, right? I don't have to worry about paying. I don't have to worry about anything. But the questions we never ask is, well, who is this hurting? Right? What company is not making money because instead of buying, like, I don't know who made Mr. Magoo's Christmas, who like currently owns that license, right? But like, if everyone's just watching Mr. Magoo stuff for free, right, instead of paying for Mr. Magoo stuff, what do you think the chances are of any Mr. Magoo fan receiving any new Mr. Magoo media? Probably very slim, right? Because the company's not making any money off of the Mr. Magoo IP, because instead of buying it, people are just clicking on this link and watching it for free. So it's I do agree that it's maybe potentially a good thing on the short term of just, oh, well, all this is for free. But I feel like there's repercussions down the line for this kind of stuff. And I just can't help but notice, one of the main reasons why I wanted to talk about this on stream is I just can't help but notice is it's getting worse. Like people have been uploading full Dragon Ball full movie. People have been uploading full Dragon Ball movies on here. Look, all of Battle of Gods English dubbed is on here. All of it. The whole movie.
Friends, huh?
The whole movie.
Got...
The whole movie is on here for free. For free. How did they do that? Nacho Bear, Mr. I remember those. Look at this. Super Android 13. Full movie. Full movie. How did they get away with this? Look, Dragon Ball Z, the entire Namek saga, but it's a feature-length film remaster. How did you get away with this? Full Saiyan Saga 1080p original score? How did you do this? Tournament of Power, Dragon Ball Super full movie English dubbed, no cuts. How did you get away with this? And again, look at this superhero. Is this really the full superhero? No, it's not. It's Rick Roll. Thank goodness still some of those exist. It's just, I don't get it either. It doesn't make any sense. Here's the thing. It doesn't make any sense on numerous levels, right? It doesn't make any sense on, first of all, how are these people even able to do this to begin with? Is this the full movie? This is the full movie.
I'd guess it's a distress signal.
How did they... Here's the thing. Not only is it a bad... Is it just like, I don't know how the YouTuber got away with this, but it's kind of like a double effect here. Because it's like, this is going to cause damage in some way. It has to. Because there's a reason why these companies were coming after these YouTubers to begin with. Well, if now this stuff is everywhere, right? Why would I ever want to go out and buy Resurrection F on streaming? Why would I ever want to pay? Why? YouTube is almost becoming a better service than Tubi, for example. Tubi, I think, is a great example of a streaming service, right? Tubi is free. It's completely free. If I can go to the main menu. Okay. Tubi is completely free, right? Has a ton of movies, has a ton of TV shows. I would say Tubi, simply because of its free factor, is easily one of, if not the best streaming platform out there. Simply because it's free and simply because of its insanely wide selection, right? Now, that being said, look at YouTube. YouTube already had an insanely wide selection simply from internet personalities, right? That people also watch and enjoy in a very similar fashion that they watch movies and TV shows, right? But now, YouTube has the entire Saiyan saga, but it's a feature-length film.
Signal.
The whole movie of Resurrection F. All Dragon Ball Z movies. Every Saturday morning cartoon that you can think of that also has commercials and bumpers attached, right? What is happening to the media scene? What is happening? How is it going to get... The reason why I'm even bringing this up is I don't see how the film, TV, animation, or anime industry can continue to be at the status that it's at if it's going to continue to gradually lose money over time because of free platforms like this in which they receive no income. At what point does this become a big enough problem? Because the way I see it, it's already a big enough problem. Now, this leads me into the other thing I wanted to talk about is why AI coming up is going to be a very big problem for the TV and media scene in a way that's similar to this. And in fact, AI coming up could be why they're not caring about this. And I could get into detail about that as well, which I'm going to here in just a second. So, the reason why they might not care about these being up is because AI is coming, and I think... I didn't say entertainment was dying. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. I did not say that. What's up, Brick? But I'm saying this. We're all humans. So the reality of the situation is things can only be as good as the human mind is perceiving. So for example, what would be the point of me paying money to go watch the new Marvel Wolverine movie, for example? What would be the point of me paying money to go watch a movie made by Marvel that I might not even like, right? when I could just type into ChatGPT or whatever thing I'm making and say, hey, watch that new Wolverine movie that's out in theaters. Now come back to me, make me another movie that is in the same essence of the Wolverine movie that's currently out in theaters, but it's a better movie. And then AI just makes a better movie than what's currently out in theaters completely for free. That's a problem. And I don't see how people don't view that as a problem. I don't see how I don't see how the entertainment industry, I don't want to say I don't see how they survive it, but I don't see how they navigate that. Because here's the thing, they could easily navigate it if they just said, hey, no original IP are allowed in the creation of AI videos. That would easily be, you could easily just nick that in the bud. But then you have companies like Disney giving, what was it, 20 billion, I think? They either gave 2 billion or 20 billion. I want to say I read 20 billion into OpenAI, for example, fully endorsing them to utilize their IP, right? So, hey, Zachary. So my question is, how does Disney or any of these companies plan on making any type of return on investment on AI when AI can just create anything that they make but better for free? I mean, for example, think about it like this. Why would I ever even go to the store and buy a toy for my child when I could just go to the store, take a picture of a toy I see on a shelf, send it to AI, and tell AI, can you please make a 3D model of this toy that's available for me to print from my 3D printer? And the AI just makes a 3D model of that exact toy you just saw in Walmart available for you to print on your 3D printer. And now you're able to 3D print that exact toy for your child to have for completely free. That's what I'm trying to say, is I don't understand how any of these companies plan to navigate through AI in a way that they don't all become completely and utterly bankrupt. The only way I can potentially see any of them doing it is if they're somehow able to monetize their IP on AI. And I do not see how that is possible. The only thing that I can think of, especially with Disney, is they plan and are planning on the long haul. I don't see Disney making any return on investment for their AI, for their money put into AI. What's up, Savage Gamer? I don't see Disney making any type of a return on investment for easily the next decade. I imagine that 20 billion is pretty much just kind of gone from their pockets and they just are trying to just forget about it. And then if they get a return on investment, great. But the thing is, the only way I see them getting a return on investment is just by their IPs that are already incredibly widely spread becoming more widely spread than ever before. Because now you have random people who can't draw, who can't generate anything, now who can generate whatever they want to and draw anything they want to on their phone by just typing in a prompt. So now, if you do give access to these IP that Disney have to something like ChatGPT or OpenAI, and everyday people are able to create an abundance of images utilizing this IP, then you could make the argument that these IP would become more widespread than ever before. So that's the only thing I'm thinking of when I think that Disney's trying to play the long haul when it comes to their investment in AI, in hopes that AI will allow their IP to basically have a much larger reach than ever before. But I don't really see how they're getting much, if any, financial backing from that, especially if, because of what I said earlier. What's the point of having so many people know about your IP if nobody's going to buy anything from you, because ChatGPT or other forms of AI could just make anything you're trying to sell, but better? I agree. Well, I don't know about banned, but like it needs to be fucking regulated. And the problem is just that nobody's regulating it at all. It's just kind of like people can do whatever they want. That's a problem. When has that ever worked out? When have you ever released a product to the masses of public, to the masses of any type of public usage of available people, and you can just trust that everyone there is going to use this technology or use this product responsibly? In what society, in what world does that happen? People are just dumb. People are just going to use it to however they want to. People are just going to and people are going to use AI to cheat the system. People are going to use AI to steal. People are going to use AI to take advantage. Of course, this is what's going to happen. Of course. So it's baffling to me that they for some reason don't see any need or requirement to have any type of chain or noose on this at all. Like, there needs to be some kind of regulation. I know, I saw that. It's so stupid. Because that's a problem. You know what I mean? I just see nothing as a problem. But that's maybe the only thing that I can think of as to why these companies don't have an issue with these full movies getting uploaded, is that maybe they're just kind of like, well, we're about to enter an era where people are going to be able to just kind of see anything, anywhere, at all the time, always, anyway. So I think maybe they're being a little less lenient. But I really just don't understand how any of these companies will see any type of financial gain in the future in any type of significant way. Do you know what I mean? I just can't see it. And it's just unfortunate, especially with the stuff that I've got going on and that I'm making. This is stuff I don't want involved in AI. Oh, we got a backer. I saw that number one from 26 to 27. I know that was someone in my chat. I know it was. Thank you, chat. We got a backer. I think it was, what, $1, $5? Thank you, thank you, thank you. 23 more backers! Let's go! Thank you, thank you. All right, let's keep rampaging about AI or other stuff. But yeah, I mean, really, that's kind of what I wanted to talk about, because that's just kind of something that's been on my mind for a while. I really don't understand what's the goal with AI. I just don't get it. I just don't understand what the point of it is, or like what is the goal. 21 people in chat, by the way. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Just wanted to re-advertise this again for anyone joining in. Guys, for anyone who's just joined, we got this Indiegogo live right here for this cartoon we're making. Mucha Lucha creators, Dragon Ball people involved, all sorts of stuff, Johnny Bravo creators. And within 23 more backers, and you can back as low as $1. If we could just get 23 more people to donate $1, then we will unveil the opening theme song for the new show, featuring legends from 4Kids such as Jake Siegler, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Get Your Game On, Molly Weaver from the Winx Club, We Are the Winx, revealing at 50 backers. And we're currently at 27. Thankfully, there was one person in stream who gave us our 27th backer. Thank you so much. We can just get the rest of everybody. Actually, there's 21 people in here. If everyone in here donated $1, we would only be 2 people away from from getting that goal. Toy Story 5 trailer. Yeah, we can watch that. NVIDIA CEO recently quoted that even though AI data farms are already taking 1/5 of the entire U.S. power grid, he needs nuclear power plants to be built now because they need more energy. See, here's the thing. I'm not surprised they need more energy. Here's the thing. I don't think we're ready for this. And I'm fully expecting some kind of a crash. I just don't think we were technologically ready for this yet, or really even mentally ready for this yet. I just don't see it. I either see two things. Either it takes us over, you know, I don't see us being anywhere in the middle. I only see us being either here or here. Either it completely takes us over, or it completely crashes, and we have to just figure that out. Those are the only two realities I see as plausible. Yeah, we could check out the let's check out the Toy Story 5 teaser if it'll let me watch it. What's up, Advanced Hell? 1 billion. Yes. Yeah. I was just talking about that, and that's the thing. I'm curious your thoughts on that, Advanced Hell, because that's the thing I was just talking about. Let me reiterate I'm going to reiterate my argument just for Advanced Hell, because I want to hear his opinion. My argument was this. I don't understand what the point of that deal was. And I don't understand what the point of that deal was is for this. For example, if AI can now has access to any Disney character, for example, and like how I just explained, Marvel owns or Disney owns Marvel. So if Marvel releases a new Wolverine movie, for example, and ticket prices, you know how ticket prices are, it's like $20 to go see a movie. Well, why would I ever want to go pay to go see a Disney movie ever again when I could just type into ChatGPT or whatever AI service I'm using and say, hey, there's a new Wolverine movie that's out in theaters. Make me another Wolverine movie that's just like the Wolverine movie that's in theaters, but actually it's just an overall better film. And AI will just scan the movie that's in theaters and then just remake it and just make that movie but better. Why would I ever need to ever buy anything? Why would I ever need to go to the movie theater? And same thing for toys. Why would I ever buy a toy? I could just go to the store, take a picture of a toy, and then tell ChatGPT to say, hey, scan this, make a 3D model of it available and ready to print via a 3D printer. And it does it, and then I 3D print it for my child, and now they have a toy. And it was free. I don't understand what the point was of that $1 billion deal. That was my biggest thing. So I'm curious your thoughts on that, Advanced Tell. Like, I don't understand what the point of it was. But all right, let's jump into this. A year ago, a month ago.
Hi there, I'm Lilypad. Let's play.
Looks good. And you want to know why it looks good? You want to know why it looks good? Are you ready for this? You want to know why it looks good? Because Woody's back. And he should have never left. And it was stupid that he left to begin with. You think Toy Story 5 is going to suck? Look, I'll tell you this. You're right. Toy Story 5 might suck, but I'll be damned if it's any worse than Toy Story 4. That's the main reason why I'm so excited for Toy Story 5. I hated Toy Story 4 so much. And look, Toy Story 5 at least brought Woody back. So hey, I at least am willing to give Toy Story 5 a chance. Because they started the film out by righting a wrong that was done by the last one. So I'm already fine with it. But you're right, though. You're totally right. It could totally just easily be terrible. But I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt, if only because of this. Could a Nintendo Cinematic Universe work? Of course. I think they're working towards that, actually. The animation of Bullseye is great. Dude, the animation in so many of these films are crazy. Toy Story, dude, the Toy Story films have always been ahead of its time when it comes to animation. What happened to Bo Peep? I don't know. I mean, I don't really mind what they did with her character. I don't really mind that per se. I just don't like what they did. Like, dude, what they did to Woody is one of the biggest crimes in cinema in Toy Story 4. They just to say they bastardized his character is one of the biggest understatements of the year. Just saw Toy Story. Oh, nice. Toy Story is a great Christmas movie, believe it or not. Dude, so many people are like, Toy Story is not a Christmas movie. It is, though, kind of. It ends with on Christmas. You're darn right, Advanced Tell. Hey, you never gave me your thoughts on what on my hypothesis on the AI. I'm curious your thoughts. Are Woody and Bo Peep a couple? I would assume so, though. To be honest, I haven't seen Bo Peep. She wasn't in this teaser, was she? I think she's still out there, being the toy savior or whatever. I don't know. When you go, I'm gonna upload another Cartoon Network video soon. I'm really just trying to make sure all the content on my channel is around this for now. You know, I'm really just trying to push this. In general, Toy Story is and always will be one of the greatest movies ever made. I'd agree with that. I would say it's definitely one of the most industrially impactful films of its time, I would say. Toy Story is basically a remix of Jim's Henson. Yeah, basically. Which, have you seen that? Dude, that movie's scary, dude. The Christmas toy? Oh my god. That movie's terrifying. Dude, the toys die in that. They die in it. It's scary. Yeah, I like Die Hard. Dude, Batman Returns is technically a Christmas movie, too. Oh, sorry, can't generate your face. Oh, I see. I really just... I just don't understand their game plan, man. I just don't get it. I don't know what their end goal is. I genuinely do not see AI being beneficial to anyone but the consumer. And for me, it's just very strange to see them continuously pour money into it. I just don't see this benefiting any company at all. What if Woody came back because Bo Peep dumped him? That would be first of all, that would be crazy if she dumped him. Damn. I don't even know what happens. How does inter-toy relationships work? I don't know. Super Mario Brothers movie is an Easter egg. Oh, it's an Easter movie. Oh, I see. Is it? I don't know that. Army of Buzzes reminds you. Oh, dude, I love that about the film. The Army of Buzzes. I'm excited for that. Toy Story 5. There's going to be more. Well, of course there's going to be more after the 5th movie. Every Toy Story that comes out makes like $1 billion. There's always going to be more Toy Stories if it keeps doing that. Majin Buu killed the toys. Hey, where's Randall when we need him? No, I'm kidding. Transformers animated Mirror Mirror. Yep. See how it's mostly big corp supporting AI? Yes, but like, again, I don't understand why. I genuinely don't see how any of these companies like Disney, I don't see how Disney is making a solitary cent from this. Anyways, hold on. Let me check my account real quick. Because there's something I shared recently that I wanted to talk about as well. Well, actually, I do want to talk about this, but I'll talk about that in just 1 minute. Okay, I want to talk about this. There's a Transformers animated new 4-issue comic miniseries coming, which is interesting to me. Look, don't get me wrong, I love Transformers. I love Transformers animated, but like, when did the show end? Like 2011? Let me see. I love this version of Transformers animated. I thought it was great. First episode aired 2007. I think it ended 2009. This show ended almost 20 years ago. What do I think of James Earl Jones signing up his voice? Look, if they sign off, they sign off. There's nothing I can say. I might have my own individual opinion, but at the end of the day, that's his right to do. And it's his family's right to support or not support, you know? I feel like I don't have much right to, you know. I wouldn't do it. No mayo, please. Hey, Mr. Snowden, hope you're having a good day. Is there any news on a complete series of Cartoon Network coming to physical media? Last time you reported time, regular show leak. Yes, let me double check. I don't think so. I have been checking. I mean, there's been whispers, right? There's been whispers of a Kids Next Door complete set. There's been whispers of stuff like that. Here's what I do. If you really want to do some of the things that I've done, is I would do this all the time. I just go on Amazon and I would just type in Cartoon Network. And then I would sort by newest arrivals. And it will pop up here of things that are available for pre-order. And a lot of times things would pop up and I would catch it like right when I would get it. I see. I'm gonna see your comment just a minute, Kid Anime. Welcome to stream, by the way. But like you can see on here like, oh, available for pre-order, and it's like a random title. So that's what I do. That's something I would recommend. But you could always just, you know, Cartoon Network DVD releases and just go anytime past week. Let's see if there's anything past week. Doesn't look like it. We can even narrow it a bit farther. Over the Garden Wall has amazing. Oh yes. I did. Someone did talk. Over the Garden Wall's got a Blu-ray coming out, I think. So I think this is coming out. Over the Garden Wall. But I think that's it. They support AI because they don't want to pay working class, but y'all not ready for that convo today. It's a shame that Cartoon Network didn't celebrate Ben 10's 20th anniversary. I don't, dude. Cartoon Network doesn't celebrate. Cartoon Network doesn't even remember what they ate for breakfast. Honestly, if you want me to be completely honest with you, I think people use AI out of complete utter laziness. It's just easier. I just think that here's the problem, especially in today's society, in today's day and age. I just think that people just don't care about anything anymore. I really don't. I don't think anyone cares about, like, I think things like passion are old-fashioned. I think to be passionate about something is almost considered to be an old-fashioned quality to have. I think ambition is something is also starting to be somewhat old-fashioned. Because every time something like AI comes out or any of these things, everyone's always looking for the next thing that's just so easy to do to make money or whatever. And so I just think that people's laziness, and it's only going to get worse, by the way. Whether it's with AI or whether it's when they come out with AI next, either way, it's just going to keep getting worse. And it's just because people are just so lazy about it, I think. Season 4, yep. Oh, it's not that it's coming back. It's coming back technically. This is a 4-issue miniseries. Woody came back because how badly Lightyear did, so we need to save the franchise. That's a great theory there, Cookie. Yes, you're probably right. My partner's a monkey. Yeah, it turned 20 years old. Favorite food to eat while watching animation? Usually pizza. I love to order a pizza while I watch classic cartoons. Excited for Over the Garden Wall Blu-ray? Me too. Maybe they're saving the 20th anniversary of Ben 10 for 2026. Yeah, maybe. Surprise bike. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that comment. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're really trying. We have a long ways to go, but it's quite all right. We have lots of other ideas that we're going to keep going, and lots of things to keep pushing. We've got 35 days left in the campaign, and we're going to hopefully push this number to as big as we can get it. But we're going to just keep creating all sorts of other avenues for people to support, other things as well. So we're going to keep this going. So, but as I've told everybody already, we're at 27 backers. Once we get to 50 backers, we will be unveiling the new theme song by Jake Siegler and Molly Weaver from 4Kids fame, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Winx Club, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So if you're wanting to support or spread the word, that's some information for you as well. Today is Brian Mathis' birthday. Oh, really? Happy birthday to Brian Mathis. My Christmas was good, Kid Anime. Thank you for asking. Oh, and somebody else asked me about my Christmas too. My Christmas was great, guys. I pretty much just spent it with a friend of mine, and we drank, and we had a great night. Had a lot of fun. Let's see. I'm excited for Flapjack coming back. Me too. OG Ben 10 this past week. Megas XLR series on DVD soon. Is that real, or are you speculating? I saw someone today that looked exactly like Par. Really? You should take a picture and share it on the socials. We'll retweet it, maybe. So we was right in Robots. The next thing, humans still exist. Hey, what's up, Ken? Oh, thank you, Kogias. Is it possible you can put a rap song? No, I can't do it this episode, but we were in talks. And we were in talks with somebody real special. You ready for this, Brick?
There once was a man named Gold Roger, who was king of the pirates. He had fame, power, and wealth beyond your wildest ever since. Don't give it up, Lupe.
We were in talks. And it's not that the talks just left. It's just that we were talking to a bunch of people at the time, and we kind of got as much music as we needed already for the first episode. However, if we get an episode 2, we're back in talks. No worries, Ken. No worries. Finally got my Dress Up Darling Complete Series Blu-ray. Very cool. Nice. I heard that's a great show. Joey's eat a sub sandwich whenever you'd watch What's New Scooby-Doo? No. That's funny, though. 2012 finishes. There's nothing to say. I could try to do a song. That'd be awesome. 2012 I've sucked. I hated this year. Worst year ever. I'm starting to hear it. Woody's Roundup movie. That'd be awesome. Hope the Flat Truck reruns get some decent views so we can get more classics back on the main channel. No, it's okay. We were all a little early tonight. Osmosis, I agree. Then 6 after that and so on. We don't know when Foster's Fun Time is coming yet. Yeah, I mean, we didn't get him officially because, I mean, we couldn't move forward, but I could still easily reach back out to him and we can continue something again, but they're just... We had enough music. Getting crunk at a Christmas party. Is it a fun fact? I'm a human being, you guys. I drink and I drive and I do human being things. Believe it or not. I think someone at Warner Bros. Discovery took Cartoon Network out back and shot it. Dude, I think someone at Warner Brothers Discovery got taken out back and shot. I don't know who, but I have a feeling there was something like that happened. I mean, how else does the network completely 180? Someone had to have gotten shot. Her season 1, yeah, season 1 of One Piece is crazy. Dude, I don't understand what the point of that is. What's the point? Here's the thing. If there wasn't the One Piece coming out, the Wit Studio remake, I'd have been like, all right. So you're ending it at a season 1 with over 1,000 episodes, and then you're going into seasonals to make the rest of the show look better. Okay, cool. But what is the point of that if you're just going to remake everything with another studio anyway? What's the point? Just keep it seasonal, or just keep it weekly until you're almost done. You have like, what, 3 arcs left? Just keep it going. What's the point? I think someone... oh, yeah. The cartoon you're doing is so good. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Ken. Yeah, and I'm telling you, if I could have gotten even more bigger names if I had more funding and if I had more time. Because we were in talks with a bunch of people. And who made the cut is who made the cut, but there was a lot of interested people. Well, who are some of your favorite YouTubers to watch or inspirations? Well, let's say this. One of my biggest inspirations originally was James Rolfe, and then it became Aaron Hansen, especially on YouTube. If they made a show about Cartoon Network City, what should it get called? I got a few ideas. I don't know. I didn't say I drink and drive. I just said I drink and I drive. Favorite video game of all time? My heart always wants to say A Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, if only because I love that game. But dude. Budokai Tenkaichi 3 is just great. In case you didn't know, Kaiju number 8 announced the final season. I did see that, and I'm excited for it. Hopefully the announcer comes back. I love watching 100% rerun of Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo on Cartoon Network. What's up, Wally Fan? Hope you had a great holiday. I know everyone could agree we don't want Cartoon Network to shut down. Yep. So let's say you get sent $100, $200. Will you drop the first preview? Well, I actually kind of did drop a preview today by Fighter Jet. I know that's right. We did post the original animatic today. We do have another animation in the works, I can say right now. We are working on a fight scene and hopes to entice more people to donate to the campaign. But I will say this, though, at 50 backers, Ken... Let me pull this up here. Because right now we're at 27. If we get to 50, which is 23 more, we'll unveil the opening theme. So you could literally, if you wanted to, create like 23 different like accounts on Indiegogo and just donate $1 23 times, and we'd unlock the opening theme. But that don't mean that their shows can come back and still can't Hanna-Barbera Europe do them. Drink at the stoplights, you're not technically dry. Oh my god. That's fair. Look, officer, I'm not technically driving. I'm at a stoplight. Now, can I continue driving now? Oh, thank you, Kogias. Honestly, that's how I felt about... Dude, what made me want to become a voice actor was Aaron Hansen. Because I was a YouTuber at the time. And then I thought to myself, I was like, well, Aaron Hansen is a YouTuber just like me. But he's also a voice actor. I didn't know you could do two things at once. That's cool. I want to do two things at once. And so I did. I want to say I do somewhere, Matt. I'm not sure. Oh, this chair? Thank you. It was free. There was a studio that was, they were moving out, and they just had a whole bunch of extra chairs. They were just going to leave them. I was like, really? I'll take this one. Jamie Snowden 2. And what is it, the Krusty Krab 2? If you guys want to hear a little teaser of what the theme sounds like, I hid it in this reel here. Oh, hold on. So that's a teaser of what you can hear when this comes out. Short teaser. Free is always the best. Free is my favorite word. I know that's right. Oscar Byrne, he makes some QUA. Oh, quality content. I don't know who. Oscar Byrne. Musical artist. Oh!
Smiling.
Yeah, I reacted to one of this guy's videos once. His videos get insane numbers. Maybe I'll reach out to him, see if he wants to collab. Huh. Sure. Oh, thank you so much, Julian. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah? Just did the math? Oh, you're totally good, Liam. I appreciate it. $530 to get it. Oh, to get what done? I'm curious if we should we watch an Oscar video? I don't know. The Wacky World of Smiling Friends merch. I gotta be honest though, I don't really know anything about Smiling Friends. Oh, I see. Oh, you're saying 23 donations at $23 a piece? Oh, you don't have to do $23. You can do 23 at $1. So it'd just be $23. Yeah, like we could get this goal in just $23. You could just make 23 accounts and just donate $1. Like $1 is fine. Now, if people wanted to donate $23, hey, I'll take it. I've seen some people say that Jellystone and Chibiverse are the closest things we get to a CNTV. Yeah, I mean, you know they were going to make one. Drink and drive. With the year almost over, which Seiyu captivated you the most this year? Takeo Otsuda, I believe. I believe that's his name. Takeo Otsuda. I think he's on X. I want to say, is this not correct? No, Otsuka. Takeo Otsuka. This guy. I was a voice match for him because I played a character he plays. Though I don't think it's on here. Yep. He was the voice of Jasper in this show, even given the Worthless Appraiser class, of which I am also the voice of Jasper, and even given the Worthless Appraiser class. So he captivated me the most, if only because I listened to him a lot, because I was playing a role of his. Honestly, I think I'm probably going to turn on... controversial banned episodes from cartoons. I don't know if I'm curious about that. Oh, Advanced Tell with the $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. 6, 7. I don't know what Murray Vision is.
The sights, the sounds, the styles. Get tickets at
Nickelodeon launched back on April 1st, 1979 and has now been on the air for over 46 years. In this time there's been lots of content related to the network. Lots of the content is readily available to view, however some content throughout the years has slipped through the cracks for a multitude of reasons and has become lost. Unsurprisingly, given the amount of Nickelodeon content that exists, there's lots of lost Nickelodeon media, so much that I was able to make this 8-tier Nickelodeon lost media iceberg. If you don't know what an iceberg is, then essentially the first layer features the most well-known topics.
I know of a lot of these.
Then the further down you get, the more
Okay, Figured Out Pilot, I think I remember. The Nickelodeon Worldwide Day of Play broadcasts, I remember. You Pick Friday. Truth or Square game. What is... I don't understand what's... It's not Lost Media. We played that on stream. So is one ever going to... probably not. There'd be no point for them to do another one. They already did one. It sucks, but that's it. Oh, I love Greg Ayres. Julian, did you know who voices Chilled in Dragon Ball? Chilled. It's Richard Horvitz.
Being the most obscure. In this video, I'm going to cover this entire.
Oh, I'm gonna blow my nose. I'll be right back.
Lots of entries, so many in fact that they barely even all fit on the iceberg. So without further ado, let's get into it. Starting with Nickelodeon. Astrology with Squidward. Astrology with Squidward is a series of shorts that would play between shows that featured Squidward giving horoscopes for various zodiac signs, with various SpongeBob characters being used to represent the zodiac signs. The shorts played on the main network from 2000 to 2001. They would later air on Nicktoons from 2002 to 2005. These shorts later became lost media as they weren't included on any home media releases and were only ever played between shows on the network. However, eventually all 6 of the shorts were uncovered. Now, it was believed that there were 12 shorts due to the fact that there are 12 zodiac signs.
Let me show you real quick, Julian. I think it sounds awesome. Chilled English dub. No, hold on. Oh, wait, I think it's right here, actually. No. Okay, let me do this. Richard Horvitz. It's from the game. Here we go. Yeah, it's from Legends. But he sounds great.
Sound me freely.
I love cover cartoons. Yeah, we follow each other on social media. But listen, this is Richard Horvitz, the voice of Billy from Billy and Mandy, the voice of Invader Zim, voicing a Dragon Ball character. And he sounds amazing. He sounds just like Chris Ayres.
You dare challenge me? I will take you on myself. You look like an interesting plaything. You're all going down. You're either brave or a fool to face me. Do you even know who I am? I'm the notorious space pirate Chilled. Quit
Sounds
babbling
good.
about this,
I'm fixing to eat
Frieza.
myself, Ken.
Bardock,
I got some
must
SpaghettiOs here.
salute you.
What are you sending,
Don't
Spike?
think you'll win just because your hair is yellow now. A relation? Huh. I don't believe we've met. All of you! Time to die! I knew it! Move it! Very well.
If you want to listen to the rest, it's this clip here, but he sounds great.
There'd be one short for every different sign. However, this is not the case, as there were only ever 6
Alright.
shorts made. These being Cancer, which features Mr. Krabs, Gemini, which features the 2 background fish known as
Retrospects of what?
Incidental 25 and Joe/Incidental 26, Leo, which features Plankton, Pisces, which features Sandals/Incidental 156, Sagittarius, which features SpongeBob as a centaur, and Taurus, which features Patrick. Also, on February 2nd, 2020, we'd get an official
I think
release
Dragon Ball
of
might
every
finish
one
in the
of
next
these
few
shorts
years.
on the SpongeBob
I
YouTube
agree.
channel, which confirms
Especially with no
there were in
Toriyama.
fact
I
only
hope
ever
that.
6 shorts made. Crybaby Lane. Crybaby Lane is a horror movie created by Nickelodeon that was intended to be both scary and child-friendly. The film follows Andrew and his older brother Carl, who end up performing a seance in a graveyard in order to impress a group of girls. This causes them to release the soul of a dead evil
Hold on one
Siamese
second,
twin, and whatever this dead evil twin
right.
touches turns evil. This obviously isn't great and causes havoc on the town. Eventually, Carl gets possessed, so Andrew travels to Crybaby Lane to cut the root from the heart of the good twin, which fixes everything. The film premiered on Nickelodeon on the 28th of October 2000 at 9 PM during the Snick block. Following this premiere, the film was never given a home media release or aired again. The film was only viewable through this one airing, but why did Nick never air this movie they spent a reported $800,000 on ever again? Well, the reason is supposedly that the film was too scary for kids and caused a large amount of parents to complain to the network. So they pulled it and never aired it again. Throughout the following years, people would discuss the existence of this movie and attempted to find a copy. They would even contact Nickelodeon employees
What's
directly
up, Cameron?
to inquire about the movie.
Gundam
but
Wing
when
movie,
they asked,
nice.
Some of them stated that Nick
you have
didn't
it,
own the movie, and some stated that the movie just didn't even exist. However, some employees were aware of it. It seemed like the only way this movie would be found is if someone had
Do
a
you have
home
the
recording
Toonami
from the 90s.
edition of that? I'm kind of curious if there's a Cartoon Network iceberg. His voice is great, yeah. Oh, let me show you the, what, it's called Endless Waltz, right?
You just need to learn how to talk to AI.
So, this is how I became the most dangerous person in the
What are we
room.
watching?
All right.
I don't care how you became the most dangerous person in the room. Anyways. Right here. Gundam Wing, the movie, Endless Waltz. Look here, and then look here at the bottom. If this stupid thing would scroll. Toonami version right here. This is the one I have. I don't know why it's so expensive. It is not worth that much money. I think I got my copy for like $12 or something. Why is it so expensive? What? Well, I guess they're all that expensive now. That's unfortunate. Good thing I have my copy.
Right, you probably don't know me, and this video might come in your recommended suggested, but hello, I'm Dr. Skipper, and this is a Cartoon Network iceberg. Skipper, what's an iceberg? Skipper, what kind of bird is that? Skipper, look. We'll pick apart all this soon, but please wait and hold on while I address the basics.
Y'all, we need to play the Dexter game.
So the original Nickelodeon
The
iceberg
Dexter
and
game and the
Tiny
Courage
iceberg
game.
really popped off, and for
I
some
don't know how to
reason you
play
guys
them,
chose
though.
to stick with a stupid bird who can't pronounce things right, and I'm really grateful, honestly. I'll talk more about this at the end of the video, but I just want to let you guys know I'm appreciative. And for the new people also watching, you can subscribe if you want, but I recommend you wait until the end of the video and make up your mind then. But to those who have no idea what an iceberg is, let me explain. An iceberg is a tier list covering most known facts.
What's up,
released
Two-Headed
known.
Dog?
And to those watching this video,
Great
this
to
video is
see
gonna be more
you.
of me talking than attention span editing. So I suggest
How
you
was
clean
your
your room,
Christmas?
play a game, draw, or go to sleep to my crisp audio. I've joked about this being pretentious twice, but I'll do it again. Is this egotistical? Absolutely. Now with that, let's get to the first
How much you
one
want to
of
bet
the
Rocky
iceberg.
Rocks? We're getting
The
a
cul-de-sac
big
kids
class
are
of
actually
3000
dead. This is a
year,
theory about the kids within the
big
cul-de-sac
class of
and how how
announcement
they're actually
next
dead,
year.
and how their lives are held in a purgatory-like setting. According to the theory, the children from the cul-de-sac each hail from different eras spanning from the 1900s.
Is that all this is? Is this just theories? I don't want to hear bullshit theories.
To early 2000s. And this is a Cartoon Network iceberg. These children in the afterlife. Although Eddie's no longer alive, he still tries to chase the almighty dollar, continuing his swindle nature in the afterlife. Ed and Sarah were the next to arrive at the cul-de-sac. Their father had died fighting in World War II, and as a result, their mother became distant and disconnected. To cope, Sarah developed her bossy attitude, trying to fill the role that their parents used to fill, before their father died and mom stopped caring. Conversely, Ed shut the world out and developed into fantasy worlds of comic books and monster movies, which exploded
I don't
in
think there's much
popularity
of
during
anything
the time
special
after
on it,
World War
really,
II.
Zachary.
He relied on fantasy to escape his unhappy life. They both died in a freak
It's real.
car accident in 1953, thus joining the past kids in death. Naz was born in the 1960 eras to hippie parents. Described as a flower child, she was rather flirtatious
CKY
and would always act
DVDs?
away towards the male children of the neighborhood. In the summer of '79, a serial killer escaped from a local asylum and
SpaghettiOs.
made his way into her house and raped and murdered her along with her
Hey,
entire
PR.
family. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, okay. Ed/Double D was born in the 70s when preparing to attend college from a young age. He was raised by very
Yeah, that's
strict and
crazy.
controlling and emotional.
Because I have that
They pushed
Toonami
him to
version.
succeed academically.
Mine
and
was
be
only like,
perfectly clean and
I think
neat.
like
He's
20
believed
bucks,
to have
10 to
died
20
as a
bucks when
result
I
of
bought
a
it.
gas leak causing an explosion in the Bunsen burner from his chemistry set. Kevin was born around the early
Is it all
1980s.
theories? That's
He was born to a
unfortunate.
broken down house.
I don't
He had
want to watch it. I don't want to. Give me an iceberg that's like. Oh, here we go. The strange and dark Cartoon Network iceberg. Here's what I want when it comes to an iceberg.
Johnny.
I want people swear this happened, but nobody remembers it. I want, this hard lost media that nobody remembers. That's what I want when it comes to an iceberg.
It's okay.
Why Cartoon Network? I don't
Why?
care
There's so
about
much I
that.
love. The tip of the iceberg. Things that a
What's
lot
up,
of people
Adam?
know, but some
okay.
people don't. Or maybe
We're
some
an hour and
people,
8
it's, like,
minutes in.
dormant in their memory, and I'm about to pop it in your face. Cartoon Network City. Now, this is something
Finish your
I
shelf,
remember,
nice.
and I'm sure a lot of
Did
you
someone make one
probably
recently?
remember as well. This was the
If they
fourth
did, link it to
era
me.
of the Cartoon Network that lasted only a couple years, where there were bumpers between episodes that displayed all of our favorite cartoon characters in a city, kind of interacting with each other.
What's
And
up,
I just wanna
Josh?
add this one because
Great
for
to
me,
see you, great to see
this
you.
was just like the coolest thing back then. Seeing all your favorite characters.
I haven't gone by
interact
that in a
with
long
each
time.
other.
Not gonna
And
lie, I
this
still
is
kinda like
just a
going back
very
that
creative
occasionally.
and well thought out bumper.
It's,
Like,
brings me
bumpers
back.
are just like in between episodes, little tidbits, but this is very well put together, and it shows Cartoon Network's creativity. You could actually get a full printout of Cartoon
You know what's so
Network
funny
City,
about
like
that,
a
Julian?
full map of the
I
Cartoon
texted him
Network
like a
City.
week
Every
ago.
area had a
I need to
purpose,
follow
but
back up with
always
him.
stayed where it was.
I think the holidays
nothing
were
really
super busy
was
for us both.
contradictory.
I need to
or
reach back
anything.
out to him.
Top-tier memory
Would love
for
to
me.
soon.
Love this stuff.
What
The
up,
next
David?
one's a bit more obscure. Kind of cool.
No, it's totally okay. It's two-headed
Z.
dog.
Now,
It's
this
mostly
one
my
is
fault.
just came as a big
I've been so
surprise
all
to me.
over the
Apparently
place.
they
I really
made
haven't been able to get
Powerpuff
a
Girls
solidified
anime in
schedule
Japan.
out
The anime was
recently.
co-produced
It's
by
my fault.
Cartoon Network
Great to
Japan
see you.
and
Thanks so much for being here.
Aniplex and Toei Animation, which I don't know if you guys know this, but those are two enormous anime companies. Like, Aniplex is responsible for Full Metal Alchemist, Kill la Kill, Gurren Lagann, Gintama, and even Bleach. And obviously, not even to mention Toei Animation,
okay.
we all know
Gotcha.
that's just all Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, etc. So it's a very big surprise that this show was made, and not many people were really aware of it. Me personally, I'm kind of curious.
Well, because
how
it
was.
never
Was
came
it
here in
good?
the
And
US,
anime's
that's why.
English language adaptation was
I don't
actually
understand-
produced in association.
I don't understand. Can anyone give me a good reason why we never got Powerpuff Girls Z in the West? Even one. Like, let's play a game of Devil's Advocate. Let's play Devil's Advocate here. What's the reason for not bringing Powerpuff Girls Z to the West? Just for a game. Because I really don't know the answer to that question. It doesn't... Shitty new executives in 2006. But what was their reason, though? Like, I don't understand. Like, liking them not wanting to share. Because here's the thing. Cartoon Network US has absolutely no problem borrowing shows from Cartoon Network Canada. Or YTV. No problem. No problem borrowing shows from Kids WB, for example. But overseas, all of a sudden, that's a big issue. They're pissed about City being entirely Western-based after all. But that's so hard to say, though, because, I mean, look at Teen Titans. Teen Titans are so Japan inspired. And look at Buffy Amiyumi. They're incredibly Japan inspired. Oh, NSM with the bit. Thank you, NSM. Producers of Blue Sky. Thank you, Brick. Thank you. I need to keep updating the Blue Sky. I fell behind a little bit when promotion got kind of crazy, but I need to jump back on the Blue Sky action.
With Ocean Productions, which was also with Dragon Ball Z, and it was aired on Cartoon Network in the Philippines and Boomerang in Australia and New Zealand in 2008. So it never really got much airtime at all in America. So that's why we've never heard of it. I mean, me personally, I feel like it would have been a really cool and perfect fit for Toonami, but you know, whatever. You know, maybe they'll bring it back. Moving
My
on.
Christmas
to
was
Cartoon
good, Josh.
Network
Thank you for asking.
Reel. This is kind of what
but
I
it was
guess,
just kind of chilled and relaxed, which
Cartoon
really
Network
for me is
a
what I
while.
need.
This was a block on the channel
thank you for asking. How was
did
yours?
not last long at all, for it was live
Cartoon
action
Theme
shows,
Park?
and,
I don't think
you
we'll
know,
ever get
a
one.
Studio
Cartoon
called
Network is
Cartoon Network. Live action just instantly is
until
not
Cartoon
gonna
Network
do it.
is finally run by someone who has even a fraction of an idea of what they're doing. We'll never
They
get that.
kind of tried to recreate it, I guess.
I'm
They
just
had
throwing
shows
that.
like
Until
Do
Cartoon
What
Network is
Would
run by
Happen,
someone who
Destroy,
actually
Rebuild,
knows what the hell they're
Destroy,
doing.
And
It'll just
Brainwash.
never
And
happen.
don't get me wrong, they weren't terrible. Like, I watched a couple of them and they're all right. It's just like no one wanted it. No one really cared for it. You know what I mean? And it did so bad it only lasted.
I think
a
the
year,
UK got
I
it.
guess
Did it
close
not,
to
David?
a year. It didn't even.
Oh,
last
you live
a
in the
full
UK,
year.
so
So
you
this
say.
next one, I'm pretty certain is just.
So where did
like
it go then? If
known
it was
by
UK?
a lot of people.
Australia?
Me personally, I didn't know. So
I know it went to
I
some
thought it was pretty
English-speaking
cool.
countries. I just
Apparently,
know it wasn't the
Ace
US.
became the basis of Gorilla. Now, the reason this is very interesting is if you don't know who Ace is, he's actually a character off of Powerpuff Girls.
I did hear
On
this.
Powerpuff Girls, he was a leader of the Gangrene Gang, and he became a temporary basis for the Gorillas' sixth studio album, the Now Now. while
Johnny Bravo
Murdoch
Goes
was in
Bollywood. Oh, it's
prison.
great.
Now,
I've seen
this
it.
is within their fictional.
Oh, have you not seen
band
it?
World. And then after Murdoch.
Well, now hold on, Bike. I could be wrong, but last I recall, it's on YouTube. Okay, it is not. However, that being said, I know it's out there. So let's do this. Let's go on a Google search for it for you. Here it is. Here you go, Bike.
Views encoded by Dr. Star.
If you want to watch it, it's all in its full right here on Daily Motion. Easy peasy.
In prison, apparently he stated that Ace had gone back home and that he was taking.
How do I feel about the
time out
Cartoon
to
Network
write
Hotel
his
closing?
memoir.
You know what's so funny about this? I actually talked on the phone about the Cartoon Network Hotel with a friend of mine. How do I feel about it closing? They didn't do anything with it when it was open, is my problem. But that is Cartoon Network in a nutshell. They're just so lazy. They'll do a thing, and then they'll be like, all right, everyone's coming. All we got to do is sit back and wait. No, you don't. You need to do more. You can't just open a hotel and call it a day. They did no advertising for it. For crying out loud, there exists a Cartoon Network hotel, and no one knew it existed. Especially not the people who actually watch Cartoon Network. You know why? Not a single advertisement. How do I feel about Cartoon Network closing? You get what you deserve. Why didn't you advertise it? Why didn't you let anybody know it existed? Why didn't you try with it? Why didn't you have fun with your business model idea? You get what you deserve. Maybe there's a larger reasoning if I get into the conversation with Kev. Yeah, definitely. I'd love some insight on that. Oh, which I've been getting a lot of comments asking when our next Cartoon Network video is coming out. PR, you and I need to sit down on that one soon. Cartoon Hotel literally live representation of their old. Yeah, no, again, yeah. I literally said this before with a friend. Like, look, if you don't like Adventure Time, if you don't like Steven Universe, if you don't like any of the new shows, you have no reason to go to this place. Absolutely none. Absolutely none. Because I thought you were gonna. I thought because you sent this link and then followed it by a Cartoon Network Hotel, so I assumed this was gonna be about Cartoon Network Hotel. Because look. I don't think this is going to talk much about it. Okay, well, it does, actually. Okay. So here's like how it looks. Looks like this. This is the entrance. Look, you got Mao Mao. Oh, there's Johnny Bravo. Okay. But like the rooms themselves, I think the only options you have to choose from are an Adventure Time room. I want to say there's a 2016 Powerpuff Girls room. I think there's I don't even think there's a regular show room, which sucks. I think there's like a Steven Universe room. Yeah, here's the Steven Universe room. Like, look, if you don't care about any of the new Cartoon Network shows, you have no reason to ever come to this. This was the... Dude, do you have any idea how many families would have loved to have taken their kids here to experience new and old Cartoon Network with them? So many people... But no, they chose to not do anything, and just focus on their new shows that they know are I don't want to say incredibly unpopular, but like they know that the masses love all of their network, not just the new stuff.
Ours, which is just cool. Like it's so cool seeing
What's
a
up,
character
Mike?
for Powerpuff Girls come on to the Gorillas, and you could actually see Ace in the music video for the song "Humility." You know that one.
Wasn't there
with
literally
Jack
no
Black
regular
in
show
it,
versus
which-
either?
I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
know.
think so.
Maybe everyone.
Yeah, we were
knows
Bears
this,
of Ben
and I'm
10, and it was the
stupid,
reboot
but This
Ben
was
10.
cool to me. Next, we have the annoying
Well,
orange
dude,
show.
there should have totally been an
Yeah.
Ed,
This
Eddie
one isn't
room. There
really
should have totally been.
unknown,
Are you
it's
kidding me?
just the
There
fact
was
that-
not a Dexter's Lab room. Are you kidding me? Where like, could you imagine if like there was like a bunk bed upstairs, and in order to get down to the kitchen to leave, you had to like slide down a pole? Oh, dude, they could have had so much fun. But no, they had no fun, and now they're closing. That's what you get. CNN Old Center, they got rid of CNN Shop, and CNN is now... Oh, really? Is now Cartoon Network HQ... They got rid of the CNN Shop? No way. I went in there.
It ever even existed, or even the possibility that was even thought of in the first place.
They should
Its
end
mere
2 days ago. It makes too much money. What's up,
strikes
Nicholas?
fear into the hearts of millions. Now, for those who are unaware, there was a YouTube channel known as the...
But see, that's where accountability comes in. Kids not knowing the older characters. Well, whose fault is that, Cartoon Network? Oh, well, maybe if you actually showed some of the older shows every now and again, or once in a while, or ever, maybe people would know who they were. That is the crazy... But, dude, this is what I'm talking about. Dude, whoever is in charge of Cartoon Network, just get out of here. Just go. Just go, dude. That guy can't accept accountability for shit. Just get out of here. Kids don't know the older characters? Well, that's your job. What are you talking about? What are you even saying? That is your job. To make sure that they know those older characters. What a complete and utter just disaster of a company.
Annoying orange, and it blew the frick up back then. It just depicted an orange, and then they cropped their lips and eyeballs.
And that
onto
will
an
never
orange.
end, by the way. They will blame you, the consumer, for everything. The people in charge of Cartoon Network right now, they will blame the consumer for everything. It is never their fault, despite it always being their fault. And it is always ours, despite it never being.
Orange, and all the orange did was just...
It's
what the
so...
title
I'm
says,
so sick of it.
be annoying. You know, it was the era of YouTube where pitching up your voice slightly was literally just peak comedy. And for some strange reason...
Is there a cover
Network's
cartoon
like,
video of
yeah,
him at the hotel? I'll have to
we
watch
should
that.
make an entire show based around it. Take Annoying Orange YouTube channel, make it into a full-fledged show. That makes sense. And it
was the
lasted
dumbest idea
60
ever.
episodes. That's 2 seasons. That's longer than Chowder lasted. How? Sunday Pants.
I don't
Now,
know how
this
it
one's
lasted
an
either.
interesting show that I never knew existed. This show only lasted a month in 2005. Apparently, it was supposed to be next to
Never heard
What
of the
a
hotel until
Cartoon.
recently. That's
You
how you
remember
know.
that
Yeah,
show
no
where it showed
marketing.
like little
No
animated
one knew
shorts?
about the
Well, this
hotel.
show displayed overseas shorts.
Name one
pilots,
person who doesn't
college
know what
shorts,
Disney
or
World
even
is.
shorts created for the show
Name one.
itself. And the anthology varies
I'll
on
wait.
different types of animation, from traditional
Wonder why.
hand-drawn animation to Flash or even CGI. So it was kind of like a smorgasbord of
Nintendo has
creative
other IPs
ideas,
besides
you know,
Mario.
kinda
They have
like
Donkey-
what a
Dude,
cartoon cartoon was. But the main reason this show did
people
not last
know
long
about the
is fact
Nintendo
that,
theme park
it was PG
more than they know
and
about the
had
Cartoon Network
a lot
Hotel.
of adult themes and
Embarrassing.
adult jokes throughout the show that just kids didn't
Embarrassing.
get. It was actually complained that
I
the
believe the
show
channel's
should
run
have
by
just
Michael
aired
Allen.
on Adult Swim because it just
Yeah.
fit better there. And apparently that's why it just
the
failed.
the channel is run by somebody who has zero idea how to accept any amount of accountability at all, and just does nothing but proceed to push all of his wrongdoings, all of his bad decision making onto somebody else. That is all he's capable of doing. And we need to get these kinds of people who do this out of here, out of any position of decision making, period.
Miserably right off the bat. I personally watched a little bit of it because there's actually 5 episodes full on YouTube you could go watch yourself. And it's not bad, but I can completely
the
see
SpongeBob meal?
why
Oh, how was it?
would
I hadn't
not
had
have
it yet.
done well for younger audiences. But it's a very interesting watch indeed. I would highly recommend it. I mean, it only lasted a month on Cartoon Network, so it's just interesting to see. All right.
Hey, Ben.
Clears up the tip. Let's go down a little bit deeper to tier 2. Ed without his
Tier
hat.
2.
Now,
All right, here we
popular
go.
thing with the lore of Ed, Edd and Eddy, which...
Hold on. It's a fact, Brick. It just is. They have no idea what they're doing, and then every time they make a mistake, they just refuse to accept ownership and say, "Man, we just made a mistake." How do I feel about Netflix buying Warner Bros. Discovery? I'm excited for it, believe it or not. I mean, for crying out, look, I understand people's fear about it, but I mean, look at where Cartoon Network was. You really think it's getting any worse? Probably not, right? Hotel. Yeah, it's random place. Yeah, so stupid. That's what I'm talking about. Just stupid. Every decision they make is just so dumb. You know, Julian is right. Even where they chose to put the hotel was just a stupid decision. Who lives out there? Who lives out there? So dumb. Michael Owling, Nick. Even when Cartoon Network brings back the old shows, they don't even try. Well, here's the thing. Remember when they brought back Powerpuff Girls? Because people asked them to bring back classic shows? And then they, on purpose, they put it in a 9 a.m. time slot where they knew no one would ever watch it. And then they turned around and blamed the fans for not watching it. They're just dicks. They're just assholes. I did not advance, Del. Sunday Pants was kind of over wedges.
Me personally, I was
Problem
into
Solvers
this
Room, that'd be
concept
crazy.
as well, is what the hell is Double D hiding? What's underneath that hat? What do you got under there, Ed? Well, apparently there was a reveal, but it kind of wasn't canon. There was a game that was released called Lunchroom Rumble based on the Ed, Edd and Eddy show. And when you win, there is a screen that congratulates you. And this screen actually has Double D throwing his hat in the air, and you see that he kind of has like a
Isn't their job to
cornrow
introduce
type.
the 90s and 2000s programs to the new generation? No, that's not their job. But their job is to show their programming to their audience. That's their job. Their job is to show their programming to their audience, period. Their job is not that specific to introduce the 90s and 2000s programming to the new generation. No, their job is not that specific. But their job is pretty blanket. But it being a blanket does nothing but support our argument more. Their job is to introduce their content to an audience. They're not doing their job if they're blaming the fans.
Haircut. And sure, it's a very low quality image of his head, but you know, it's definitely
Adult Swim is
interesting.
doing
And
well,
this is
but
the only
it's at Cartoon Network's detriment.
Semi-canon picture.
Cartoon Network. Here's the
of
thing.
Double D without
Forever
his
keep
hat.
this in
We
mind.
finally did it, guys.
The better Adult
We
Swim
finally
does,
solved
the
the
worse it
mystery.
is for
Next,
Cartoon
we have
Network.
the Moxie Show, considered to be
Because here's the
first
thing,
original Cartoon
Warner
Network
Brothers is not going to
animated
sit
show.
here
The interesting
and
part of
pay
this
for
one
two
is it
animation
stars
companies that are both
Bobcat
failing.
Goldthwait, Chris
They'll
Rock,
only
and
pay for
Penn
one.
Jillette. Yeah.
So if Adult Swim is better performing out of the two,
population is on the brink.
See you later,
of
Cartoon
famine.
Network.
Every hour counts.
Don't be surprised. What do we watch?
Children
What? This is one of the weirdest combination of actors I've ever seen in my life. And the show itself was kind of strange, and it also doubled as kind of like a Cartoon Network bumper as well. And I mean, it did pretty well. You know, it lasted a long time, and you know, it got Cartoon Network started on other shows as well, because that was its first original show. Did well enough where they could move on and do more. So it's a good thing. It's cool to see what the first show was, and you could actually see a lot of this stuff.
Cartoon Network's been airing the same shows for the past 2 years,
which I
like
highly
changes every now and
recommend you
again.
do, because a lot of it's interesting. Talking about interesting, the Johnny Bravo talk show called JBVO. Now, this show was just such a cool idea, but I completely get why it didn't last. It was kind of just doomed to fail from the start. But basically, this show
I thought JBVO was
was
a
a
great idea.
request show where Johnny was the host, and viewers of Cartoon Network would request by mail-in, or they'd go to the website and they request episodes. You know, episodes of any show that they wanted to watch. And then
100%
Johnny Bravo would do his type thing, do his little attitude and stuff like that, and do a little commentary, and then play the episode. Which, as a kid, you know, this would be pretty cool to see. You know, your favorite Johnny Bravo character.
Tommy and Tara
addressing
Maguzzi
you
was great.
directly
DC Nation
and
would be
playing
awesome.
Your favorite episodes. But the reason I brought this up not only is because the show is cool,
Honestly,
but also
can
the
do.
fact
Dude,
that
why do you think I stopped
there's
making
one
rants?
interesting
There was no
episode
point.
that has kind
Well, I
of
don't want to say there was.
became a
I
big
don't want to say there was
lost
nobody like
media
listening to anything I was
So
saying,
one
especially when I
time,
was
if
making
you
them. There was a
requested
lot
an
of people listening to me
episode
at the
of Dragon
time.
Ball Z, and the
But
rules of the show is you
nothing
can't
was
play any
changing.
episodes that
They
are
just
30
kept going
minutes
in a
or
horrible
longer. So
direction.
what happened since the episode
Non-stop.
was 30 minutes, Johnny Bravo actually
No accountability. It's
double
terrible.
timed the episode and then
It's terrible.
commentated over the entire episode.
They're
and
actively
gave a
releasing
play-by-play
continuously
as
poor
to what
products
was happening
with
when. And this
zero
was
repercussion
such
on
a
their end.
sought-after episode for so long, and it has been lost media for a very long time until recently. Now, the whole episode was not found, unfortunately, because god damn it, I want to see this. But someone
love regular
uploaded
shows.
like a 5-second clip of Johnny Bravo mentioning.
It's been a minute
the
since I've sat down and
Namekians
watched
and
Cartoon
talking
Network.
about
It's been a
the
long
Namekian
time.
guru and stuff like that.
I think that's the
Apparently,
same
it
for
was
me, Rick.
on
Like, when we're in a
someone's
hotel,
old
I'll watch
VHS tape. It was recorded over something, so there was
Fun.
only
I've been
5 seconds of it recorded. But watching those 5 seconds, it's so surreal, but at the same time, it's so freaking cool. And personally, I want to find this full episode. If anyone has any information, maybe I just missed
Nickelodeon
something.
Hotel had
Maybe
better
I didn't
representation.
research enough. I want to find this.
I think
full
I agree. I
episode.
think I remember
wanna
a little bit
watch
more about
this.
the Nick
It's
Hotel.
so cool. Okay, next.
Kim Manning is the vice
Everyone's
president of
gonna love
Cartoon
this
Network.
one. Wonder Woman facial. Now, again,
I love JBVO as
this
well.
might not be super unknown or obscure.
I
but
hope
it's
DC
one of
opens
those
a
things
theme
as
park.
to
They should.
Why?
I mean, there is
Why did they
Six
do it?
Flags.
So there's
but-
an episode on Teen Titans Go, which you know everybody loves Teen Titans Go, right? Yeah, it's some of your favorite stuff. I mean, sure, it took a fat dump on the original Teen Titans, which actually was a good show, and then belittled the original show and made it look like shit. But anyway, there's a scene on Teen Titans Go that just is problematic. So basically, I guess they're doing a talent show.
I have
don't
no
really
idea,
care to
Nick.
watch the
I really
episode for
don't
context
understand
personally
that,
because you know
department of that
context
company
doesn't
at all.
necessarily make it any better. But Beast Boy, for a talent show, turns into a cow and then just blows his load all over Wonder Woman and the entire judge room. Even blows his load into the mouth of Batman. Like, literally all of them took a fat bukkake in the face. Like, you know that the animators were completely aware of what they were doing. And from some of the stuff we're gonna hear later on, you know those animators are freaks, man. You know they did this on purpose. You know. But just the fact that it was on Teen Titans Go, like the baby version of Teen Titans, is just damn. Damn. Next, we have Rude Removal. Now, this one's pretty interesting. Just another case of them trying to sneak adult stuff into kids' cartoons. And something interesting about this is...
Oh, Puerto Rico.
I
Very
remember
cool.
this episode. I don't know if this is some weird memory jumbo wumbo, but for some reason, I remember this. And this never aired. This was never aired on Cartoon
Christina
Network.
Miller did?
Apparently, it was never aired on Cartoon Network. I don't know. Maybe
Christina Miller
someone
was
had,
really
like, the
bad for
uncut
Cartoon Network.
DVD
Holy
or something
shit,
like
she was
that.
really
But in this
bad, but I
episode,
mean,
Dexter
she wasn't the
invents
star.
a rude removal machine that does, you know, what the name says. It removes the rudeness out of you. And then both Dee Dee and Dexter get in the machine, and they both split into a good version of themselves and a rude version of themselves. In the beginning of this episode, the title screen depicts
honestly, they
Dee Dee
could have picked
flipping
another
the
country.
bird and Dexter mooning the camera. And similar to that
I
SpongeBob
can.
episode where
Teen
they
Titans Go
used, you
still
know,
probably makes a lot
dolphin
of money.
noises to filter out the words, they did that. But in this one,
That's a good question,
it's way
man.
more aggressive. And
Well,
they
this one in
actually used
particular
the
was a banned
real
episode.
Censor sound. Like, instead of them doing it unknowingly, they're
It
aggressively
finally aired on
just
Adult
cussing
Swim.
at Dexter's mom and stuff. It's honestly hilarious.
Hey, where's the f***ing candy? Hey, watch
Watch where you're throwing that!
And you could actually find the entire episode on YouTube, and the episode is, again, hilarious. And not only that, but someone did sentence mixing, which if you guys don't know what sentence mixing is,
Yeah, I know.
basically
Tina's
is when
gonna be
you
going on
take,
for a long time.
words that the characters say, jumble them up to sound like other words. They did that, and they made a very convincing recreation of the episode where they're actually cussing. Not gonna lie, it's pretty
Yeah, there's
good.
nothing to talk about. That dude, Adam, I said
for
the
Tier
same
3,
thing.
Going a bit deeper,
Adam,
baby.
I said the same thing 8 years ago. 8 years ago. There was nothing to talk about then, and there's nothing to talk about now. The network hasn't really changed in 10 years. Nothing has changed. It's pretty fucking bad.
Let's start with
There you go,
something
Spike.
that everyone loves. Cartoon boobies. I know what you watch. I know the stuff you're into.
It's like Modern 2000s
You're
Nick
weird.
running Teen Titans Go
Stop it, it's
forever.
not healthy.
Yeah,
The
honestly.
topless Heather scene in Total Drama Island. Now, Total Drama Island is not, afraid of their controversies. They've had a few. But this one was just interesting because it has a topless, uncensored scene, which as for a channel...
I don't know how I can ring this up. I'm just gonna say this. We'll full screen that. Oh, I'm in the way of it now. Just wanted to bring this to everybody's attention. I mean, I may have said that myself once or twice, or 3 times. Or 4 times.
Whose target audience is children, not okay. But this one's a bit up for debate whether or not it's real or if it's fake. There is a scene on Total Drama Island. And
what?
this is the real scene. This is actual scene in the show where Heather's top gets ripped off by a branch and then she stands up, shows her titties.
I remember watching
but
this
they're
on TV
blurred
when
out.
it came
They're,
out.
like, pixelated out, which I just want to mention. Already weird. Like, these characters are supposed to be 16 years old, or at least Heather is from what I've seen. So it's just the fact of them adding a topless scene at all is just weird. But there's actually a version that was put on YouTube that shows it without the pixelation, and oh my god, it's so convincing, and it's so hard to believe that it's faked. And I just want to mention, it's not confirmed if it's fake. Actually, the majority of people believe it's real. So that begs the question, did the animators actually animate real cartoon boobies and then pixelate it? I mean, why
On
would
a
the scene ever
16-year-old?
be shown in the first place? It doesn't make sense. There's even more rumors that uncensored booby scene was actually aired in Canada, but I mean,
That's
that one's
what I heard.
but
I
the
know I
only
heard that.
reason
I heard that true.
believe that the actual, boobies out version that is on YouTube, you can go watch it. Obviously, I'm not going to show it. The reason I believe it's real is the fact that they pixelated it. They gave like a classic censor pixelation of her boobies instead of doing what most cartoon channels do and just like would cover it with another, like maybe a tree branch. I feel like that shows that they definitely did animate the actual boobies.
Cartoon Network's bring
which
back
is just
Jim Samples.
weird.
Yeah.
Next, we have an
Jim Samples was
alternative
good.
Adventure Time Enchiridion.
I heard
title
Betty
screen.
Cohen is
Now
the
this
best
one,
one, though.
short and sweet. On the episode titled The Enchiridion, the title card was originally supposed to be very graphic, showing Finn basically gutting Jake and ripping out his organs on the title screen, which is pretty graphic. I mean, I can show it on my video, right? Like, I don't think YouTube's gonna take it down or flag me for this, right? But I can see why they opted to get a more censored version of this for kids, because it's honestly quite brutal. I'm not gonna lie. Next, we have the Clarence American Psycho reference, which this one is honestly kind of just hilarious. American Psycho as a whole is just a memeable movie. There are many things in American Psycho that are just ridiculous, but there's a scene in the show,
I don't even know what Jim
Clarence,
Samples is
that
doing
depicts
these
a
days.
recreation of the introduction of the main character in American Psycho. This one is just interesting as
BTV
it's such a
Tunes,
weird
yeah, Mike.
thing for a
It's
kid's
almost
show
honestly
to
one of the
do
only
a
things
nod
relevant
to
to talk
American
about.
Psycho of all things. Anti-racist PSA. Now this one I feel like a lot of people probably have seen, and it was trending on Twitter a little while. The Cartoon Network released an anti-racism PSA depicting 2 kids, one white, one black, talking about getting married when they're older, and then one says they can't get married because the other one's black and one's white. And then they send a Steven Universe character down and says, "Don't be racist." And this, for some reason, made everyone's minds explode. Like, people lost their freaking marbles
Betty Cohen,
about
dude,
this.
yes.
I've never seen so
I
many
heard Betty
people
Cohen was
freak
the best
out over
one.
someone saying don't be racist. But the huge debate
My
was
spleen
like
uploaded
whether
the
or
original
not
television
children
hearing.
should be introduced to
Yeah,
racism
that's what I thought.
or shown
I
what
heard it wasn't
racism
fake either.
is
I heard it
and
was real.
how you shouldn't be racist.
They don't tend to censor
etc.,
that, even
which
I
my
bet
personal
not.
opinion. It's literally a video
I
of someone saying
imagine it
don't
was
be
only for the US.
racist. If kids see a video that says don't be racist, I don't understand how it's bad. But personally, I think the reason people were upset is the kids were gay.
Maybe, Spike.
Esto no es solo combate. Es cine.
But I don't know. I'm not going to get into that. Okay, we're just going to, I just wanted to mention it. We're going to move on. And I just want to say, I said this in the beginning, and I think you're starting to realize Cartoon Network does not have much controversy. I searched, man. I dug. They have nothing compared to Disney or Nickelodeon, which is a good thing. You know, I like Cartoon Network. But moving on, I feel like this is probably one of the biggest controversies they've had. The Moonanites bomb scare. On January 31st, 2007, the city of Boston.
This is the only controversy they've had.
Boston united to fend off a citywide terror threat. And this terror threat came in the form of Moonanites giving you the finger. Apparently, someone mistook these Aqua Teen Hunger Force little things as bombs, which is both scary and kind of hilarious. But Turner Broadcasting, the parent company of Cartoon Network and Adult Swim, got in very big trouble over this ad campaign. It actually terrified many people in Boston. This actually pushed the president of Cartoon Network to literally step down because of this fiasco, and they ended up having to pay Boston $1 million settlement over an ad campaign, which, I mean, you know, in hindsight, you know, putting fake bomb-looking things on an ad, maybe not the best idea. All right. We're moving down a bit on to tier 4, baby. This one's gonna be full of theories of different shows. You may or may not have heard of these, but a lot of them make sense, and a lot of them are very interesting. The post-depression theory of Scooby-Doo. This one is very interesting and a well-accepted theory of why the world that Mysterious Gang living in is always broken down and kind of shitty. And also the theory of why everyone kind of wears a mask. So this theory states that the original Scooby-Doo cartoon took place during a period of economic depression.
Well,
you know, making sense
I mean,
of why every
if he
place
really
you
does
visit
work for
ends up being run
HGTV
down
now, I
and
mean, we can
kinda
kind of
crap.
prove
the
he didn't
economic
do it.
depression was so terrible
Sure as
that
heck ain't doing
it
anything
even
over there.
affected famous people like celebrities, professors, and even athletes, you know, like some of the villains on the show. And because of these setbacks, many of these highly respected individuals devoted themselves to a life of crime, often disguising themselves as monsters to evade blame. This also explains why
Do I
the
think
teenage
Christina Miller
characters
was never
are never
CEO?
seen in school because
Cartoon Network would be
during
more
this time,
successful?
all schools are shut down. Additionally,
I think
since
the answer to
gang
that
is
question,
always
well,
in their
I think,
van
well, here's
with
the
no
thing.
clear
It depends
destination,
on
it's
who
kind of
was
highly
taking her
accepted
spot.
that all of them are homeless because of the economic depression, which, you know, does explain a lot about
I think
the
if
show
Michael,
and
if
does
it was
match
Michael
up pretty well,
Alwyn the
but it's
entire
just a
time, I think
theory.
we'd
I'm not
probably
gonna
be in
do
a
it.
very similar position as where we are.
I'm not going to say the thing. Now for the next theory. This
But
one, I love this
but I
theory.
do
I've heard
think
this
would
one
probably
before,
be
and it
in a better
explained a lot
position.
for me.
But I want to
The
make it very
Ed,
clear
Ed,
that
and
when I
Eddie
say
purgatory
better
theory.
position,
Now, this one I remember reading when I was
I
younger,
mean,
and it
like,
made so much sense. Now, when you watch Ed and Eddie, do you ever get this like
a
weird
difference of
vibe,
like 1%.
almost a sense of loneliness and separation, and kind of the
Not
feeling
much more
of
than
like
that.
a creepypasta, where like something unknown is there and you don't know what it is.
I'm
I
tired
remember
of
there
them
was a
talking
scene
about
in the
this
show
Ed and Eddie
where
theory.
it just
By the way, this is one of the biggest theories when it comes to Cartoon Network, and I can't stand this theory. I think it is so lazy. I think it is so. I mean, you want to know the equivalent of this theory is you got high one night with your friends and said a stupid thing. Well, now everyone on the internet is talking about the stupid thing, and it's like it's a fun idea. Again, it's a fun thing to bring up with a friend of yours while you're playing a game or you're watching episodes of Ed, Edd n Eddy. Be like, oh, you know, wouldn't that be interesting? But now everyone talks about it, and when everyone starts to talk about it, it's just like, well, it doesn't work because it's none of it's real and all of it's fake. It was just fake stuff.
silently showed different shots of the cul-de-sac, and I was so unsettled and I couldn't understand why. Well, there's this theory out there that kind of explains it to an extent. You ever notice that there's never any adults, or at least, you know, never any adults to show their faces? According to this theory, the children of the cul-de-sac all hail from different areas, spanning from the early 1900s to the 2000s, and they're all living in purgatory. story. And this would explain why the year of the show is never really explained and kind of hard to pinpoint. But every single character can be traced back to a different era of life. You know, Rolf was in the 1900s, and apparently he died from his farm animals stampeding over him, and that's why his farm animals are with him. Johnny came from 1922 and died after a long fight of tuberculosis. Eddie was born in New York City during the Great Depression, didn't have a father, so he spent most of his time trying to con people in order to make money to survive. And apparently he was always with his brother, and that's why he looks up to his brother so much during the show. And then we have Ed and Sarah's father, who died in World War II, and as a result, their mother became very distant, which is why we always see Sarah as such a bossy, controlling attitude toward her brother, because she's kind of playing the role of a parent toward him. And apparently they died in a freak car
I think it looks
accident.
great,
There's
Mike.
actually like very detailed descriptions of every single character. And this last one is just why? So Naz came from the 70s with hippie parents.
Let's see if we can skip past this one. I'm tired of this
Skull
theory.
and You. Now, the reason this one's so creepy is it depicts a black and white Billy and Mandy. However, they look a bit different, as Mandy...
This is the original pilot, I believe.
He has a gigantic smile plastered across her face, and then she drills a hole in Billy's head, and then it just starts spurting out blood everywhere. Like, it literally looks like this is just a creepypasta. And this later turned out to be the beginning of what would be the final show of, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I guess this explains why Billy acts the way he does.
Dude, I'm
That's the only thing I can
shocked
think of.
Boomerang is
But
still
very creepy. That's all I'll say. Tier 5. So this one has
what do you
everything
want to
that
do with
would
that?
be considered triggering or unsettling. So, fair warning before we get into this. Tier 5.
Unfortunately,
so this one has
I won't be able
everything
to
would
answer
be
that question as much
triggering
as,
or
as much as you
unsettling.
probably
So,
like me to,
fair
only
warning
because
before we
just
get into this.
fact
So
of the
next we have
matter is,
Skylar
it's your
Page
channel.
controversy. This one is just
I could probably tell you a
kind
bunch of stuff
strange.
to
On
do
July
with it,
3rd, 2014,
but
Skylar
at the end
Page
of the
was
day,
fired from Cartoon.
my biggest advice when it comes to YouTube is you have to do the type of content that you want to do. Because if you don't want to do it, you will burn out very quick, and you won't want to do it. And you don't ever want to treat YouTube as something that is an inconvenience. YouTube should definitely be something that you do for fun. So if you're not having fun with it, don't do it. And so I'm just afraid I'm going to tell you to do something, and it's not going to be any fun for you. Because I would recommend, like, I don't know, maybe like podcasting or more streaming like I do. I'm just not sure you're up for that.
Bipolar does not cause sexual harassment, But then he was accused of sexually harassing someone named Emily Partridge.
Yeah, me too, Nick. I'm so tired of them.
Jeff Rose said on his Tumblr page that Skylar is currently in the hospital seeking medical treatment for his bipolar disorder. Supposedly, he did stuff like putting cigarettes up his nose and running around shirtless, which I guess could be like a manic episode of a bipolar situation, but the sexual harassment, that you can't blame that on bipolar. And apparently the sexual harassment, which makes this even weirder, is Skylar Page just made an E.T. hand toward Emily Partridge's crotch. So basically he just poked her crotch. And I don't know if he's using the ET as like an excuse or like a way to explain it away as a joke, but in what way is that normal or okay? But this one's just interesting, with this mental break and the bipolar disorder and then the ET crotch poke. And now we got another instance of animators being weird. Now this one, I'll admit, is more of just like funny, I guess, compared to anything else. So Rebecca Sugar is the creator of Steven Universe. I don't know why.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. When I got out, I knew that I wanted to go back to school.
It keeps being Steven Universe. And again, this one's just funny. She drew some nice Ed, Edd and Eddie porn, like full-on Ed, Edd and Eddie getting it. I'm gonna mention they made a porn beforehand. No, it's not just a theory just to be a theory. It's actually real. What if I told you Courage the Cowardly Dog was based on a true story? The rundown old house you see in every single episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog, what if that was based on a true location? And this real location has a very interesting backstory.
Now I do want to mention this theory did get a little bit popular, like in the realm of Reddit and maybe a little bit on TikTok and just, Twitter posts here and there. And a lot of the facts of this are kind of all over the place, but I did my best to research as much as possible to kind of figure out what really is going on and what actually happened at this house. Now, a lot of people say it was an elderly couple and a dog, but actually it was an elderly couple and a cat, which I mean, to be fair, the pet doesn't really matter
Doing some
regardless.
quick
you know,
par
just the
sharing,
pet. They were
and I'll be
named for
right back.
William and Margaret. William was apparently described as a not so nice person, whereas Margaret was described as a very nice person. They owned a business called Patterson Photo Supply. And the reason this is so talked about is the fact that they were actually known in the community, and their disappearances are still not solved to this day. There's definitely a lot of mystery and theories that go behind this. I mean, this case, again, still hasn't been solved and still is open. Apparently, friends of the couple told police that they went on an extended vacation to Florida and had sent instructions to distribute their assets and property to their friends, family, and employees, which obviously is pretty suspicious. And also friends who have talked to him days before the disappearances heard nothing about them traveling or going on vacation, or even seemed like anything was off at all. It just seemed like a normal day for them. And what makes things even weirder is some friends even mentioned that they actually made plans to hang out like a week in advance, you know, before they disappeared. And the scene that was described at the house is as following. Margaret's fur coat and the couple's other expensive clothes were left at the cleaners. The house was in complete chaos with piles of dishes in the sink, and the house was described by police
I've heard
as
this
being
theory as
devoid
well.
of
I don't
life.
think this is
So
true
the
either.
Theories as to what happened, and I'll talk about what I personally think happened. Now, obviously, these theories include many different things going up to UFOs and even aliens. You guys know how it is. And the very popular accepted theory is the idea of skinwalker, which is what the theory is. You know, it's called the skinwalker theory, where a lot of people said that this couple saw many sightings of skinwalkers and reported them to police and stuff like that. But there's so many contradicting articles. Some people say that's not true. Some people say it's definitely true. You kind of just gotta, you know, take it with a grain of salt. And apparently in 1984, the Pattersons' former caretaker confessed to seeing
It also
and
Andy
picking
Graham
up
was like
blood
at
in
5
the garage
a.m.
as
Wow.
part of a scalp on the Pattersons' boat. And he also claimed to have seen an associate of the Pattersons put a blood
I don't
sheet
think
in
their
the
physical
trunk of their
media will
car.
stop.
And apparently
I
the
think you're
reason he
good
never
in
said
thinking
anything
that.
about it
I
is
think
the
it's
fear
fine.
of deportation, since he was
Could be wrong,
technically
though.
undocumented. So let's talk about what I personally think happened. There's this man named David Ray Parker, and he has another nickname. He was called the Toy Box Killer. So Margaret and William Patterson and their pet lived in a town called Truth and Consequence. This man named David Ray Parker, or better known as Toy Box Killer, was living in a town called Elephant Boot or Butt, I don't know. But that was approximately 7 miles north of Truth and Consequence. And let's give you guys a little bit of an idea of what this man was known for. David Parker Ray was an American kidnapper, torturer, and suspected serial killer. Though no bodies were found, Ray was accused by his accomplices of killing several women and was suspected by the police to have murdered as many as 60 plus women from Arizona. Apparently, Ray
I agree. I think
soundproofed a
Boomerang does get more
semi-trailer,
views
which he
than
called his
Carson Ray does.
toy box, and equipped it with items used for sexual torture. He would kidnap between 5 to 6 women a year, holding each of them captive for around 3 to 4 months.
I hear you,
this
Adam.
period,
What,
he would sexually abuse his
I'm te-
victims,
I-
sometimes
I'm telling you,
involving
man,
his
it really
dog
is just
or
this-
his
this,
wife,
this
who
easy.
participated willingly
Just kind of
in her
ask yourself,
husband's
like,
crimes. And he
what
would
type of
often
content
torture
do you
them
want to
with
make?
surgical instrument. Then Ray would
Because I
drug
spent
them
the
with
longest
barbiturates,
time
which,
trying to
apparently is a
figure
drug
out,
that
like,
acts as a
what
central
kind of
nervous system
content
suppressant in an attempt
would
to
be the
erase
most
their memories of
clickable,
what
what kind
happened,
of
and then he
content
kind
would
of
be
just drops
is the
them
most
on the side of the
hot.
road.
And
Ray
I
was
still do
convicted of
stuff like that
kidnapping and torture in
occasionally. You know, it's a give and a
2001, for which
take.
he received
I make
a
videos I
lengthy
want to
sentence,
make.
but unfortunately,
I make
he was
videos I
never
don't
convicted
necessarily
of
want to
murder,
make, but I
and then he
know
died
people
of a
want to
heart
see.
attack about
Right?
1
So
year
it's a bit of a
after
give
his
and take there.
convictions in 2
But
cases. And if
you
we
know,
want to get a
if
little
ever
bit more
I'm not
detailed,
feeling like
because
doing a
this does
video I
go
don't
into
want to
more
do,
detail,
I'll always
he
do a
apparently
video I
killed
do
his
want to
victims
do.
using
You
whips,
know?
chains,
So I really
pulleys,
just recommend
straps,
that.
clamps, leg
Like one of the
spreader
things I'm
bars,
going to start
surgical
doing very
blades.
soon on the channel is I'm going to start doing comic historian style videos, but with the Cartoon Network Block Party comics, as well as the new recent IDW and Dynamite comics, which I've been wanting to do forever. So that's something I want to do just because it's fun. I don't know if anyone will watch it, and but it's what I want to do. So
electric shock machines and saws.
yeah,
Holy
I don't
shit.
know.
And
I'm
apparently
waiting to
there was a
hear from
mirror
John or
mounted
Dilworth that
on
even
the
this is
ceiling
true.
above the table to which he strapped his victim. How did this man not get charged with murder? But anyway, getting to my theory, this man killed 60 plus people, and he lived 7 miles from Truth and Consequence, and apparently he was known to go to different towns to kidnap people and to, you know, do whatever he did. And as it said in the police report, there has been 0 bodies found. He's been accused of 60 plus murders. However, 0 bodies found, and that couple are completely missing. And they were completely missing out of the blue with no response from anyone, with no signs showing that they were going to leave. And apparently by this article, their friends received notes from them saying where they were going and what they were doing. So the possibility is there that David Ray Parker potentially kidnapped both of them and, you know, did whatever he did and then left notes for their friends. Now you gotta remember, this was in the 80s. You know, serial killers and murderers kind of could just do what they want and not get caught. That's just kind of how it was. But how they kind of just disappeared out of the blue, plus this David Ray Parker guy 7 miles down the road, convicted of kidnapping and killing 60+ people, and none of those people have been found. It kind of starts connecting the dots, you know what I mean? And the house that everyone relates this to is none other than this house, which is actually located in Truth and Consequence. Now, I don't actually believe the Pattersons lived in this house necessarily. Apparently they lived somewhere else, but this house is located in Truth and Consequence, which is the same town where this took place. So a lot of the dots are really starting to connect here. And if this was the main inspiration for Courage the Cowardly Dog, man, that makes the show 1,000 times more creepy. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Courage the Cowardly Dog theory, and that is the Cartoon Network iceberg. Now, it's a good and technically a bad thing at the same time that I could not find much on Cartoon Network. Like, I dug for hours and hours on end, trying to find as much as I could, as much dirt as possible on Cartoon Network. And I'll be honest, there's not much. Now, as I said before, this could be a good thing or this could be a bad thing. That could just mean the Cartoon Network is good at hiding things, or that could just mean Cartoon Network is actually surprisingly a good studio who doesn't do disgusting things like Nickelodeon or Disney. But I will admit, that is hard to believe. But a part of me wants to believe that Cartoon Network is actually this good and not as terrible as these other companies. But what do you guys think? Leave in the comments below. Do you think Cartoon Network has some stuff that I don't know about? If you want to tell me about something that I maybe have missed, please leave in the comments below. If you want to see a different type of iceberg, please let me know what kind of iceberg you'd like me to cover next, because I do enjoy going down these rabbit holes with you guys. So thank you so much for watching this video. Please like and subscribe. Tell your friends about me, especially your mom.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Do you think these, but it's ruined by AI videos on YouTube, are kind of creepy? I don't really know what your question is asking me. I understand it's about AI videos, but I don't really know exactly what the rest of your context of the question is. You okay over there, Vinstel? You should, Adam. I'm telling you. It'll make your... I'm just trying to give you advice that will work. Because I'm telling you, man, it's so easy to get burnt out on YouTube. It just is. It's so easy. Nice, Julian. You got this. Sounds great, Brick. Enjoy the rest of your night, bro. I don't know what kind of things Nick or Disney has done, to be honest with you. I really don't even know why I got logged into the bar channel. Let me know how that happened. There we go. Okay. Tom and Jerry memes, Learning with Pibby virality, Soy People, Jake's Death comic, CN City, Looney Tunes logo, Topless Heather, Season 1 and Beyond Theory, CTCD, Captain Planet on population control, Mammy Two Shoes and nudes, and Cartoon Network website hacks. Good on you, Ben.
Tom and Jerry memes. Over the years, scenes from the original Tom and Jerry series have been used in viral meme templates like these. It's pretty funny to think that this series is decades old, but is still relevant and has a presence in social media in the form.
They're like videos of certain shows, but they're being ruined by AI. Again, I'm curious what you're referring to. Are you referring to scene ruined by AI? Are you talking like these clips, like, oh, Spider-Man 2002, but it's ruined by AI? Are you talking about this, or are you being literal and you're saying that AI is ruining things. That I just want to make sure. If you're talking about these, I have seen these. I haven't seen a lot of them, but I've seen a couple of them.
Of memes. Jake's death comic. Steve Wolfhard, a crew member, created a comic about a headcanon he had about Jake's death, in which Jake's body blows up in size after his passing, eventually filling the empty crater anew. This is not canon, but since it is from a crew member who did create lore for the future of the show, there's a bit more credibility than just some random fan's creation. Topless Heather. Topless Heather is referencing the scene in which, during a challenge, a branch rips off Heather's bra and accidentally exposes her boobs to everyone. Of course, in the episode's broadcasting...
Oh, dude, Tom and Jerry is huge. Are you excited for the new one? The anime? The little anime chibi
have
one?
Allegedly posted the raw scene onto YouTube. I cannot confirm nor deny this, being that we
I
are
mean,
YouTube friendly here.
I could check him out, Spike. Let me see. Oh, well, that's an old one. That's from Monsters Review. Fourth ranked is best. I don't know if I really want to see that.
Sponsored by Surfshark VP.
3 years. These are all old videos. It's not that I don't want to watch them, but it's just like we have so much more information since then. Murray Vation. Yeah, but the problem with these YouTubers, like, again, like, they make great content, but they just don't really say anything that I don't already know. You know what I mean?
I will only show the censored scene.
Okay, we saw this already.
Tom and Jerry. As of the 21st century, the Mammy's appearances have often been edited out, dubbed, censored, or simply reanimated as a slim white woman in television broadcasts, as the archetype generated widespread controversy, because you know it's a racist character type. I mean, take a look.
Well, do you guys want me to watch a couple of those Ruined by AI videos? It was his retrospective of CN City, Nick.
Learning with
yeah, I forget what it's called.
Okay,
it's don't think Tom and Jerry anime like it's like Demon Slayer, but it's like Tom and Jerry. What's the name of it? Goko. That's it. It's this one here. It's this little cutesy chibi anime for Tom and Jerry.
Crossover of your favorite cartoon characters.
What up, number 4?
That's kind of the vibe the first teaser of this potential up-and-coming animated series gives off. We see a mix of old and new-gen cartoons.
Yeah, I was on my phone.
From Gumball and Finn the Human to the Powerpuff Girls and the Flintstones, and all are introduced as creepy, glitched out characters. Though Pibby looks like a children's show at the start of the teaser,
I wish
psychedelic.
I wish there was some Cartoon Network information to say.
Not only is the glitch animation unsettling and surreal, but the music also suits it perfectly. In a single shot from the clip, we see the lion from Steven Universe, Lady Rainicorn from The Adventure Time, and Plank from Ed, Edd n Eddy. That one was unexpected, to be honest. This show is obviously targeting an older age demographic. I mean, it's an Adult Swim, although I believe it is produced by Cartoon Network Studios. The trailer was rather vague, but was intriguing, and left enough space for viewers to come up with their own ideas on what they believe the show to be, leading fans to create their own edits/creations surrounding the teaser's elements. Cartoon Network City. The Cartoon Network City era was the fourth era of Cartoon Network. It began on June 14th, 2004, replacing Powerhouse, and was the main branding image of the network from that point until April 2nd, 2006, when the Yes era began. The era was named for its bumpers, which were set in a CGI city, and featured Cartoon Network characters interacting with one another. These bumpers were produced by Animal Logic. The City era is notable for the new logo brought with it. Also, the emergence of more Cartoon Network
there
series,
is
which began to replace the classic
there
cartoons.
Was
live-action programming also
Cartoon
began
Network used to
airing
be
on Cartoon
so
Network during
rich
this era, which ultimately flopped though.
Like when you make something, there's kind of layers to it. Like yeah, there's the surface level of you're just watching it. I'm just watching things on a screen move. Like all right, but then if you've seen enough of those, you can watch one that you can tell looks better than the rest. And you start asking yourself, why does it? Why am I enjoying this more? And I think once you start to analyze that, you know, you really can start finding out a lot of things.
Ugly Dog season 1
nice,
and
Two-Headed Duck.
Beyond theories.
Yeah, it looks good. I
This
can't
theory
wait for
proposes
it.
that Muriel and Eustace died in season 1, and all the episodes afterwards are just figments of Courage's imagination. The evidence being the final scene from the season where Courage controls Eustace and Muriel as puppets from the staircase and reenacts Eustace trying to scare Courage with the Ooga Booga.
I mean, I would love to watch.
Courage
I
leaps
mean, I
down
wouldn't
back
be
into
against watching
Muriel's
Monsters
lap
review
and acts out
videos
a
at all. I
scared
mean, like I said, he's
reaction.
my friend.
Closing the episode and
my
season
only
1
issue is
with
just that they're
the things
old
I do for love.
videos. So like
This is a pretty dark season
the stuff
ending
that's being
for a
discussed
children's
in
show,
them
but the
is just
creator is a big
outdated.
fan of letting viewers
You know what
come
I mean?
to their own
It's
conclusions
just
on what the
looking at
myth is.
a perspective that just really kind of doesn't exist
Nudes
anymore.
were the 8th brand
I
new
mean,
Cartoon
I don't want to say those
Network. It
perspectives
debuted
don't
on
exist
July
anymore,
14th,
but they're just so much
2008,
more
replacing the fall
nuanced and
brand.
intricate now.
Made in collaboration with Kid Robot.
There's
and
so much more
Capacity.
information
The
that
bumpers
has been
showed
released
various
since
dummy figures called nudes, interacting with colors and transforming into various Cartoon Network characters from the time. The nudes were based on do-it-yourself toys called Moonies.
So soft, so dry. Huggies Ultra Soft.
The beach is the only place where they get along. Now imagine them getting along for a week straight. If you book that trip early on Vrbo, you could save over $530. That's the way to 30A.
Soy people. Soy people is a food that rainicorns eat instead of real human flesh. Introduced in the episode Her Pants, at the end of the episode, Ethel explains that because all humans are thought to be extinct, they have never tasted real human flesh, but soy people is supposed to taste exactly the same and is apparently delicious. It looks like a ball of dumpling marinated in soy sauce that has a smiley face. Fan reluctantly took a bite out of it and apparently liked it. It's kind of creepy until you find out that it parallels the real world. According to the testimony of people who have actually eaten other people, aka cannibalisms, or cannibals I guess, the taste of human meat does not reflect the beef-like appearance. Both serial killers and Polynesian cannibals have described human as being most akin to pork than anything else. Bacon do be good. The Looney Tunes logo, Mandela effect. How do you guys remember the tunes and Looney Tunes being spelled? With 2 O's or a single U, like musical tunes? Well, it has always been spelled with a single U, though lots of people remember it being spelled with 2 O's, to fit the aesthetic of the whole cartoon theme.
No, it was always Looney Tunes with a U-N-E-S. It was always that because it was always musically intricate. That's why it was like that on purpose.
But this has never been the case.
No, never.
How do you guys remember it?
I think I've always found that specific Mandela effect to always just be. I always just put that up to you weren't paying attention. Like you just weren't paying enough attention. And I think that's what a lot of Mandela effects are. I think all of them stem from some kind of you just weren't paying enough attention. But I think Looney Tunes, if you really thought it was T-O-O-N-S, you just weren't paying attention.
Captain Planet on population control. They had Hitler and Captain Planet. Like, bruh, they had no boundaries on
Look
the
at that
topic.
boomerang logo with Hitler there.
Anyways, there was this one episode where they touch on the topic of overpopulation. Captain
Adam's
Planet
back.
concludes that the city is growing way too fast and
Holy
is supported
Ad,
by
you're
the
getting really
kids,
creative these
almost
days.
sounding like
Why,
propaganda.
what happened?
This city is growing too fast.
I love
It's
Powerhouse.
just not
Powerhouse is
safe.
great.
Maybe there are just too many people in one place.
If the number of people in our
I know, that's
planet
right,
is
Ken.
growing-
Hey, I didn't mind the
Overall,
logo
strange
change.
episode with the strange
But
message.
I don't think we're ever going
And
back.
It's rather creepy to think about it.
Talk
The
about
Cartoon
nice.
Network website hacks. The Cartoon Network website hacks was an
Ooh, very
incident
cool,
affecting
Nick.
websites for Cartoon
I
Network
need to reach back
Brazil,
out to that guy. I
Cartoon
haven't talked to
Network
him in
Hungary,
years.
and Cartoon Network UK. Videos on the sites were replaced with bait and switch media, including Ricardo Milo's dance, and funny Arab memes from r/Arab Funny. News of the hack traveled across social media. On r/Arab Funny, somebody realized that one of the episodes of The Amazing World of Gumball on the UK site had been replaced with a video from their subreddit. Take a look. Now let's move on to the shallow waters.
What? Oh, here we go. All right, hold on. Chris, okay. Cal Art Style, Dexter's Root Removal, CN Family Guy, okay. Benson getting drunk off wings. Sunday Pants, the Juke Fangirl, Tina's a good work door. The network, edited. Dude, can we have one video where they don't talk about that? I'm so tired of that theory, dude.
Chris is a predator. In the total drama series, the contestants of the show are said to be around the age of 16, while Chris is a 30-year-old.
Yeah, Merry
man,
Melodies.
a
Yeah,
pretty
exactly.
large age gap.
Silly
You would think that
Symphonies,
Chris would
100%.
hesitate
Looney
on hitting on one
Tunes.
of
Yeah,
the
that was the whole
contestants.
idea.
But this is wrong, as he shows a clear romantic interest in Lindsay, being very outspoken about his attraction towards the girl. In Canada, the age of consent is 16, but if you're a bit younger, the gap must not be more than 5 years, meaning, for example, a 15-year-old can consent to have sexual intercourse with a 20-year-old, but not with a 21-year-old. This means that though Chris's comments are creepy, he will not go to prison if she's truly 16 years of age and consents, because it's legal in Canada. I wonder if the showrunners ever took this into consideration, or if this is just a normal in Canada and strange for us American viewers. Let us know in the comments. Sunday Pants. After its predecessor, What a Cartoon, Cartoon Network produced an all-new animated short series consisting of overseas shorts, pilots, college shorts, or even shorts created for the show itself. The show was called Sunday Pants. It first aired on the day of October 2nd, 2005. The anthology varies on different types of animation, from traditional hand-drawn animation to flash, or even CGI at times, similar to shows like MTV's Liquid Television and Nickelodeon's Kablam. The Juke Fangirl. Juke is a supporting character in the amazing world of Gumball. He is a student that transferred to Elmore from his hometown.
I liked OG
Boombox
Total Drama
World.
Island to a
Nobody
degree.
ever understands what he's saying because he
Fred
only speaks
Burger?
in
Yeah,
a
he's great.
combination of electric drums and
Fred
beatboxing.
Burger!
Supposedly, a fangirl cut his name into
Yes.
her arm. And this went semi-viral on some Amazing World of Gumball fan forums. Nonetheless, I couldn't find anything on it. It may have been taken down by Tumblr already due to self-harm guidelines, and nor would I ever show it on my channel either. If anybody knows about this, leave some more information in the comments. Skylar Page essay claims. I'm trying to be YouTube friendly here, so I'm going to use the acronym SA. So if you don't know what that means, try Googling it. In July of 2014, Skylar Page, the creator of Clarence, was accused of SA by Emily Partridge, the storyboard revisionist for the series Adventure Time. After finding this out, Cartoon Network fired him and replaced him with Rothbill. After her coming out, others began to speak out against him. Another source from the Clarence Wiki states Skylar Page was fired from Cartoon Network for having a mental breakdown, and frequently caused by his bipolar after the allegations of sexual harassment. Jeff Rose said on his Tumblr page that Skylar is currently in the hospital seeking medical treatment for his bipolar disorder. Supposedly, he did other stuff like putting cigarettes up his nose and running around shirtless. There are no other videos or photos related to the incident, but it is certain that it happened through posts made by Emily Partridge. In 2016, a friend of Skylar named Mike Toole revealed what Skylar actually did. According to Mike, Skylar stuck an ET hand near Emily's crotch, which in result got him fired.
What?
The sights, the sounds, the
That's
styles.
stupid.
Get tickets at Ticketmaster. An experience and
Cal Art Style. This entry is regarding the topic of the Cal Art Style. If you don't already know, the Cal Art Style is the practice of a particular type of
Purgatory theory is
character
so
design
dumb.
that can be seen all throughout modern-day animation, with multiple characters spanning different networks sharing similar facial features. The reason that it's called Cal Arts is because most of those who designed the characters in these animations attended California art schools, specifically the California Institute of Art. But this theory has been criticized as the multiple shows used as examples for this have unique animation styles of their own, and most of the animators didn't even attend Cal Arts. But who knows? What do you think? Cartoon Network Family Guy. Larry and Steve is a What a Cartoon episode directed by Seth MacFarlane. The short would
I was
eventually
wondering what
become
this was
what we
gonna
now know as Family Guy, while Larry and Steve were changed to Peter and
It's
Brian
such a
Griffin,
misleading
pilot
way to
character similar
call it the
Quagmire
Cartoon
also
Network. I
appeared.
mean, it's not wrong,
Teen
but
Titans Go adored by the network. I guess this is speaking on a scheduling controversy about how they have constant reruns of the show on the Cartoon Network channel, pushing away tons of mature viewers. But this could also be in reference to it not being canceled after years of constant hate.
Wait, what do you mean you think? Did you not make this iceberg?
From the public. There was even a petition made to cancel the show, racking up thousands of supporters. Warner Bros. And DC Comics saw that action-based animated shows were on a decline and becoming less popular amongst their audience, so they decided to take a different approach by making the series less serious and more goofier, meaning that fighting scenes weren't going to be prominent in this new
Checker
series.
Pass is on right now?
And instead, it was going to focus on the superheroes' downtime.
We never
Creators
talked
Michael
about that, by the way. I meant to, and I forgot. Well, that didn't take long now, did it, boys? Didn't take long at all. Already back. How about that? And didn't it just kind of come back with like no advertisement? This is kind of, I don't understand this question. Yeah, but that's what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with him airing the whole show? Well, that's exactly why they're airing it. Well, but here's the thing. It is aired during the daytimes. This comes on at 4 o'clock. Yeah, I mean, they're not really providing much hard-hitting journalism here. What else are people saying? Yeah, I don't know why only Dexter. I don't know. Why Dexter's Lab specifically? Wish I still maybe they're, I don't know. I don't know why people are. I'm sure they won't only have Dexter forever. What Losing Cause Futurama does to a network? I think they're airing it because they just maybe. You gotta make the most of this. Resurrection, small victories, always a twist. Yeah, but they have been. Calm down. They probably will again. Tagging Lula Loopsy, tagging Rebel Taxi. Nobody tags me anymore, huh? I'm kidding. I know you guys tag me. I know. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say. Glad it's back, I guess.
Hellenic and Aaron Horvath admitted that they've never watched the entire Teen Titans original series and merely watched selected episodes to get ideas for some Teen Titans Go episodes, which is a major reason why it's not really similar to the original in both the artistic style and also character personalities. The Alla Tyler video. Alla Tyler is the ship name for Alejandro and Tyler. This is in reference to the totally not safe for work video of them doing it together, if you know what I mean. Of course, I can't show any clip whatsoever of it on here.
35,000 views a day is so pathetic.
Here, because, you know, it's YouTube, and we're trying to keep it friendly, but it does exist. I mean, search it up on Google, I guess. Dexter's Rude Removal. Rude Removal is an episode of Dexter's Laboratory that was originally intended to be part of an episode for Season 2. Instead, Rude Removal was quickly banned and rejected from airing on Cartoon Network due to the characters swearing, even though the profane words themselves weren't
they're probably
censored.
just like, let's air
They
some
even
Dexter,
had Dee Dee
probably.
giving us the bird in the intro card. In this episode, Dexter invents a rude removal machine that separates his and Dee Dee's rude behavior from their good behavior. However,
I don't
chaos
know why
ensues
either
when the
PR,
rude
to be honest with
clones
you.
head out of the lab and tear up the house, leaving an angry mom in their wake. The episode only aired at some animation festivals before Adult Swim got a copy
Okay,
of
here
the
we go.
episode. Just a cartoon.
Playing on
He's about to start the
iPhone? Now
Moxie
you can
portion.
play Unlocked on PC with Google Play Games. Unlock bigger screens and better controls for even sweeter battles. Go play on PC with Google Play Games. Download now.
But it's fun to speculate. The Moxie Show. The Moxie Show was an animated anthology television
what do you mean,
series
Liam?
produced
What are
by
you talking about?
Hanna-Barbera and is the first Cartoon Network original series. The show ran on May 25th, 1996, originally as The Moxie Pirate Show, and consisted of classic cartoons divided by 3D animated interstitials featuring Moxie, a dog, and another character named Flea.
Why is this show in the middle of the iceberg? Wouldn't this show be at the top? Like, yes, it's like kind of forgotten, but like it's not like it's like super lost media, or it's not like anyone doesn't remember it or anything like that. I don't know why it's not on the top.
It didn't gain much popularity amongst Cartoon Network fans. And since the
I
footage
think
of
as
the
you
show
get
is still
deeper, you
missing.
should get more and
Now
more
let's
and
move
more
on
and
to
more
the Abyss.
obscure. Reboot the Moxie Show. All right, here we go. What are we looking at here? Cartoon Network invades Nickelodeon. American Psycho reference. Oh my god, I'm so sick. It's the same one. Dude, we need to do an iceberg chat, just so we can be about different stuff. I don't know what Toon Face is. Terror Tales of the Park 2 deleted ending. I don't know what any of that is.
Cartoon Network invades Nickelodeon. This is referencing the time Cartoon Network
I mean,
advertised themselves.
It is lost media, but like, I mean, to what extent that it doesn't have a DVD? I don't know. You can kind of see a lot of clips online of the Moxie Show. I mean, I guess it did have episodes, right?
It's on Nickelodeon.
Or was it
At the
just
time,
was
Nickelodeon
Moxie
themselves
just a
weren't
host?
reviewing the play's
Moxie was just a
ads,
host, wasn't
leaving
it?
it to standards and practices.
I believe
to
so.
take
I
care
think a
of.
lot of its segments
so
are
Cartoon
already still
Network took
online.
advantage of this and advertised their Cartoon Fridays block on their channel. Ed throwing his hat off in Lunchroom Rumble.
I can't
One of
stand
the
this.
show's
This is in
biggest
here.
mysteries for a long time was what's Ed's hat hiding underneath it.
Cartoon Network originally
Until we
aired in the
finally got a
90s,
non-official
2000s, you could
answer
have a
from
revival
Cartoon
or
Network
reboot.
themselves and the
Maybe
official
Dexter's
Ed and
Lab, I
Eddie
guess.
Flash game titled Lunchroom
Me TV
Rumble.
News averaging
We can
80,000
see what
viewers.
Ed
That's
looks
pretty
like
crazy.
without a hat, but it's very grainy and it's not the best quality either. Also, it's not from Danny himself, the creator of the show. It's from Cartoon Network Studios. Is Tom gray or blue?
Yeah, agreed.
There's been some
There's
debate
just a lot
trying
of
to
the
figure
same
out Tom's
copy-paste,
most
yeah.
prominent color throughout the series, and whether it was gray or blue. Well, most people seem to agree that it has always fluctuated throughout episodes, but that he
Adult
was
Swim
primarily
iceberg.
dark
Yeah, we
blue.
can check one out.
What do you think? Is this some sort of Mandela effect? And do you remember him always being gray? Let me know in the comments. This one did trip me up a bit, not gonna lie.
Tom is
Two-Face.
always gray.
Two-Face is a
It's just,
series
I
of
mean,
shorts in which characters from
he's
Cartoon
a
Network
character that's been
shows
around since what,
interact
the
on his social
40s?
media
I mean,
called Toonface.
I think gray
which is a
just
parody
would
of
change
Facebook.
depending on who the animator
Yep,
was.
that's pretty much it. American Psycho reference. So you guys know American Psycho, right? That movie about the rich guy with an ego who
Oh,
kills
any of the
people and hires
DCAU,
hookers?
Cameron.
Yep, it's
Easy.
referenced in one of the least
It ain't
suspected
all of
shows.
the DCAU should
This
be on-
entry is referencing
All
the
of that
scene in
should
which
already
Jeff
be on
parodies the
Boomerang, and
infamous
I'm
American
just
Psycho's
shocked
Patrick
it isn't.
Bateman's morning routine.
Just more
Take a
examples
look.
of Cartoon Network just not trying.
I live on Salem Lane in Aberdeen.
I mean, for crying out loud, does it even cost them any money to use to air programs from their own library? I don't think it does. I think that they are perfectly allowed to just kind of grab and go, but they just keep grabbing the same thing.
Arizona. My name is Jeff Randall. I'm in the 4th grade.
I live in the American Gardens building on West 81st Street, on the 11th floor. My name is Patrick Bateman. I'm 27 years old.
Courage the Cowardly Dog Skinwalker Theory. In Navajo and other Native American cultures, a skinwalker is a type of harmful witch who has the ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as an animal or other humans. They walk on all fours and are mostly seen in the New Mexico desert. Supposedly, the single house in the middle of nowhere in the series is based on a real house in New Mexico, where an elderly
I'm also so tired of hearing this theory too. I don't think it's real.
couple used to live.
Here's the problem with these things. I think that people want these things to be real more than they care about it being real. Does that make any sense? I think people want things that aren't real to be real more than they care about them actually being real. Do you guys agree with that?
They reported many strange incidents, and in one report mentioned seeing a skinwalker. Weeks later, they vanished, and only their dog was found in the home. At
Yeah,
first,
that's what
the
a lot
story
of
and
people know, I
picture
know,
that
right?
went viral seemed fake, but the house is actually
Yeah, he's
real,
always been great.
located in a city.
I think he's referring to like the 40s ones where he was like drawn like as a much darker gray that maybe you could argue could have possibly resembled blue. But I mean, again, it's animator. What's this, gray? All right, gray. All right, whatever. You know, and then they're done. You know, it wasn't until way later that everything was solidified. Everything was okay. This is the look of the character. You know what I mean?
Of kids took place by serial killer David Parker Ray, targeting homes that were isolated from people
there's a new Winnie the Pooh movie
emergency
coming.
services. The Mushroom War. The Mushroom War, also referred to as the Great
Cartoon
Mushroom
Network
War, was an apocalyptic event that occurred roughly 1,000 years before.
I'd do
Bigfoot
it for
time.
free.
This was first speculated by fans.
I'd do
until
it for
was
free.
confirmed
I
to
would,
be true.
dude. I would go
The war
in and
crippled and
change
eventually
all of
resulted
Cartoon
in the
Network
near
for free.
annihilation of the human
All of it.
species and
And
left their
I could
civilization
do it
in
within a
ruins
month.
throughout the land of
I could turn
the war
all
left
of their
much the
numbers
world
into a
devastated
positive
and
direction
devoid of much life.
in a month.
The infrastructure that had existed
It'd be
throughout the
pretty
land
easy for me,
had been mostly destroyed. The little human infrastructure that was survived, such as greater bridges and office buildings, now lay in ruin. Evidence of the war appear in the form of abandoned military vehicles, ruined army blockades, bombed buildings, and crashed warplanes. A great deal of human technology
Is
also
there a tsunami
remains
iceberg?
scattered
That could
throughout
be
the
fun.
land.
Protect your family and track your energy all in one place. Vivint and Reliant. Smarter together.
Terrible iceberg tastes. How do I keep going back on this account?
With the paramedics laying sheets on top of them, as a paramedic turns around to reveal that it's a zombie. The tow driver reveals that he's a zombie also, as he drives the truck down to a portal to a fiery dimension, presumably known
Ashes
as
in a
Hell,
Coma Theory?
and
Yeah, I know,
ends
right?
as we pan out to show a jack-o'-lantern that says
Everyone
Happy
talks about
Halloween.
that one all the time.
Concrete. Concrete was a character that was proposed to be in Steven Universe. The early sketch of the character was seen in the Steven Universe Art and Origins book, and faced a lot of backlash from the public due to its racist portrayal of black people, and the comment describing the character saying that she couldn't read. The character shared a lot of similarities with minstrel cartoons that depicted black people as dumb and illiterate, with facial features like Concrete's. Though some deemed it extremely offensive, others thought it was simply insensitive and that they should have thought twice before releasing it. Many others believed that the fans were overreacting as well, but what do you think? Yori the Spaceman. Yori the Spaceman is a 2002 3D animated series created by Sparks Animation Studio, produced for Cartoon Network and other television broadcasters. The series consisted of 26 3-minute episodes chronicling the life of the main character Yori, an astronaut that has become attended to the moon. While only a limited amount of information on the series can be found today, it is known to have received a both French and English dub and has aired in a variety of countries such as France, America, and Australia. Luke Weber. Luke Weber was a storyboard artist for Steven Universe. He was also a storyboard artist on Gravity Falls, Freebirds, Generator Rex, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and Ben 10 Ultimate Alien. According to a Reddit thread I found about the guy, he's allegedly hard to work with and just a pain in the ass for everyone around him. He would allegedly spend his time at work drawing fan art of himself and Pearl in a relationship instead of working on the show like he was supposed to, and was kicked out of the Crewniverse after he allegedly gave Rebecca Sugar, creator of Steven Universe, a drawing of himself having sex with Pearl. He allegedly threatened Dana
My
Terrace,
goodness.
creator of the Owl House, with a knife as well. He's been completely blacklisted from the animation industry, and he hates Alex Hirsch, creator of Gravity Falls, because he thinks Hirsch stole Dana Terrace from him. He is also allegedly very homophobic and misogynistic. He was supposedly interviewed by YouTuber Easy Peasy, according to 4chan, where he called out the industry for what it allegedly was, saying that the only reason Steven bombs were a thing was to get better ratings in a short amount of time, and that Rebecca Sugar wasn't all good of a leader and would sneak in LGBT messages without Cartoon Network knowing. And that was the Cartoon Network iceberg. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more like it, be sure to subscribe and check out my
That
other
guy sounded like
content. Other than that, I'll see you next
a-hole.
week. Later.
Every Cartoon Network cancellation explained.
Cartoons. Everyone's got their favourite, and if you grew up at any time in the last 30 years, there's a good chance your favourite aired on Cartoon Network. Since 1992, those little checkerboard squares.
You guys know what I'm looking for.
Hundreds of cartoons, and some
Where
not
is it?
cartoons, come and go. And while many of us have fond memories,
There
of
it
Cartoon's
is.
heyday,
You guys know exactly what I'm looking for here.
dropped it after just 13, suggesting that the ratings weren't the best. The Life and Times of Juniper Lee.
But I don't. Would it cost them anything to air the DCAU shows? Cartoon Network is owned by Warner Brothers. They can't just send an email over. Is that not how it works? They can't just send over an email and be like, "Hey, we're airing the DC shows, just so you know." Oh, I'd be down. Did we
Final
start?
episode premiere date,
No,
15th of December,
did we start? We started
2006.
Ninja Turtles. We started one of the two on stream.
A Cartoon Network original, The Life and Times of Juniper Lee, was an action comedy about a girl granted superhuman abilities to keep the balance between magical forces in her hometown. The show was cancelled after 40 episodes over 3 seasons, with the final season ending on a cliffhanger in which one of Juniper's friends discovers her secret powers. This would suggest that creator Judd Winnick intended the series to go on for at least another season, but given the inconsistent air times for new episodes and the final 2 episodes only ever being shown online, Cartoon Network clearly had no interest in continuing the show. Despite that though, The Life and Times of Juniper Lee garnered a dedicated fanbase who hope to see Juniper's story get a proper conclusion one day. Crypto the Superdog. Final episode premiere date, 15th of December 2006.
Down the super dog.
A Warner Brothers
Let me see
comedy
something.
series, this show
Let me see
was
if I
about
can. Let me see if I can
Superman's best
contact
friend,
Judd Winnick.
a superpowered canine caped crusader Crypto, as he takes on the animal sidekicks of various DC villains and saves
You guys
the
think
day.
I could contact him?
Got to admit, I quite like the retro 1960s Hanna-Barbera art style. The show ran for 2 seasons and 39 episodes, though
Says he's
season
on
2 only
Instagram.
had half the episode count of season 1, suggesting the decision to end the show happened sometime before season 2 aired. Yoko Jakamoko Toto. Final episode premiere date, I don't know. I couldn't find anything. Probably 2006.
Oh, I found his contact. Nice. I'll reach out.
Yoko Jakamoko Toto was an obscure UK preschool show about South American animals having adventures in nature. I can't find the dates that this even aired on Cartoon Network, but probably sometime in 2006 or 7, as it was part of Tickle U, so that's why it got cancelled. Peppa Pig. Final episode air date, 1st of January 2007.
Once Peppa sets her mind to something, she doesn't give up.
Less obscure is the notoriously successful UK preschool show Peppa Pig, about a family of anthropomorphic pigs that has been airing continuously since 2004. In America, the show is most associated with Nick Jr., where it has aired for the last 12 years, but its US debut was actually on Cartoon Network as part of Tickle U. Interestingly, the Cartoon Network version of the show was redubbed with American voices, but every broadcast of the show since has used the original British voice track.
Daddy, can we help you find your glasses?
Only season 1 aired on Cartoon Network and was dropped after Tickle U got cancelled. The show then moved to Noggin before moving again to Nick Jr. and Nickelodeon in 2011.
Yeah, I always find it weird
On the
when some
31st
shows
of January
hop around
2007,
networks like
The
that.
city of Boston, Massachusetts was brought to
You guys remember when Looney Tunes, Animaniacs, and Tiny Toons were on both Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon around the same time?
Standstill. That morning, concerning electronic devices had
A
been
lot of
discovered
people don't
in
know
various
that. A lot of people
locations
don't
around the
know that
city,
Looney
with
Tunes,
no obvious
Animaniacs,
explanation
and
as to what they were
Tiny Toons
or how
Adventures
they got there.
aired
The devices
on,
seem to be clustered around
Nickelodeon at
high-traffic
one time.
areas and
A lot of
places
people don't know
key
that.
to the city's infrastructure. Concerned for public safety,
No way!
authorities called in the bomb squad.
What did he
and
say,
subsequently
Kogias? First of all, what did you
major
say?
freeways
And then what did
entire
he say?
sections of the city were locked down to prevent citizens from getting too close to what were at the time theorized to be improvised explosive devices. Boston's police and politicians alike tried to remain calm and devise the safest way to deal with the problem until a heroic young soul working for the mayor took one look at the device and said, Hey, isn't that a Moonanite? The devices were actually just LED plaques put up to promote the Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie as part of a guerrilla marketing campaign, and the city of Boston's was a series of UK preschool stop-motion shorts based on a children's book about abandoned robots in a scrap heap creating their own world from the waste around them. The series aired as part of Tickle U at some point between 2005 and 2007, and obviously went down with Tickle U once that block came to an end. Camp Lazlo Shorts. Final episode premiere date 7th of January 2008. This was a series of 2-minute shorts that ran sporadically alongside the main series for most of its run. In total, 14 mini episodes were broadcast. Codename Kids Next Door. Final episode premiere date 21st of January 2008.
Codename Kids Next
A
Door.
safe
Either
performance.
Codename Kids Next Door was another hit
Steve
show
Burns, when the kind of
greenlit
comedy
from a
people all the time
successful
replied, I
cartoon
wish that
cartoon
was true,
pilot.
but alas, I'm
This
no more
action comedy was
wonderful
built
or
on parodying
kind than
classic
most
spy
people.
tropes and was
That
about
sounds
a
like
group of
something
child
he would
secret
say.
agents using creative ways to foil the plots of nefarious adults and teens. The show proved to be immensely popular, running for 78 episodes over 6 seasons, as well as 2 TV movies, the second of which concluded the series. Cartoon Network's policy at the time was that no show should exceed 6 seasons in order to keep things
I love
fresh,
Kids Next
and
Door.
so KND simply ended once it hit that milestone. Series creator Mr. Warburton did have plans for a sequel titled Galactic Kids Next Door, but Cartoon Network passed on the series. The Land Before Time.
I'm going to take a minute and run to the restroom, and when I come back, I'll see if we can start up that Toonami iceberg. I'll be back.
A US series based on the classic children's dinosaur movies of the same name, this series follows the continued adventures of the characters from the films. 26 episodes were produced in all of which aired on Cartoon Network, but the series was taken off the air fairly soon after the final episode and hasn't rerun since, suggesting low views. My Gym Partner's a Monkey Shorts. Final episode premiere date 22nd of February 2008.
I admire your tempo, but I believe...
Like the Camp Lazlo shorts, these 13 shorts were all 2 minutes long and ran intermittently alongside the main show for the majority of its run. Camp Lazlo. Final episode premiere date 27th of March 2008.
Cowboy!
Scout.
The brainchild of Rocko's Modern Life creator Joe Murray, Camp Lazlo was a series about a spider monkey and his animal friends at a scout camp with humour very similar to Rocko's. The show was a success, running for 5 seasons and 61 episodes, but was suddenly cancelled when Murray annoyed Cartoon Network executives by refusing to appear in a McDonald's commercial, which makes this the pettiest reason why a show has been cancelled that we know about, because who really knows what else is said behind those boardroom doors? Ben 10. Final episode premiere date 15th of April 2008.
No fair!
One of Cartoon Network's most lucrative series, Ben 10 is a sci-fi action show about Ben Tennyson, a 10-year-old boy who becomes attached to a mysterious alien device that allows him to transform into various alien species and now must protect the world from extraterrestrial threats with the help of his cousin Gwen and grandpa Max. The show quickly became a merchandising juggernaut and a key IP of Cartoon Network, spawning a franchise of sequels, movies, toys and games estimated to have made over $6 billion. The original series ran for 4 seasons between 2005 and 2008 for a total of 52 episodes before being continued in the sequel series Ben 10 Alien Force. Stormhawks. Final episode premiere date 23rd of May 2008.
We gotta stop him.
A Canadian CGI action-adventure co-production set in a mountainous fantasy world, Stormhawks followed a band of young Sky Knights protecting their mountaintop home from the forces of evil. Despite decent critical reception, Cartoon Network only aired the show's first season of 26 episodes, due to middling ratings and toy sales. A second season of the show was produced in Canada, but wouldn't air in the US until it was picked up by Disney XD in 2011. It unfortunately also got caught up in the push for more live action, and may have had a better chance were it not for CN Real, which is sadly a case for a lot of shows in this era. Also for me, this series occupies the same mental real estate as Dragonflies. Those are 2 separate things, just to clarify for anyone else who needed that. Class of 3000 was a musical animated series created by Andre 3000, most famous for making up one half of the hip-hop duo Outkast. Andre was originally approached by Adult Swim to license an album which would be turned into an Adult Swim show, but he wasn't interested in having a series unless he could be creatively involved in its production, and Class of 3000 was a series that resulted from those discussions. The show is set in Atlanta, following global music star Sonny Bridges, voiced by Andre, who gives up his lucrative career to become a music teacher. Class of 3000 was critically acclaimed for its storytelling and use of music, and has a cult following to this day, but didn't have great ratings at the time, and production was difficult to match up with Andre's schedule. The show also received a lack of executive support, as Mike Lazo and Jim Samples, who had been the main guys backing the show to get greenlit, left shortly after it went into production. Class of 3000 ended after 2 seasons and 28 episodes. Out of Jimmy's Head. Final episode premiere date, 29th of May 2008. Out of Jimmy's Head was Cartoon Network's first original foray into live action since Big Bag ended in 1998, a trend which would dominate Stu Snyder's tenure as Cartoon Network's president. A spin-off to the 2006 film Reanimated, the show is about a boy who receives a brain transplant from a dead cartoonist and can subsequently interact with his characters. Like most of the shows during Snyder's push for live action, the series received terrible reviews and was cancelled after just 1 series of 20 episodes. Cartoon Network essentially tried to bury the series, never airing it or making it available again after its cancellation. 10 episodes with the original English audio are now considered lost media. The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy Shorts. Final episode premiere date, 8th of April 2008. These were really 3 different series of shorts produced for Billy and Mandy. The first were Billy's Birthday Shorties from 2006, a series of 8 2-minute shorts about Billy's antics around receiving cakes and presents and throwing a party on his birthday. Irwin Hearts Mandy, a series of 4 2-minute shorts about Irwin's one-sided crush that aired on Valentine's Day in 2007. As well as 9 additional miscellaneous 2-minute shorts which aired between 2007 and 2008. Squirrel Boy Shorts. Final episode premiere date, 10th of April 2008.
Hey, that wasn't so...
Similar to the shorts for Juniper Lee, Squirrel Boy only had 6 shorts produced, and for some reason, they only began to air after the ending of the main series. Ben 10 Shorts. Final episode premiere date, 8th of July 2008.
And a quarter to spare.
Not much to say here, it's exactly what you imagine, a bunch of Ben 10 minisodes that ran for a couple of minutes apiece. In total, 8 Ben 10 shorts were produced, all running alongside the show's 4th season.
What?
George of the Jungle. Final episode premiere date, 17th of August 2008.
That's...
A Canadian co-production rebooting the 1967 animated comedy, which itself was a parody of classic Tarzan
what?
stories.
My
George of the
Gmail
Jungle
is
was
completely
received poorly
fucking
by
up at the
younger
moment.
audiences due to its cheap animation and comedy, and fans of the original due to changes in character and format. All 26 episodes aired on Cartoon Network before the show was cancelled. The series has since been revived in 2017 in Canada, but this new series has not aired in the US. Robot Boy. Final episode premiere date, 17th of September 2008.
The brand new series of Robot Boy starts February 27th.
Created by Jan van Rysselberger, Robot Boy was a UK-French co-production from Cartoon Network Europe, about a transforming robot who now lives with a 10-year-old boy after being on the run from an evil professor. The show debuted in the US just a few weeks after it premiered in Europe and ran for 52 episodes over its 2 seasons. Director Charlie Bean gave the show its stylized appearance, similar to the Tartakovsky and McCracken shows he'd worked on previously. Bean left the show after season 1, and season 2's production was troubled as the new directors clashed with the production company, delaying the show and contributing to its cancellation. Chop Socky Chucks. Final episode premiere date, 21st of November 2008.
I just reached out to the creator of Juniper Lee. We'll see what happens. Okay. Let's see if there's that Toonami iceberg. There's a Toonami iceberg. All right. Let's get in there, boys. Lucid, what's up? What's up?
If you grew up in the 90s or 2000s, you may have heard of Toonami, a programming block that focuses on airing anime and action animated cartoons.
Stormhawks is great.
It was created by Sean
David
Akins
Jones,
and Jason
what's going
DeMarco
on?
back in 1997, and many consider Toonami as
Hey,
the reason
Deshaun.
anime
Good,
became
how are
such
you?
a popular phenomenon.
Where is
America.
Xavier? I haven't seen him
The block
online.
has been beloved by
I
many
know
for
Chopsucky
its
Chips
spacey
was underrated.
atmosphere, drum and bass soundtrack, and the world building surrounding it. Toonami was truly a one of a kind, and yet 25 years later, it is still running strong with the original creator still behind the vessel. So tonight, I will be going through the Toonami iceberg. This iceberg was created by me with the help of some users over on the r/Toonami subreddit, so special thanks to everyone for your suggestions, as well as the people behind the Toonami wiki, as that's where I got most of my research from. Just like my previous iceberg, I'll be using a 10 heart meter based on my knowledge of the topic. So yeah, before we begin, I think it would be better if I ask someone special to do the intro for me.
Yo everyone, Steve Bloom here, voice of Tom from Toonami. You are watching Toonami.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate it. And in fact, thank you for bringing it up. I'll advertise it once more, but we are 23 backers away. 23 backers away from you guys being able to hear the new theme song from Yu-Gi-Oh! GX composer and the Winx Club vocalist. We are 23 donations away. And it can be as low as $1. If we can find 23 people to just donate $1, everyone will get to hear the new 4Kids theme. No, it's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. You can just tell them hi or whatever.
Just because you believe in something, it doesn't mean that anything.
You're okay, Liam.
Tom. Tom, or the Toonami Operations Module, is the current host of Toonami. He was voiced by the legendary Sonny Strait from 1999 to 2000 until he was later replaced with the even more legendary Steve Bloom, to which he still provides the voice to this very day. Since his introduction back in 1999, Tom has had several alterations over the years alongside Sarah being the voices of Toonami. Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network was the original home for Toonami, premiering all the way back on March 17, 1997, where it originally aired classic action cartoons like the Thundercats, The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, and Voltron. It wouldn't be until mid-1998 where well-known classics such as Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball Z were put on the lineup. As time went on, more popular anime was put on the block, where it is often considered that Toonami is the reason that anime is so popular in the West. Toonami would be on weekday afternoons until 2004, where it was moved to Saturday nights until September 2008. In the early 2000s, Toonami was bringing in big ratings to the network and would even be given more hours scattered across the network, such as an early morning block and midnight block as well.
Steve is
2008 cancellation. On September 20th, 2008, at the Anime Weekend Convention in Atlanta, Georgia, it was announced that Toonami had been cancelled, with its final
I actually didn't know it was
airing
announced
later
at the
that same
convention.
evening.
I didn't
By
know that.
October 2007, it seemed like the writing was on the wall, as the time slot was simply cut to 2 hours, as well as many well-known anime soon being taken off the schedule.
I still remember when Bobo was on there. And, dude... Okay. I'm gonna Yep. Did you know that it was recently confirmed that I was right? What can I say? I'm simply ahead of my time. What can
Its
I
final
say?
broadcast only had an hour of Naruto and reruns of Ben 10 Alien Force and Samurai Jack.
Tom 3.5 is separate from Tom 4. Which one was Tom 3.5? Sounds good, for, Deshaun. Thank you. Tom was probably standing in
Toonami
silence
aired
because
a
he probably
final
didn't record
bumper
any
with
dialogue.
Tom letting everyone know that this was the end and giving.
I confirmed it. So I had the theory back when I made this video, back on July 24th, 2010, it looks like. I had that theory for a while. Well, then me and PR, we did this video to where we basically leaked a lot of inside information. Not leaked, but like discussed a lot of inside information. Where it was basically confirmed. I don't know if I remember exactly where in this video. I'll see if I can find it. But basically in my video that I released, again, back in like 2010, here's this video for you. My theory originally was that, well, I know why they shut down I know why they shut down Toonami. Because the only show on that block at the time was Naruto. That was the only one that was getting any views. I mean, look, I like Prince of Tennis. Nobody was watching Prince of Tennis. Mare, I thought was okay. Nobody's watching Mare. And Dragon Ball Z at the time, they were still airing reruns, but like everyone had seen Dragon Ball Z 1,000 times. So during like 2007 and especially 2008, the only show that was getting any views was Naruto. So when they removed Toonami entirely, my theory was that, well, if the only show on the network that was getting views was Naruto, what's the point of paying for and having an entire block of shows that nobody's really watching except for one of them? You can just axe the whole block, axe the rest of the shows that aren't performing well, and keep the one that is, which is what they did. And that was my theory that I ran with for a really long time, but it wasn't until we did this video where we talked about more insider information, where the insider information we got sounded just like this, which was my theory. So I was right the whole time. This is muted for some reason. It's like that even on my end. Oh, really? Interesting, Rocky Rocks. I'm not sure why. It could be symbolic, or it could just be as simple as they just didn't have them recorded dialogue. Yeah, pretty much, Liam. Yeah, pretty much. Very cool, Kogias. Hinata's awesome. I wonder why he had to
only
mute
aired
that.
once, and it truly felt
That's
like it
everywhere
was
with
the end of
internet.
an era. Or so we thought. April Fool's 2012. Adult Swim every April.
Y'all, you want to hear a funny story? You guys remember that old website called Omegle when it first came out? It was that random like online chat room where you would just spawn in with someone else random, you didn't know who they were, and you would just talk about anything. Remember that? Well, when I found out this information, and I knew about this, I knew about April Fool's 2012 for about 2 weeks, if I recall. I want to say it was about 2 weeks. And I went to Omegle, and I just started telling random people on Omegle that I didn't know. And I was like, hey, did you ever watch Toonami? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, it's coming back on April Fool's. And a lot of people didn't believe me, of course, because it's Omegle. But then it
Fools
came
does
back.
Their annual tradition of April Fool jokes.
I
Such
love
examples
Omegle.
are drawing mustaches on the characters, adding fart sounds, or even doing the unthinkable and air the season 3 premiere of Rick and Morty unexpectedly for 4 hours on repeat.
I
But
remember that.
2012 was something different. 3.5 years following Toonami's cancellation, Adult Swim was
Tom
about
Six,
to
that's the
play
Adult
the
Swim
best
one, right?
movie
Yeah, I'm not a
all
fan of him
time.
either. He's too
That's
chrome.
right, The Room.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Before it was cut to Tom 3 seeing
Tom 3
April
was
Fools
sick.
and switching to Toonami for
Tom
one night only.
5 and Tom 6,
This
they're supposed to be
was
like
awesome.
They're supposed to be
Incredible.
like
People
Tom
were
3
hyped.
again.
That night aired Bleach,
but like a little
Dragon
bit
Ball
different.
Z, Yu
It
Yu
just doesn't look
Hakusho,
good.
Gundam, and several other shows, as well as a review for Mass Effect 3. However, it wasn't over just yet. The following day on Twitter, Adult Swim posted a message stating, "Want it back? Let us know. #BringBackToonami." Adult Swim would later post again, "We've heard you. Thank you for your passion and interest. Stay tuned." Which brings us to the next topic, Adult Swim Revival. On May 16, 2012, in a press release by Cartoon Network, quote, "Beginning Saturday, May 26, Adult Swim brings back Toonami, the network's popular block of anime programming, airing weekly from midnight to 6 a.m. In addition to the return of previous series featured in Toonami, Adult Swim is also developing new original anime programs for fans." Adult Swim later tweeted, "Attention Toonami faithful, we heard you." On 5/26/12, #Toonami's back bitches. And they did it. For 3.5 years, fan outcry brought back Toonami. Ties. Ties, or total immersion events, are events and pieces of lore that coincide with the Toonami
You're probably
universe.
right, too, it does.
They mainly consist of a mini-series of animations that center around Tom and Sarah, with the exception of IGPX and Cosmic Samurai, something we'll talk about later. Ties usually result in something changing for Toonami, such as Tom and Sarah getting a new look, a new location, or new graphics. As of this recording, there are a total of 11
Oh,
tie
yeah,
events,
it's
them
just-
being
it's
The
ugly.
Intruder, Lockdown, Trapped in Hyperspace.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
IGPX,
It's just
The
ugly.
Intruder
It
2,
doesn't look like
Intruder
anything.
3, Countdown, The Forge.
No, I agree,
Cosmo
dude, I
Samurai,
agree with you.
Cosmo
Actually, I agree
Samurai
with you
2,
1000%.
and The Return. Guys,
It's
remember,
ugly.
We're talking about
It's
an anime
ugly, it's
programming block.
bland,
The fact
it's
that they do this is
uninspired.
pretty
No,
cool.
yeah, I agree with you
Personally, I'm a fan of
1000%.
the Adult Swim ones, mainly because each one feels connected to each other. So it almost feels like you're watching a series. Speeches. Since
Should
its
Kids Do You Make a
inception,
Comeback?
Toonami occasionally
No.
delivers speeches that are motivational or talk about
it wouldn't
everyday
survive.
life. The speeches
It-
were
it would
made
not
to feel like they were
survive.
talking
Where-
to you
where-
directly,
where would it
featuring
make a
clips
comeback
from their
to,
lineup.
Spike?
These speeches are honestly really good to listen to, and have often
And
been
who's watching
re-uploaded to platforms like TikTok, mainly because they're so short and to the point.
If Cartoon Network is only getting 35,000 viewers a day, how much viewership do you think Kids WB would make?
Moltar. Moltar is a super villain from the
fraction of that?
1966
A fraction
Hanna-Barbera
of a fraction
animated
of that?
series, Space Ghost.
How much?
In 1994, the character was revived
And if it's that low,
featured as the
is
host
it
of a
financially
parody
worth
talk
it to
show
bring it back at
titled
all?
Space Ghost
If
Coast
the
to
answer
Coast.
to that
Later,
question
in
that I just asked,
1997,
is it
Moltar
financially
would be
worth
the
it to bring
first
it back?
host of Toonami,
If the
taking
answer to
on
that
the role
question
from
is no,
1997 to
you'll never see it.
1999.
It
The
will
reason for his
never come back,
replacement in
ever.
99 was that Akins and DeMarco
The only reason why anything ever gets brought back, by the way, if you're like, oh wow, I'm glad they finally brought that back. You know why they brought that back? They found a way to make it make money
form of a
again.
special bumper as a
So
tribute
until
to Steve
they're able to
Martin
find a
Crocker,
way that
the
Kids
voice
WB can
actor
make
of
money again,
Moltar,
it'll
who
never come
died
back.
at the age of 54. Rest in peace, legend. Tom 4. The Tom 4 era was a rather interesting piece of Toonami history worth
Yeah,
noting.
but look what happened to the Hub.
Tom 4 was
The Hub's
the
still
current
around, isn't it?
incarnation
Oh,
of
no, it
Tom
died,
and the
'cause
final
nobody
host of
watched it.
Toonami on Cartoon Network from
So
2007
if you want,
to 2008.
do you want Kids
Tom
WB to
4
come
was
back? If your answer
negatively
is yes,
received due to it
look at the
deviating
Hub.
from Tom's
The Hub
former
failed
designs,
almost as
appearing with
quickly
a
as it
face
started.
to what many
So if Kids
resembles
WB
Thomas
ever
the
came
Tank
back,
Engine, and
it
introducing
would
two new
have the
hosts,
same fate.
Flash and D, replacing Sarah. Before Tom 4, the previous versions of Tom all had a similar design as well as some attached lore on why he is that way.
Best Tom
Tom
be
4
Tom
on the
4.
other hand had no explanation for the redesign other than it was to celebrate the 10th anniversary. According to the Toonami crew, Cartoon Network wanted to revamp Toonami for a younger audience since their audience was growing too old for the network, and instead wanted to focus towards a younger audience.
Look, and here's the thing. I said the same thing. I said the same thing about Seeing Real. It was a great idea. The idea was good. Well, kids who grew up with Toonami are now getting too old for it. So we should probably revamp it to make it for the younger kids again. That was a great idea. It just didn't work.
Sean Akins also pushed for the idea of Tom 4 to have a face, as he got bored with the dynamic at the time, and instead wanted to make something new. However, it was this that led to Toonami get...
Nick, because it wouldn't... what would be the point of it coming back? I never said it shouldn't come back. I never said that. But you guys have to understand, we don't live in a perfect world. You and I live on the same planet Earth as everybody else. Answer this question for me. Do you get everything you want? No. Why? Because it's not a perfect world. If Kids WB came back, it would fail. You know why it would fail? Because Cartoon Network is failing. Are you going to sit here and tell me that Kids WB is going to come back and somehow figure out a way to do something that Cartoon Network itself never did? Or Disney isn't doing? Disney isn't getting any views. You have to understand. You guys have to. You have to understand. If there is no money in doing something, you can't do it. You have to understand this. If there is no money in it, you cannot do it. I don't know how many times I have to say this. This is just business. There is not a single, not even one executive on the face of the planet that would greenlight you, that would sign their name on anything that they thought wouldn't make money. They would laugh in your face, and they'd laugh at you, and they wouldn't stop until you left their office. And even then, they'd laugh for an extra 5 minutes after you left. It's not that it shouldn't come back, but we don't live in the, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great if everything came back? Oh, bring back what the ABC's one Saturday morning? Yeah, bring that back. Bring it all back. Bring everything back. Bring it all back. We want everything all back. Everything should be back. But it doesn't work that way. These things have to be able to make money. They have to be able to sustain themselves. You can't just, I wish it would come back too. But for what? Why wish it would come back? So that the hardworking people that work in there can work their butts off and work so hard to earn no money? Is that what you want? Then don't bring it back.
Being canceled. Not by alienating old viewers, but by draining their budget faster. You see, by giving Tom a face, it became more time
We're working
and
on it, Zach.
because not only are they animating the world of Toonami, but are also animating the eyes and lips, meaning they couldn't reuse old animation for future promos, making new bumpers at the time extremely scarce. By 2008, most on-air bumpers.
I remember I think Kids WB's website is still
out of shot. Jason DeMarco and Gil Austin have also stated on a podcast that Tom Ford is considered one of Toonami's biggest fails and would definitely want to go back in time and not have Tom with a face. Tom Ford post 2008 wasn't forgotten.
What the fuck just happened? Do you see that? I type in kidswb.com and it brings me to the WB Kids YouTube page.
Having to, quote, tell a story someday. What that really means is unknown, but it could tie in with the Intruder 2 comic that takes place between the cancellation in 2008 and the revival on Adult Swim in 2012.
Here it is on way back.
Tom Ford was confirmed to have been destroyed by
I remember it was
in
up for a
episode 5
time
of the Intruder 2 series. Rest in piss. Hashtag bring back Toonami and hashtag Toonami's back. These were the hashtags used during mid-2012 following their April Fool's prank. Adult Swim promoted these hashtags on Twitter and some bumpers on TV, asking the viewer if they want
here's
Toonami
the thing.
back.
Toonami only came back. I need you to understand this one. The only reason Toonami came back is because they felt like they could make money from it. Sure, you can. Here's the thing, though. You can do two things at once. You can. Toonami came back because they thought they could make money with it, and it's also to help the fans because the fans wanted to see it back too. But you have to. The thing you have to understand is this one doesn't matter until this one comes into existence. If this one doesn't exist, you can't do this one. So this one doesn't even matter to begin with because you can't do it. You have to be able to see if there's some kind of financial gain first before you bring it back.
Would be used to promote the return to TV. Hashtag bring back Toonami and hashtag Toonami's back are
Isn't that weird, Rocky Rocks? It redirects to the YouTube channel? That's very weird.
Created during the campaign for a return. By the way,
well, don't forget, Kids WB is Kids WB is a specific brand. This is Kids WB. It is a specific brand. Look at the logo. See this? Now, WB Kids is different, right? Wait, what? Unsafe? What's unsafe about it? No, look, it just leads you to the... But see, this is WB Kids. It's not the same. WB Kids... Now, what is WB Kids? WB Kids, welcome to the official channel, WB Kids. Watch all your favorite clips, channels from Looney Tunes and Scooby-Doo. But that's all it is. It's just a YouTube channel. But it's not Kids WB. Kids WB is something different.
Now I want to get demonetized. Megoozy. Megoozy was a weekday afternoon block on Cartoon Network created in 2004 by the same people behind Toonami that served as a replacement
a little bit more.
Schedule,
That's as high as I can
go.
To
a Saturday night block. The reason for the switch was that some of the shows on the lineup became too violent for a weekday broadcast. I mean, this is Cartoon Network we're talking about. They had Dragon Ball Z.
Imagine if
Yu Yu
Maguzi had
Hakusho,
returned to
Rurouni
Toonami during the
Kenshin every
2010s.
day. I mean, they were getting to Adult Swim levels of anime, and I think they were just trying to take a step back.
Maguzi's
from the
not that
violence.
hype, bro. I'm
Anyways,
sorry.
Maguzi
Like,
was
look,
a
I
more
liked
lighthearted
Maguzi,
block
and
featured
a lot of
more
people who grew up with it like
action-adventure shows
Maguzi.
like Code
It's
Lyoko and
just
Totally
not
Spies,
hype.
Alongside some
Toonami's
animes
hype.
such as Naruto,
If that comes
One
back,
Piece,
that's
and
hype.
Zatch Bell. The host was
If
a girl
Maguzi
named
ever
Erin
came
and had a
back,
cast of
you want to know
some
what the reaction would be? Huh? Oh, Maguzi? Oh yeah, I think I remember watching that. Huh? That's cool. That's the reaction. That would be if Maguzi came back. That would be the reaction from probably about 90% of the population. Oh, what? Maguzi? Oh yeah, I think I remember that. Oh, they're bringing it back? Huh. Oh, that's cool. That is not hype. Nobody cares. But when Toonami came back, dude, what? Oh, that's sick. You're never hearing a 40-year-old guy be like, Maguzi's back. It's just not happening.
With rudimentary personalities. In 2006, Maguzi's budget was downgraded, causing Aaron to be removed and introducing a new 2D simplistic art style that would be used until the block's cancellation in 2007. On Toonami's Tumblr page during a
I mean,
Q&A,
Maguzi can
the
come
initial
back,
plans for
but
Maguzi were for
the
Aaron
only
to
thing
age up
the
as
only
the block
if
progressed.
Maguzi's a
That
block,
idea ended up
what would they
getting
put on
scrapped.
there? They don't have any
International
shows.
versions. Toonami isn't just a block in America, but rather a subsidiary of Warner Bros. Discovery. Toonami outside has programming blocks and even 24-hour TV channels in places such as Australia, France,
Toonami Asia.
India, Pakistan, Southeast Asia, and the UK.
Yep,
France and Africa are the only
I'm
countries
jealous.
to have
David
a
Doom's
24/7
got the
channel,
Toonami
whereas
channel.
Latin America has a 1-hour block
Jealous.
on Cartoon Network. It's worth noting that the two channels air completely different
Exactly,
programs
Mike.
and don't coincide with the American version. Also, just finding bumpers, let alone any history of the blocks.
Maguzi
are
was
very
Toonami Jr.
scarce.
Sure,
The only
but
way I knew
you have
about
to, but
Toonami
that's
Pakistan
but people
was
don't
from
see
a
it that way.
5-second clip recorded from a phone.
Yep. Do you know what
Steven
optics
Universe,
are,
the
Spike?
movie. In 2019,
If you don't know what
Toonami would
optics
make a
are,
trailer
look it
in
up.
the traditional Toonami style
Because you have to
promote
understand a lot of the
Steven
optics of the
Universe movie.
situation.
This will mark the
People
first
just
time in 11
don't.
years that Toonami
People just
acknowledges its ties to
are
Cartoon
not going to
Network.
get
Jason
hype over
DeMarco has
Maguzi.
stated that,
They're
quote,
just
"We did
not.
this promo because we are all huge fans of
I
the
grew up
show,
with it.
and we know
I
Rebecca
liked
and
it.
company are Toonami
I might
fans
get a
from
little
way
hype
back.
for it.
So we thought
but
it would be fun to
I'm
promote
also
the show Toonami
obsessed
style.
with
No
Cartoon
corporate
Network.
mandate, just some
You're
fun.
asking
Kids love it.
a generation of
Oh,
people
hey,
that
just a
haven't
quick
watched
production
Cartoon
update.
Network in over
Toonami
2
once again did
decades.
another Cartoon
Probably
Network
don't
promo to
remember
show
anything
Freaking
about
Freaks
it.
anime
To get
opening.
hype over
April
a single
Fool's
block that
2018.
aired for like
As
maybe
mentioned
a year
earlier,
and a
Adult Swim
half
likes to
during
get
one
creative
point
on
of their
April
childhood
Fools, and
that they probably
2018
would
so
never
happened to
remember.
land on a
And
Toonami
you're
night.
expecting
So, at midnight on
most
April
of the
1st,
population
2018,
of
Toonami
North
interrupted
America
its
to
regular
care.
schedule and switched to a Japanese
No,
format
it's not gonna happen.
with audio entirely in Japanese with English subtitles.
I mean,
The
again,
schedule was
if
switched
we
to
lived
an
in a perfect
unexpected
world,
early
I wish
look
that
at
would
Fooly
happen.
Cooly Alternative,
Welcome to living on planet
2004
Earth, where
film
that
Mind
just
Game,
doesn't.
and the rest of the schedule in English subtitles.
4 hours of the
Toonami
new Totally
Jetstream.
Spies. Hey, I'd be
Toonami
here for it.
Jetstream was an ad-supported broadband service that was launched in July of 2006 by Cartoon
Optics.
Network and Viz Media. It hosted various media such as bumpers,
Always had an
music
edge, that's why
videos,
we
game
loved it.
reviews, and
Maguzi
featured
had
a
no
comic
edge.
box.
Yeah, I mean,
And
Maguzi was just kind of a neutered Toonami, if you think
hosted a
about it.
variety
It
of
was,
anime from
I
the
mean, he
current
wasn't
lineup
wrong
at
in
the
describing
time,
it as
such as
Toonami
The Prince of
Junior.
Tennis,
You know,
Nair,
it
Naruto,
had a lot of like
and
more.
Pokemon.
It had
As well as
action
DBZ
shows. It had
stuff.
action shows
I gotta
like
be
that were
honest
like
with you, just having all
Pokemon.
that
You know, the
content just sounds too
2003
good to be
Ninja
true.
Turtles.
Although
You know,
Toonami
where
was
like
canceled
when they
in
throw a
September
punch, like yeah, the
Jetstream
punch
will still be
lands,
around for
but
another
right before
4
it
months
connects, there's like
until
a
January
flash of
2009,
white on the
where
screen, so
service
you don't
would
really
announce
see
has
it.
shut down.
You know,
Cartoon Network
it
would
was
only
like an
keep Naruto
action
and
junior
Pokemon
kind of
and put
block.
all of its content to Cartoon Network Video.
You're just not getting hype with that, especially not in 2025, where I can get any anime I want to completely uncut, probably faster than it would ever come out on Maguzi.
Cosmo Samurai. Cosmo Samurai is a Toonami
I remember
event
seeing
that took
this.
place between February 6th.
This
and
is
the
pretty good, by the way. It's all on
2021. Compared to other Toonami tie events, this one was non.
Yeah, I can see Adult Swim doing it as like a fun like prank, like the same way they did like on April Fools. Like if they had like a whole night of like Maguzi, that could be fun. Sure, why not? One night, sure.
After an unknown
But bring
group
it back
attacks him,
permanently, it
he
just
leaves
would
in an
never
escape pod
happen.
into hyperspeed, where due to a malfunction causes it to explode, leaving his broken body floating into space. Thinking it's all over, he gets saved by a group
I love
of
the
heroes
soundtrack.
called the Cosmo Samurais, who I'm not even going to pronounce the names because I am bad at pronouncing Japanese names.
I do remember
But
the
it had
animation
female
being pretty
samurai,
awful
a ninja portrayed like a
during
Naruto
this.
character, and a warrior with a spear or gun. Oh yeah, they also have the world's smartest cat, so you know, that's very convenient. Once the Cosmo Samurai...
I bet you this was a
rescue Tom,
really
he tells
low
them
budget
everything,
production
and it's later
to do.
revealed that they are the Yakutu pirates, who is responsible for the death of the leader's father, and it is her mission to avenge him. The two parties agree to help each other, so they rebuild Tom in a cool samurai look. They head back to the Absolution, eventually take care of the Yakutu, including killing the commander of the pirate group. It was later revealed that the commander they killed was just a pawn, and the person behind all this is still alive. It ends in a cliffhanger and was concluded in the sequel miniseries, Cosmo Samurai 2. I've pretty much told you the whole synopsis of the series, so it's all up to you if you want to finish the rest. I highly recommend it. All episodes are available on Adult Swim's YouTube page. Fusion Fall. Cartoon Network's Fusion Fall was an MMORPG platform game developed by Grigan Entertainment and published by Cartoon Network for internet browsers. This game was pretty revolutionary at the time for being one of the first games to be made with the Unity engine. Fusion Fall allowed users to create their own
Sure, we can do it, Mike.
avatar and fight along Cartoon Network characters reimagined in a
Let me go ahead and open it up. Adult Swim Iceberg. Here's one. Ooh, the new Adult Swim. We'll do the old one. The strange Adult Swim Iceberg. We got a couple to choose from. We'll finish this one up.
By fighting evil versions of themselves and completing quests. The reason this is on the iceberg is that Tom is an NPC in the
Nudes
game.
Toys, they did for like,
Celebrating the
I think they
game's
released
first birthday.
one. It was
There is
super
also
limited.
some
I think it was like a
outfits
convention
that are
exclusive.
reminiscent of every Tom
PR,
model
are you
of the
still
time.
here? Do you remember this?
Bobo.
In the game?
Oh, man, I really don't know where to start. Bobo is an insane show, and that's not in a bad sense. I mean, this show is often considered by many
I low-key
fans
think
to
the
be
world
one of the
ended in
most absurd
2012.
shows due to
Dude,
its
you might
surreal
not be
humor.
wrong,
I think
man.
the best way to
Dude, what
describe
if,
it is by
dude,
reading the TV trope.
what if the world did end in 2012 like they said it was gonna, but like we just didn't notice it because we Berenstain bared ourselves into another dimension.
Description. Bobo is the master of the Hanagi Shenkin, Super Fist of the Nose Hair, an oddball form of martial arts that grants him the ability to manipulate his own nose hairs to defeat his enemies. More often though, he defeats them by confusing them to the point of
David, you know
insanity with
Gary?
summon and
I keep
contrast
forgetting
moves
Gary
and-
has his YouTube channel now, and it's actually doing really well. Gary is actually an old friend of mine. Well, actually, he's an old fan of mine. Not Gary Newsom, not Gavin Newsom. Who? Gary Newsom. Well, did I spell his name wrong? Newsom with an E. Cartoon Network. Yeah, Gary.
Craig Bar.
Almost 1,000 subs. I'm so happy for him. I need to reach back out to him, see if he wants to collab. He's a great guy. This guy, much like you guys, much like Code Geass, actually. A lot of people who watch me, who started out watching me, have started doing their own content and making their own channels, and they're doing incredibly well. Yeah, I'd love to watch Gary's video. We'll probably watch that here in just a, we'll probably watch that soon. I don't know about the hour-long one. I might watch one of these shorter ones of his, like maybe this one. I'm just so proud of you guys. Code Geass's channel is over like 2,500 followers. Like that's crazy. That's crazy to me. You guys are doing so well. It won't be long before you guys surpass me, and I won't even be mad at it.
Endless assortment of sight
I'm so
gags.
proud of you
Long
guys.
story short, this show is pure improv. Like, this show does not want you to know its next move. Even the English dub jabs at itself for it being a translation of a Japanese product. I
Keep it
watched a
up,
few
David.
episodes online.
Hey, let me give you some guys some advice. Keep going. In anything you want to do, keep going. In anything and everything you want to do, please keep going. If it is something you want to do, like Ken and I want to be actors, and you get a no, don't give up. Go to the next one. You get another no. Don't give up. Go to the next one. You get another no. Don't give up. Go to the next one. No, 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 yes. Wait, what was that? Did you say yes? Now you've got your first role. And it's all because you didn't stop when you kept hearing no's. You're going to hear 100 no's. You might hear 1,000 no's. Keep going until you hear the yes in anything you want to do. I'm so proud of you guys. Keep up the great work.
Do it after not seeing it in 15 years. And honestly, going back to it, the show still makes no sense. This is honestly an underrated series.
Same thing with YouTube. You upload a video, it gets 2 views. You upload another video, it gets 5 views. You upload another video, it gets 1 view. Don't give up. Keep uploading, keep uploading, keep uploading. Don't stop. Keep it going. That number will rise.
Dragon Ball Z,
keep
Batman,
it up.
and the Powerpuff Girls.
You're doing great,
the block
guys.
Would be canceled less
I'm
than
so
a year
proud of you,
later and be
Cookie
brought
Yes.
back again in 2002 at the 2 a.m. 1 hour block. It would be canceled once again less than a year later. Comics. Toonami has released multiple.
Oh, I would
Flash
love to do
comics
the
during
Toonami
its
comics,
history, some
actually.
related to Toonami,
One of these
whilst others
days.
being completely
Did you guys ever
different.
watch
I'll
my
give a quick
Samurai Jack
synopsis of
comic
each
video?
one.
If so,
The
what did you
first
think of
comics
that?
are part of DC's Cartoon Network Presents series.
I have some of these. I have
Issues
one
number
that's
5,
signed by
9,
Steve
13,
Bloom. Oh, I have.
17, and 21.
I have. I want to say these 3. Actually, I think I have everything but this one.
They were short-form comics that featured Moltar and were published between 1997
I
and
love Bobobo.
1999.
Dude, one of my
Toonami's
favorite
was an
scenes from
online
Bobobo
comic featuring
is
Tom,
when he. I think they fight the first boss, and he's like dying, and he's like,
Tom 1. Lego Bionicle
kill you.
Lego Bionicle. Blue Falcon and Dynamite is a 4-parter based on the classic Hanna-Barbera.
It's so
superhero
funny.
of the
It gets
same
me
name with a
every
slightly
time.
edgier tone.
Bobobo was
Endgame
so
tells the
funny.
story of how Tom 2 upgraded to Tom 3.
If any of you, by the way, just for any reason at all, if any of you ever wanted to understand my style of humor, Bobobo fits my style of humor. It's just so random. It's just so stupid. For me, that is so funny.
Intruder 2 is the prequel to the tie event of the same name.
We are. We're all in this together, man.
In 2012, and
Honestly.
focuses on Tom 4. Trapped is about Tom exploring the planet he currently resides, where he comes across another being and gives Tom.
That's what I'm saying. Like, guys, like we're more than just my channel. It's more than just the chat. It's more than just, we're a community. I mean, look at the Discord. We built a whole community in there, and it's continuing to grow, you know? And, yeah, we're all in this together. You know, Par is my project, but, you know, I'm making it for you guys, you know? So it's just as much y'all's thing, too. And, you know, same with y'all's channels and the success of y'all's channels. Like, I'm so happy to share your stuff whenever I can and help you guys grow, too. Like, we really are in this together, guys.
Exoskeleton so he can defend the planet from an oncoming threat. Lastly, Downside Drex follows a rebellious motorcycle crew.
Always remember, my biggest piece of advice, always remember other people's success that, well, let me rephrase it like this. If you have a friend who you're working with, his success, if he succeeds, you succeed. And if you succeed, he succeeds. Because you both have that relationship with each other, right? We're in this together, guys. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, some of these were pretty cool to read, so I would check them
It's
out.
okay.
If you have some
Tell
free
Xavier,
time.
hey.
IGPX. IGPX is
WarioWare
Toonami's
anime,
original
yeah.
series based off the tie event of the same name. The series is set in the year 2049 and revolves around the
Shin-Chan.
Immortal Grand
Shin-Chan's
Prix,
funny.
or
I like Shin-Chan a lot.
IGPX, which is mecha racing with fighting. Basically, think Gundam.
I haven't
with
seen
NASCAR.
Shin-Chan in a long
According
time,
to the Toonami Wiki, in the IGPX, 2 teams of 3 mechs race at speeds greater than 350 miles per hour. The IGPX also
thank you, Nick.
contains fighting elements. Attacking the opposing team to disable their mechs is not only legal, but also expected. Cool.
Yeah, I
The
was so
full-length
proud of
series went
Monsters
on for
Reviews
2
channel.
series with a
It
combined
was
total of
blowing
26
up.
episodes from November 5th, 2005 through August 25th, 2006.
I did 2.
And
I did 2,
unfortunately
yeah.
for Toonami, the final 6 episodes of season 2
I did
aired on
one
Cartoon
talking
Network
about the
outside of
DC
Toonami
comics,
at a late time
and then I
slot
did
due to
another
low
talking
ratings,
about the
and would
IDW
ultimately
ones.
receive a fate worse than death. Cancellation and being written off by the network.
Not
meaning
to
it
my
couldn't be
knowledge,
aired
Liam.
on the channel or any of its sister networks again. But
It's okay.
in
No worries if you
2013,
don't.
thanks to a
I
complex
even need to
structure
be
of
more
the
present in my
IGPX
own
production
Discord,
deal,
to be
the
honest.
Toonami crew were
I just
able
been so
to
busy.
unwrite the show off and take custody of their
IGPX
child.
is
Good
slept
for
on.
them. Toonami Midnight Run Special
Well, thank you,
Edition.
David.
On
I
August
tried to.
31st, 2001,
Try to
Toonami
have
aired
good
a special
humor.
presentation of the Midnight Run. However, this time was different. Instead of anime, it was a 1-hour music video marathon airing videos from the likes of Gorillaz and Daft Punk, and some original Toonami music videos, most notably the world premiere of the animated music video for Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger. The Midnight Run was so well received that it would get an encore presentation 3 months later. I was just 2 years old in 2001, and it just makes me so upset that I never got to see Daft Punk or Gorillaz on Toonami. That alone just sounded like a fun night. Toonami app. The Toonami app is a mobile app that is no longer supported or on any app store. The app allows you to tweet using certain hashtags from the shows being on at the time, as well as the TV schedule, alarm clock, and downloadable wallpapers. That's kinda it. From fan perspective, I felt like this app should have offered more by including streaming, music videos, and just other stuff like Toonami Jetstream, but there was just nothing on the app for me to keep it on my phone. The app is still available by downloading APK files online, but the app is kind of unstable to use. Tom 3 statue. In 2003, Cartoon Network hosted a Toonami sweepstakes with the grand prize being a Mobile Suit Gundam prize pack alongside a one-of-a-kind Tom 3 statue. The only reason I say, quote, one-of-a-kind is because William Streak, the people behind Adult Swim, also have one. So, make that.
Oh, you did? Let me go check it out, Cookie-Ass. I did. I don't know. I saw one video you did like 4 weeks ago, I think, that I commented on, I think the other day.
And a teenage girl as its host, but ultimately went with a more cost-effective choice with Moltar. The reason being that Toonami literally had no money at the start, and since Cartoon Network had the rights to Hanna-Barbera characters,
you said 4 days ago?
The idea of an AI and a teenage girl as host wasn't tossed out the window just yet, as Sarah would later become Tom's sidekick, and Aaron would be the host of Magoozy. Neo Toonami. Neo Toonami was a Toonami fan project that was meant to be a true successor to the original Toonami following its 2008 cancellation. It served as a fan site where it would stream anime in a schedule-like format with well-made bumpers like the original Toonami. The project lasted up until April 26, 2013, where prior to its end, they aired a week of movies called The Week of Wonders.
Oh, thank you.
After the final movie,
Let me give this a share.
Rolled their credits, a promo titled Boom was played where it showed a montage of all the shows Neo Toonami played with a countdown in the background, with the ship blowing up, killing Tom and Sarah, with the words "Later, buddy" showed at
I'm
the
resharing
end,
it right now.
signaling that they were done. The same day, the Neo Toonami team posted on their website titled "What Will They Say?" as a final farewell. By 2013, Toonami was already back for about a year, and the need for Neo Toonami was no longer needed. Although, lots of respect for the work done. I mean, minus the
very nice
stuff, but you know.
Yeah, I did see that video you made the other day. Great video. Thank you, Cookie-Ass. I hope that happens.
God, I hate that song so much.
I'm also noticing too, Cookie-Ass, your... Well, let me not be the center of attention here. Your
based on a puppet television show in Taiwan.
The way you carry yourself in your videos now is different.
TV shows in Taiwan.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I noticed. The way you carry yourself in your videos,
about recreating a popular Taiwanese show fit for American audiences.
Confidence
Jason DeMarco has
that's behind the words you say on your channel, on your video,
however,
has improved. And I've noticed that.
The show.
And I'm incredibly proud to see that that's been improving.
Show. And man,
seriously, your new videos are coming out looking really well, and you're sounding a lot more confident in your deliveries of stuff. And dude, seriously, you're killing
different to what Toonami and Cartoon
now you got to do a Cartoon Network rant video.
As well as fans of the original show for not following much of the source material, like giving Scar, the silent protagonist in the original version, really bad comical dialogue.
What would the crossover be, by the way? What I'm trying to think of the universe. Wait for what?
Freaking Goku. How did they get him in this?
I also hope Monsters is doing okay. I haven't talked to him in years.
It means we must return to the academy.
To eat pizza?
What? No. To consult with the Oracle.
The Pizza Oracle?
Interstellar 5555 was made by Leiji Matsumoto. Really?
Due to poor ratings, I would never.
What did Leiji Matsumoto do aside from that?
Episodes were later dumped on AOL Kids until it was shut down. Where now an unofficial YouTube channel uploaded them.
Oh, it came out great, Cookie-Ass, for sure. Rebel Taxi's great. I loved my time on his channel. Who all was there for me when I was on Rebel Taxi stream the other week?
Bionicle extended ending on April 17th,
Sound off. You're in the chat.
Toonami would air Bionicle.
I know I saw Van Tel in there.
Exclusively on the
I think I saw Cookie-Ass as well. I couldn't tell.
An extended ending that included clips from the then upcoming sequel movie Bionicle 2:
good, Cookie-Ass.
Legends of Metra Nui. This was only seen on the broadcast and was never seen on any official form of media. Only VHS recordings of the broadcast are available to watch online. Original Tom 4 design. As earlier mentioned in Tier 1, by 2007, Toonami was looking to present itself to a younger audience by introducing Tom 4.
I thought I saw your name there.
Before we got this monstrosity, the team were working on several prototypes. Let's start up.
Dude, this one on the left looks sick.
With this one. So
I think it's a bit too big, though, to be honest.
looks of it, it looked like Tom 4 was originally going to keep his original stature and even carry weapons and possess superpowers. This next one is a little more obscure since there's little to no info on it. On a behind the scenes Toonami video from 2007, you're able to take a few glimpses at some concept art of scrap versions of another robot with a face, which might be Tom, as well as Dee and Flash.
Well,
And I must be honest,
it's 1000% Tom. Because these two characters weren't introduced in anything that wasn't the Tom 4 era. So if these two pieces of concept art are next to that other piece of concept art of Tom, it's Tom 4.
but this version of Tom looks way better.
Neo
compared to what we
Toonami?
got.
Agreed.
So what happened? How did we get this instead of these? Well,
I mean
personally,
the one
think
with
it's
the
two
one that
things.
had me in it,
One,
David. Were
I
you
think
there?
these designs
I think you were
didn't meet
there.
the criteria in making Tom more kid-friendly. I mean, for Christ's sake, he's holding a machine gun. And secondly, I think it was the budget. When looking at these, there's a lot of detail put into them, and much more
Nice,
like the
Tashawn.
previous version. I just think that this was a bit too much, so they just aimed for
You know
a
what you
more
should do,
simplistic
Tashawn?
style that led to.
You should slide the Par Indiegogo their way and see if they want to send an Xbox One or the equivalent of to the Indiegogo. If you know what I mean.
This. I really wish the Toonami crew would upload these images, or even
Was
perhaps
Toonami big
make
in
an
Japan?
ebook on
No.
years of concept art,
Not at all.
technical difficulties.
I don't even
On
think
March
Toonami came out in
16th,
Japan.
2019, the English
I don't
dub
think.
premiered.
In fact, I'm pretty positive. Cartoon Network Japan did not even have Toonami. I'm like 90% certain. Oh, yes. Okay, never mind. Yes, okay. You know, it did have Toonami, and I do remember this because I do remember they featured basically the opposite of what we did. Basically, Toonami in Japan was they showed American action shows. That's why I remember there not being. But I don't think it aired Dragon Ball Z. No, it did not. It did not air Dragon Ball Z. And I know this because Masako Nozawa Toonami. And I know this because somebody asked her no. Okay. Toonami question. Somebody asked her a question about Toonami at some panel. I thought it would have been on Google, but I guess not. But I do remember someone at a. It was someone at a panel where it had her and Sean Schemmel, and someone asked her about Toonami, which was so, I don't know why you would ask a Japanese voice actress what they would think
the only thing showing would be a
Toonami.
single frame. and in response
But
to
anyway,
some
someone
really
asked her
commercial
what
break
she
to try
thought
to
of
fix the
Toonami or
issue.
what she thought the
When
impact
commercial
was.
break
She had
ended,
no
the
idea
same
what it
problem
was.
still occurred.
Which I'm
They
not
took
surprised.
Toonami to yet another commercial break, but instead of trying to fix the issue,
So that's
they
why
decided to
I
skip the
always
episode
assumed
and
they just
play
didn't
an
have it.
episode of Megalobox to fill up the remaining time slot. But instead of trying to let the episode play out, they instead played it again so that way the schedule doesn't get messed up. Toonami would issue a statement and let viewers know that the
Sounds
episode
good,
would
Deshaun.
re-air the
Appreciate it.
following week. Toonami
Space
Kids
Battleship,
WB.
Yamato, Star
In July
Blazers, Galaxy
2001,
Express
Kids
999.
WB
Really?
rebranded
They did all of
themselves
those?
to Toonami Kids
Wow.
WB. Now, on paper, this sounds like a great idea.
Galaxy
The
Express
execution,
999,
however,
You're watching Scooby-Doo.
Wasn't on Toonami, was it? Or unless I'm confusing that with Cyborg 009.
Yeah, you can see why this didn't last a long time. The Kids WB version of Toonami was basically the Kids WB lineup, but bad. The block was critically panned by fans and critics who noticed that the branding of the block did not correlate with the shows such as Generation O, Scooby-Doo, Detention, Jackie Chan Adventures, and The Nightmare Room, as well as replacing Tom's voice with a really annoying robotic voice and just taking everything that made Toonami special in the first place.
Yeah, I remember not liking it. I remember seeing this. You know what's funny is I'm so old. I remember seeing this on TV. I remember when this came out, and I remember not liking it even then.
The Toonami name.
I mean, it was Toonami on Kids WB, so like, it was still Toonami, but like, it also wasn't.
eventually be taken off Kids WB after just 11 months, and all is well in the universe.
Lost Toonami Comics. Sly Cooper.
1-800-413-3000. During the years of 1997 and 1999, this was the toll-free number advertised to call in for certain sweepstakes during Toonami. Lucky winners would receive prizes such as free merchandise or trips. Calling the number now obviously doesn't work, but it could take you to ComEd. Sly Cooper. Sly Cooper is the number now during Toonami. Lucky winners would receive...
Chad, are we calling it? Chat, are we calling it? Let's call it. 1-800-413-3000.
Press 1 now to continue this call in English.
Para continuar en español, presione el 9.
What is this?
Thank you for calling Members Gain. This is Mike. How can I help you?
I'm surprised somebody answered the phone. That's pretty crazy. I don't know what company they're running. I should have talked to him. Maybe I should. Let me call him back. Let me ask him. I'm gonna give him a call back. Well,
Press 1 now
let's
to
ask him.
continue this call in English.
Let's ask him. You guys ready?
Thank you for calling Members Gain. This is Mike. How can I help you?
Hey, hi there. I had a question. What company is this?
You connected to the Members Gain department.
The members what? I'm sorry?
Members Gain department.
Members Gate. The reason why I'm asking is because this phone number is like used to be part of an old TV thing on Cartoon Network. It used to be part of like an anime broadcasting thing. So we were just curious if it still went there. When did this company take over the number? Do you know?
No, sir. Right now, your call has been connected to the Members Gain department.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was just curious. I appreciate it. Sorry for taking up a lot of your time. All right. Well, that answers that.
Prizes such as free merchandise
Members
or
Gate.
trips. Calling the
Never
number
even heard
now
of it.
obviously doesn't work.
I don't even know what they do there.
ComEd. Sly Cooper. Sly Cooper is.
I'm surprised they're open. It's like 10:30.
A series of stealth action platformers that were popular during the PS2 and PS3 era. The reason for his inclusion is that in Sly 2, Band of Thieves, using the cheat code left, left, down, right, left, right will activate Tom, who works as an item used to lure guards. He will distract guards only to self-destruct soon after. Toonami would make another cameo in Sly 3 where pressing R1, R1, right, down, right can unlock a Toonami-themed plane, which has a unique skin and can fire unlimited missiles. Trap in Hyperspace Lost game. In 2002,
That's pretty cool.
Toonami's solo immersion event
I feel like we knew that, though.
aired alongside a Flash game of the same name. The game was described as a clone to the game Descent and would stay on Toonami's
well, it was
website
kind of
up
hard
until
to hear.
2004 when it was removed. The game was
My
considered
phone on
lost
speaker is
media,
just not
but
really
in
the
July
best anyway, to be honest with
2022,
you.
a YouTuber by
But
the
I
name
think
of
I think he said
Adobe
Members
Cosplay
Gate.
Fan
That's what I
uploaded a
heard.
video of actual gameplay, stating in the description that the game was recently found on a CNN server.
I was fully
Although
expecting like an
only the
automated
level and
system,
level 1,
full like
levels
hard
2 through
stuff.
5 are still missing
Or full
as of
stop.
this recording. 1-800-566-1600.
All right, here we
Just
go.
like the previous toll-free number mentioned, this is another sweepstakes number for the video game Jak 2. The reason mentioning it is because of the app mentioned. This is another sweepstakes number for the video game
566-1600.
Jak 2. The reason mentioning it is because
Now
of
this
the
one better
advertising
lead us to
featuring
a.
Thank you for calling the Church and Dwight Employee Absentee Call-In Line. First, please enter your employee identification number followed by the pound key.
It's some employee helpline for some company.
30-second ad with Jack and Tom having a race together in
What
a
up-
location
what up,
called
Xavier?
Toonami Holodeck. The next part is
He did make it to
story,
Sean.
but it's pretty hilarious. Cartoon Network did another sweepstakes to win a free trip to the Bahamas. The number was the same one from the Jak 2 sweepstakes. However, an 11-year-old boy named Nico mistakenly dialed 1-800-556-1600 only to be taken to an adult chat hotline for his dad to walk in and tell him to hang up. The Lost Toonami comic. The Lost Toonami comic is a digital comic that was intended to release during their run on Cartoon Network, but for unknown reasons, it was scrapped. The comic was found in one of the computers of the Toonami staff while working on recent stuff and would later be uploaded piece by piece on their Tumblr page. According to their Tumblr, the comic was designed as a prelude to the main story and was to set up the other characters beside Tom. The next chapter was where Tom would enter the story as he and Sarah were not seen in the previous one, and this is where the series would actually begin. The comic also had a series Bible. Sadly though, the book is still lost. Toonami Digital Arsenal. TDA, not this one, was a fan site launched in 1999 where it served as a database to archive Toonami promos, intros, game reviews, music videos, and other media related to it. Unfortunately, the website was shut down in 2018 due to targeted complaints from the third-party copyright enforcer. Going to the website now, it does take you to a black screen with text. Also giving a link to the YouTuber Caboose Jr., who has been archiving Toonami media
Caboose
since
Jr.,
Game Boy Micro. In January 2006, Toonami once again hosted a sweepstakes for a chance to win a limited edition Toonami Game Boy Micro alongside a copy of Donkey Kong 3. The handheld rocked a black and white design sporting the Toonami logo. Only 50 of these have been made, possibly making this one of the rarest games.
What? What? That's crazy. I had no idea. By the way, the Game Boy Micro played Game Boy Advance games? I didn't know that.
Game Boys out there. Even after extensive searching, just finding one is next to impossible. Dojo Break. Toonami Japan is literally the opposite of its American counterpart, focusing mostly on airing.
Is it? I'm glad I'm staying indoors tonight.
I mean, makes sense? In July 2003, to celebrate the launch of Big O Season 2, Toonami did a giveaway called Dojo Break, consisting of a 10-question quizzes given during commercial breaks. 3 quizzes were given each day, each with a different difficulty setting being newbie, sensei, and master. To participate, viewers must submit a quiz code, where they would submit their answers online. All winners would receive a Toonami certificate as proof that they managed to answer the questions. Sadly, no pictures of the certificate are online, let alone any information.
Oh, it is a
regarding
Game
Toonami
Boy
Japan.
Advance. I always
Hopefully,
assumed the
start
Game Boy
looking for any
Micro
media
was like
regarding it, or
a
just
new
any
console
international
that they tried to
version
come
of
out
Toonami.
with, but it just didn't have any
Sun-Kissed Soda
games at the time or
Machine.
something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know, man. In 2002, Toonami did a sweepstakes where one lucky grand prize winner would receive a fully loaded
Win your own Sun-Kissed vending machine, custom designed with Toonami and Sun-Kissed art.
Sun-Kissed vending machine, custom designed with Toonami and Sun-Kissed art. What? Photos of the machine are nowhere to be seen, and that fact alone just pisses me off. Anyways, hit me up when they finally do the Toonami Glock giveaway.
No art? Wait, what? Is this real? I'm not hearing anything. I'm in the Addison area, Ken. I don't know how close. It's probably similar here. What happened to the audio? Hello?
I'm not sure if this, as according...
What?
Unknown if Toonami even made new material during this short time, as according to the Lost Media Wiki, a Toonami Up Next bumper is currently lost. I'm not sure if this list is 100% accurate, but it's the only one that groups everything together. It could also exist. I'm not sure if this list is 100% accurate, but it's...
Will Arnett? Who did Will Arnett voice in Total Drama Action?
the only one that groups everything together. It could also exist as an unaired graphic, as one of Cartoon Network's other blocks, the top 5, had an unaired intro and outro that went unused as the block was removed from the schedule just the day before.
Probably not Windows.
Centipede.
New Year's Eve.
Before
It's a big day.
IGPX became Toonami's first original series, the idea for an original series goes back even further. In March of 2000, Cartoon Network executives unveiled their business plans for the 2000 through 2001 television season. This included new shows, new seasons of existing shows, and new acquisitions for Toonami, including a licensing agreement with Hasbro to create 26 half-hour episodes based on the game Centipede, like Atari's Centipede. The show would have been a hybrid of CGI and traditional Japanese animation, set for a 2001 release. Although for some unknown reasons, the show never got past the development phase and was eventually cancelled. The idea alone of making such a series like Centipede already sounds bizarre on paper, but according to Hasbro, this was an attempt to turn their Fantasy Factory division into an entertainment company by marketing properties for television, live entertainment, publishing, online play, and other projects. By this time, Hasbro was trying to turn old things new again, and perhaps this was the plan moving forward. My guess on why I think Centipede was never created was due to the performance of another show, Action Man 2000, not to be confused with the 1995 series. Action Man 2000 was another venture by Hasbro that was also a CGI animated TV series. Perhaps the show wasn't as popular as the makers wanted it to be, and with CGI being relatively cutting edge at the time, perhaps they didn't want to waste resources on such a task. Personally me, I think the idea of a show based on a 1980s Atari game on Toonami just doesn't make sense. Last but not least, the real reason Toonami was cancelled in 2008. Since Toonami's cancellation in 2008, many people have theorized on why it was cancelled in the first place. Many conclude that it was due to low ratings, which is true, but there's more to it. It was more like a domino effect that effectively brought Toonami down. And I'm going to tell you the 4 reasons why. Number 1, Miguzi. Toonami moving to Saturday nights in favor of Miguzi taking the time slot might have been the first blow. It might have not seemed like a big deal at first, but this now meant that Toonami went from 5 days to just 1 night. This caused it to be promoted less frequently, as well with Toonami's older audience, you would think people are going out on a Saturday. Number 2, Naruto.
Maybe he just did the
Others
voiceover
have
for
pointed
it?
to the success of Naruto that was the cause for its cancellation, that because Naruto was doing so well compared to other shows,
Amherst
they
County and
focused more
Monroe,
time and money
Virginia.
on it, and this led to other shows on Toonami to get taken off prematurely. But around 2008, Naruto was in filler arc hell.
I feel like that's
With
just
reruns
Dallas,
of
though. I
Ben
feel like
10 and
everything in
Force
Dallas
and
is 30 minutes
Samurai
away
Jack.
from another
It
point in
just seemed
Dallas.
unsustainable
I
to
feel like this-
even continue. Number 3, Stuart Snyder.
Oh,
Stuart Snyder is often regarded
Snyder.
as the man who killed Toonami and
This
almost
guy.
ruining Cartoon Network. Following the Boston bomb scare to promote Adult Swim's Aqua Teen Hunger Force movie, Jim Samples, president of Cartoon Network from 2001 to 2007, made the decision to step down from the network to move on from this incident, and on May 5, 2007, Stuart Snyder took charge. In just 3 months of taking charge, Toonami was shortened from 4 hours to just 2, and a year later would be cancelled to focus on more live-action series. While that so happened to be the case, Toonami would make its return in 2012, while Snyder was still in charge. However,
Toonami
Jason
and Fire
DeMarco
Breather?
stated
I don't
that
know.
Mike Lazo, former executive vice president in charge of Adult Swim, tossed the idea of bringing Toonami back for 1 night on April Fools, which would later bring the block back to Adult Swim. So, I'm not sure if Snyder had a say in this or perhaps had a change of heart. And number 4, inability to rebrand. By 2007, most of the audience that grew up on Toonami were now in their late teens to early 20s, hence why Tom 4 looked kid-friendly. But I honestly think Toonami was bound to
Bro, this guy's audio's got to stop cutting out. I bet you the tracks he included in his video were copyright, and so he just trimmed out the audio. All right, let's go ahead and start this Adult Swim one.
Alright, so here's the deal. A couple of months back, I made one of those Iceberg Explained videos, and it was extremely popular, and people were asking, no, begging me to make another one. So here I am, making an iceberg on America's favorite adult-oriented programming block, Adult Swim. If you're new to my channel, I'm Dan Tavius, how you doing? And if you're unfamiliar with what an iceberg chart is, it's basically a way to sort information from the least known to the most known. Or wait, no, the other way around, from most known to least known. Yeah, that's right. Anyways, let's not waste time with this pointless intro and let's jump into this pointless video. Oh, and by the way, I'm gonna be picking one lucky person from the comments to win a... So before we actually delve into the iceberg, let's do a quick vocabulary lesson. You're gonna hear me using the term bump or bumper a lot, and that's just referring to those transitions that Adult Swim would have before and after commercial breaks, kind of like what I did at the beginning of this video. Now that that's out of the way, let's actually start. Okay, one last thing and we'll get started, I promise. I want to give a big shout out to Wilfred Cthulhu, who created this iceberg chart and helped me out a little bit. He has videos on every layer of the iceberg. On
There's so much in here that...
And the genre switches from old sitcom to soap operas, and then a police drama, and even a sci-fi Star Trek type show where the serial killer turns into a giant spaceship. It's all very surreal and meta and avant-garde, which is a word I just learned 5 minutes ago, by the way. The skit went viral back in the day, and today it's sitting on 21 million views. Seth Rogen's phone number. Eric Andre supposedly gave away Seth Rogen's actual phone number on an episode of the Eric Andre Show. That's it. Unedited footage of a bear. This is another infomercial skit. Starts off as the title suggests with unedited footage of a bear, but after about 12 seconds a fake ad for allergy medicine comes up, and similar to Too Many Cooks, it spirals into an insane horror movie. I'm not gonna get too much into it, alright? If you wanna go watch it, go watch it. I got fucking 8 more entries on this layer. So
I am still on icebergs. They wanted us to watch this Adult Swim one. This will be the last one, though.
An event back in 2007 in which a bunch of fucking schlemiels mistook LED lights of a cartoon character for improvised explosions.
We already saw this one.
Damages Swim's original bumps. Toonami is, and you probably know that it was canceled in 2008, but then in 2012 it was brought back as a part of Adult Swim. That's it. It's really not that deep. I mean, come on, we're not even in the water yet. The Dawn Is Your Enemy
We're not
is
even
a
in the
bump
water
that showed
yet.
up at the end of Adult Swim before regular Cartoon Network programming would start. Honestly, I can't remember ever seeing this when I was a kid, and I stayed up all night a lot. But then again, I was huffing a lot of glue back then, so I might have just lost my memory. But anyways, I'm not going to get too far into this one now because it's going to come up again later. Alright, so that was the first layer. We're still in the sky, nothing too crazy. Let's move down to the tip. Space Ghost Coast to Coast and The Brak Show aired before Adult Swim. All this is saying is that Space Ghost Coast to Coast and its spin-off The Brak Show aired on Cartoon Network before Adult Swim even existed.
Yep.
But once Adult Swim was created, they became part of its lineup on day one.
Mhm.
A lot of people think that Space Ghost Coast to Coast was an Adult Swim original, but that's simply not the case. The true Kraft Punk. So Kraft Punk is a character on the Eric Andre Show. There's been a lot of speculation on who's actually in that costume. Some people think it's Eric Andre. Some people think it's, you know, another person.
I have
My
a friend who
personal
dresses up as
opinion,
Kraft
who
Punk
gives
every
a
year for
shit?
Halloween.
Next, 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is when Adult Swim plays its
I've never
weird,
seen
creepy,
Titanic.
and
I've only seen the
unsettling
parodies.
shit. This is when Too Many Cooks and unedited footage of a bear premiered. Joe Pera Grocery Store Food List 1945.com. Now, before I get into this one, I should explain who Joe Pera is. Joe Pera has a show on Adult Swim called Joe Pera Talks With You, and in one of the episodes, he went to the grocery store.
Just go to Joe Pera Grocery Store Food List 1945.com. Leave a comment on something you think I'd enjoy.
So if you go to the website Joe Pera Grocery Store Food List 1945.com, you'll be redirected to this URL, which is just a basic HTML grocery list, and you can add more items, and then there's a link to Joe Pera's page on Adult Swim website. It's nothing too crazy, it's just like a fun little Easter egg. Saints Row 3 radio stations. So in the game Saints Row 3, one of the radio stations played exclusively music from Adult Swim, and it was even hosted by John, the main character from Adult Swim's Delocated.
Dude, did anyone watch that show?
I'm John from Delocated.
Waiting for the next season of blank. So all this is referring to is that sometimes there's large breaks in
We
between.
need to talk, dude.
Adult Swim
We need to
shows.
talk
Like,
about
there was
Adult Swim
3
shows
years
more
between
often.
Seasons 5 and 6 of the
Delocated-
Brothers, and there was 4 years between Eric Andre shows.
I need you to
5 and 6
understand,
seasons.
it feels like a
Carl in
fever dream
GTA
for me.
5. So there's an Easter egg in Grand Theft Auto 5 where Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force calls into one of the radio
Dude,
stations. It's actually pretty freaking
Delocated
hilarious.
is one of the just most just off the road fucking shows I've ever seen. Like it's you watch it and you're just like the whole time you're like, what am I watching?
Dexter's Rude Removal.
It's like
Rude Removal was an episode of
at
Dexter's
least Tim and
Laboratory
Eric
where
kind of
Dexter
has like a
himself
style
and
for the
Dee
show what it's
into
going for.
two separate
Delocated is just
copies.
like,
one pair of copies was Rude and the other pair was
What even is
polite.
this?
This episode was banned because of all the bleeped out cursing.
Hey, where's the candy? Hey, watch what you're throwing
Here we go, another iceberg talking about rude removal.
Going on a regular talk show because nobody knew who he was. But then he had to do like more and more intricate things in order to keep the truth away from these people that he wanted to come onto his show. Like, for example, he would make fake footage of him interviewing people as if it was a normal talk show, and he would send that to people's managers and bookers and stuff, so they would just think it was a regular talk show. But then obviously, you know, they came on and it was the Eric Andre show. And aside from the things that we actually get to see, like when Eric unleashed rats on unsuspecting guests or when he would throw up on his own desk, there's so much stuff that happens behind the scenes that we don't get to see. Like, for example, in the T.I. episode, there was just a naked guy standing behind the camera, and that's why T.I. got so pissed off and wanted to walk off. But other than that, he would turn the heat up in the studio all the way, even in the middle of summer, which is why a lot of the guests look so sweaty, and he stopped bathing the entirety of season 3. A couple of the guests make offhanded comments about his stench, but yeah, man, there's just so many things like that. Even when people were familiar with the show, he still had to figure out ways to torture them. Like when Jack Black came on, he hooked him up to a lie detector, except there wasn't a lie detector at all. It just kept shocking him every time he would lie or tell the truth.
What did you have for lunch today?
I had sushi. Ah, son of a bitch, it shocked me. This is shocking me when I tell the truth now.
Eric talks about this stuff in multiple interviews, so if you want to know more, just watch those. Contact Ghost Planet. At the end of each episode of Space Ghost Coast to Coast, there would be a message saying Contact Ghost Planet with some contact information. I tried calling one of these numbers and some dude Ron picked up and said he's tired of these stupid ass kids calling his phone all the time. Chill out, Ron. Revived Futurama and Family Guy. So Futurama and Family Guy were both shows on Fox. Family Guy
Big
got canceled
Tug.
after season 3, and Adult Swim picked up the syndication for next to nothing.
I mainly
It
chose
became
this one because it was the
most
shortest
popular
one.
show on Adult Swim. Then the bigwigs at Fox were like, hey, wait a second here, maybe we were wrong. Let's try this thing out again. And it got renewed for a 4th season, and I'm pretty sure they're still making new episodes even today. A similar thing happened with Futurama. It got canceled on Fox, but became extremely popular from the Adult Swim reruns. And
I
that
like this
led
guy's
to it getting
accent, I'll
4
say that.
movies made on Comedy Central and even getting rebooted a few years later. I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen these shows on Fox. I've only ever seen them on Adult Swim. Amazing art style versus crap art style. So this is referring to the fact that Adult Swim shows either have an amazing art style like Black Dynamite and the Boondocks, or a crap art style like Home
What is your
Movies or
favorite
Squid
Adult
Game.
Swim
But it
show
doesn't
that
really make
isn't
too
one of
much
the most
sense to me, 'cause
popular
there's
ones?
plenty of shows that are in between. Like I would say Rick and Morty and the Oblongs are in between, so I don't know. Aqua Teen Hunger Force Space Ghost Coast to Coast designs. So believe it or not, the Aqua Teen Hunger Force actually made their debut on Space Ghost Coast to Coast in the episode Baffler Meal.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force, assemble!
Frylock, the hunger hater, tater.
It's not one of the. Is Venture Brothers Super Jail? I love Super Jail. I mean, we can talk about all the ones I love if you want.
As you can see,
Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Aqua Teen Hunger Force is great.
Different, except for me.
I mean, obviously
Adult
Samurai
Swim
Jack.
technically owns American
Super
Dad.
Jail.
Okay, so
This
American
show is
Dad
a
premiered on Fox.
is
It
a
was then bought by
fever dream if there ever was one.
TBS is owned by Turner.
Venture
which
Brothers is
also
great.
owns Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. That's why new episodes of American
Ball
Dad play on
Masters.
Adult
This show
Swim
is
a few
fucking
days
insane.
After premiering on TBS. Therefore,
Moral
by the
Oral is
transatlantic
great.
Property, Adult Swim owns American Dad.
Harvey Birdman, Attorney at
Black
Law, is
Dynamite
also
juxtaposed cover.
great.
So I'm gonna be 100% honest. I have never heard of Juxtaposed magazine in
Show
my
is
life,
stupid.
but apparently it's a cultural
That Lucy the Daughter
lifestyle
is
magazine
stupid.
that was really
So
popular in
stupid.
the
Some of these shows are
20s.
stupid.
On
Metalocalypse
July
is
12,
great.
2012, they had this
Assy
really
McGee's
cool cover
stupid.
featuring Black
Frankenhole's
Dynamite.
stupid.
And you know, it's a shame the show didn't live up to the hype of this cover because it only lasted 2 seasons and it was not very popular. Gaining fondness of anime from adults.
Oh, I forgot. Didn't
So
Carl
for
have his own
most
show
of
for a
us,
while?
our first experience
Stroker and
with anime
Hoop.
was from watching
Dude.
Adult Swim.
This is not my tier list, by the way.
But I'll tell you what,
What's going
I
on, by the way,
used to watch
new
the
chatter?
shit out of Dragon Ball Z
And in
Naruto when it was on Adult
4T3.
Swim.
Hope you had a great holiday season.
I honestly don't think anime would be this
Dude,
popular
Stroker and
if it wasn't
Hoop
for
is
Adult Swim, 'cause it gave that
crazy
little
good.
taste while your brain was still
That's
developing.
probably why I like it, 'cause
So
I'm
you
a
know
quarter
what?
Italian.
I blame Adult Swim for modern day American weeb culture. Fuck you, Adult Swim. Hanna-Barbera assets and other shows. So a lot of people know that Space Ghost Coast to Coast is based on the 1960s superhero show Space Ghost, and it reuses assets and footage from that show. But what a lot of people don't know is that there's a lot of other shows that reuse assets from old Hanna-Barbera stuff. For example, C-Lab 2021 is based on the 1970s show
C-Lab 2020.
C-Lab 2020. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Aqua Teen Hunger Force also reuses old backgrounds from Hanna-Barbera. Aqua Teen Hunger Force made a pilot to be aired. So Aqua Teen Hunger Force actually premiered a whole year before
Stroke
Adult
and
Swim
Hoop
even
is
existed.
so good, dude.
It
I
came out
love that
one
show.
time,
It's so
and they didn't do any
stupid, but it's
promo or
great.
announce it at all. This is what's referred to
Who
as
here
a
in the chat has
soft
seen
pilot.
Stroker and
Anyways, when
Hoop?
it actually premiered on Adult Swim, they actually started with episode 2. In the original pilot,
I do
the
remember Mr.
concept of the
Pickles.
show was
I
that
wasn't a
Rock
fan of
and
it though. I mean, that
People
came out
show
what,
up
like
and
2012,
investigate
2011,
crimes
something
for
like that?
money.
It was like a
After
later
few
show.
Episodes, they stopped doing that completely.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna
And
try.
The in-show reason was that they weren't making enough money from doing that. This is because Cartoon Network executives didn't want to air a show about food going around doing random things. So the guys who created Aqua Teen made up a fake pilot so the show would get greenlit. And eventually, after a few episodes, they would start doing what they actually wanted to do with the show. Man, I don't know why, but this story just brings joy to my heart. This house has people in it rabbit hole. So this house has people in is another weird-ass 15-minute long skit similar to Too Many Cooks or unedited footage of a bear. The concept is that we're viewing a home security system and seeing footage from different rooms in the house. The family that lives in the house isn't doing anything particularly interesting. They're just talking about normal suburban white people shit. But of course this is Adult Swim, so it progressively gets weirder and weirder. Like for some reason everybody's eating clay and the daughter literally starts sinking into the ground. Like she goes through the floor slowly while her family freaks out. But you know what? I'm not gonna get too deep into it. If you want to see for yourself, just watch it. The rabbit hole part comes from the fact that there's a lot to unpack in this video. There's an explanation video about the 15-minute long skit that's an hour and a half long and it has more views than the original video. So I was not joking when I said there's a lot to unpack. There's a ton of Easter eggs and like hidden things throughout the video. For example, at the end of the video there's a URL for a website. If you go to that website and say forgot password, it'll auto-generate an email. Press send and you'll receive a reply with the username and password. Once you actually get in there, there's a bunch of stuff you can see, like there's these logs. I don't really know what they are, but there's also archives, which is just recordings that add to the background of the video.
Hey.
Honey, I want to tell you something.
Are you okay? I can't hear anything you're saying. I literally can't hear anything you're saying.
I'm not sure yet, Deshaun. I think I'm going to a friend's, but I'm not sure.
But I can't hear.
Oh, a character in my book died.
I'm sorry, I literally can't hear what you're saying.
Honey.
Is that true? I didn't know that too. That's awesome.
I can hear that.
Honey.
Okay.
Yeah, that's only a taste of what's out there. There's a ton of additional videos that supplement the original skit. If you want to learn more about this, go watch Nightmind's hour-and-a-half long video about this. Let's move on. Season 4 of The Boondocks never happened. So originally The Boondocks was supposed to end after season 3, except Adult Swim wanted to make a 4th season. Only thing is, the series creator, Aaron McGruder, wasn't involved with it at all. So naturally, it was shit. It's kind of like the gas leak season in Community. Some people don't even consider that part of the show, and I think it's so far down the list because a lot of people didn't even know there was a 4th season of The Boondocks. I didn't know. Rick and Morty ended after season 2. This is a similar situation. People don't like seasons 3 to 5 of Rick and Morty, so they like to pretend as if they don't exist.
Super noobs.
Simple as that. Space Ghost Coast to Coast interview process. So Space Ghost Coast to Coast didn't have a traditional interview process where they would ask a question and then get an answer from the celebrity and just air all of that. They would ask the celebrity a question, but then in the actual show they would edit in Space Ghost asking a
Tender touchies and tropical cocktails. I don't think I've seen
made the
those.
celebrity look crazy. This is fucking hilarious, and I'm really sad I didn't give Space Ghost a try when I was a kid. Pee-wee's Playhouse. I am surprised that more people don't remember that Pee-wee's Playhouse was on Adult Swim. I remember seeing it a few times as a kid, and it terrified me. Like, nothing Adult Swim can make comes close to how creepy this show was, man. Alright, 4 layers down, we are deep in this biatch. Let's start with Boo Boo Runs Wild. This was a
Boo Boo
parody of Yogi Bear
Runs
in which
Wild.
Boo Boo goes crazy, and then Ranger John tries to shoot
I remember
Boo Boo,
this. I remember
and
this.
he and Yogi end up beating the shit out of each other. Adult Swim airs it every few years randomly.
I'm sorry, Yogi. I'm afraid I'm going to have to do my duty.
Falcon Bunch Pumper. Wait, no, that's not right. Falcon Punch Bumper. So the guy who made this iceberg chart swears he saw a Falcon Punch Bumper on Adult Swim, but I haven't been able to find anything about this anywhere on the internet, and I spent hours. I stayed up whole nights researching, trying to find
It looks like it
I'm
was
kidding.
made by
I looked
John
for like
Cave.
10 minutes before giving up. But yeah, the guy says he saw it. I trust him. It might be some Mandela effect bullshit, but who knows. Let's move on. 1966 Space Ghost added laugh track. So back when Space Ghost Coast to Coast first premiered, they would sometimes follow up episodes with episodes from the original Space Ghost show from the 1960s, except they added a laugh track on top of it. Staying up late to watch Full Metal Alchemist. This is referring to...
You guys have to understand, Adult Swim used to be so funny. I mean, they're still funny, but they used to be just hilarious. Their comedy used to be so subtle, but it was freaking awesome.
The fact that some people would stay up late.
Yeah, I saw your earlier message about that, Rocky Rocks.
Discovering FLCL. So FLCL, or Fooly Cooley, is a 6-episode anime series that would premiere randomly on Adult Swim. Not a lot of people have seen it, but it has a cult following. And I just want to say, I keep seeing this cool and unique stuff that's popping up on this iceberg.
Catch from Scare School was
okay.
okay.
I spent a lot of time watching Adult Swim when I was a kid. Like, I would spend weeks upon weeks during my summer vacations watching Adult Swim all night. And I haven't seen any of this cool shit, man. The only weird thing I saw was Pee-wee's Playhouse. Whatever, let's just move on. Unnerving bumpers. So we've already talked about the Don Is Your Enemy and Clark, but there's so many other unsettling bumpers that are more obscure. Like, take this one, for example, that I found while I was researching for this video. It's called Facelift. Let's move on. Pitches of shows that ended up on Cartoon Network. This is referring to the fact that some shows were pitched to Adult Swim, but were rejected and ended up on Cartoon Network. The Problem Solvers and Class of 3000 are two examples of this. I mean, the Problem Solvers animation style looks like a straight up Adult Swim show. It's also rumored that Regular Show was originally intended for Adult Swim, which kind of makes sense since it's so much different compared to other Cartoon Network shows, and it's a little bit more in line with the humor and the style of other Adult Swim shows. Aqua Teen Hunger Force ended very quickly. So Aqua Teen Hunger Force was an Adult Swim staple from day one, and it was one of their longest running shows. Everybody remembers watching it, but nobody remembers that it was canceled all the way back in 2015. I don't remember anybody ever talking about this back in 2015. Apparently the show's creators wanted it to go on, but Adult Swim's president wasn't feeling it anymore. The episode titled The Last One Forever and Ever, For Real This Time, We Fucking Mean It, was released as the series finale, but that was a lie. The real series finale, The Greatest Story Ever Told, was released online with barely any advertising. That's kind of a shitty send-off for such an iconic show, but what are you gonna do? All Time in Music Eastern.
I don't know if it airs all day.
All Time in Music Eastern was.
I mean, I guess it starts at 4 p.m. I guess they have some.
If you don't remember, let me refresh your memory with this short clip. Alright, I can't do any more than that.
Checker
or I'll
Pass
get hit
is
with
back.
the copyright claim. So do me a favor. Pause this video and look up All Times in Music Eastern so you can jog your memory, else the next part's not going to make any sense. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Probably not.
Doing those. This one really isn't that deep, but most people who were born in the 90s
It's
have
not that
memories
deep, but you
of
have it on the
watching
6th
Adult
layer.
Swim till like 4 a.m. and a sense of euphoria and getting up for work. Like, ooh, vampire, squid, and the anglerfish live. That's how deep we are in the depths. Lost April Fool's footage. Since 2004, Adult Swim has been doing April
Coming up later.
and 4. This mustache is drawn on all the characters. Now the weird thing footage from the, and it isn't just the original April Fool's Day content that's missing. Like, most of this footage is nowhere to be found. And weird about this, Wilfred Cthulhu made a whole Reddit post. Adult Swim goes coast to coast in the Brack Show on Sundays. They were also using old school bumpers from the All Kids
Stranger
Out of the
Things
Cool
on
era,
January 1st?
and
Oh, are they
lot of
doing
people
a
seem to have
special
forgotten
showing or
about
something?
this. I sure as shit did. The only reason I even know about it is because it was
There
on
isn't
this
one,
iceberg
Liam.
chart. But you know, I trust Wilfred, man. He's a stand-up guy. Dawn Is Your Enemy fan-made myths and creations. So I touched upon this one in the very first layer, and I said I was going to come back to it. Well, here I am, coming back to it. Aside from being disturbing, this bumper actually has a lot of creepypasta shit surrounding it. There's a fan-made video with creepy music and screaming added in the background. Oh, and also the eyes wink at you.
I don't know about this one here, guys.
wants to dedicate. Go ahead. Melancholic feelings when watching Adult Swim. When I watch Adult Swim, especially now since I've been watching a lot of melancholy, I can't really explain what it is, but it's the same feeling I get when I listen to like 808s and Heartbreak by Kanye West. Let me know in the comments if show that was on Cartoon Network and it premiered at 9:30 p.m. right before Adult Swim would start. Now, I've never heard of this show, and not a lot of other people have either, because it only ran for 5 episodes before getting canned. Now, I watched the first episode of this show, and it was the weirdest shit I've ever seen. So it's a bunch of unrelated sketches that make no sense.
So is everything from Adult Swim. Yeah, you can, Mike.
It's basically made for stoners.
We are ending here in probably like 2 minutes, though, by the way.
If you watch it, you'll
We're about to hit
definitely
the
see what I'm
4-hour mark.
talking about when I say it's more suitable for Adult Swim than Cartoon Network.
Sounds
which is
good,
probably
Liam.
why the
Happy
show
New Year.
never got to air a full season. My guess is that Adult
Oh, that's
Swim
cool,
wanted
Rocky
this
Rocks. I
show,
didn't know
but they
that.
didn't have enough
Hopefully
room
you
in
guys
their
enjoy
block,
it.
So they just settled to have it play on Cartoon Network as close to Adult Swim as possible, but who knows? Adult Swim is an SCP. If you don't know what an SCP is, Google that shit and get back to me. This is kind of a meme entry since SCP isn't real, or is it? Not Adult Swim, combined with all their weird content, can be attributed to the fact that Adult Swim is an SCP. Except no, it can't, because SCP isn't real, so I don't even know why the fuck I'm talking about this. Next! Rick and Morty may do to Adult Swim what SpongeBob did to Nickelodeon. Now let's get one thing out of the way. I fucking love SpongeBob, okay? I got Bold and Brash on my wall to prove it. It's also one of the most culturally
I don't know about
relevant
that.
and influential cartoon shows of all time. Now a lot of people think SpongeBob ruined Nickelodeon because they just kept milking it until there was nothing left in the proverbial teat, right? They kept putting their eggs in the SpongeBob basket and all their other shows had to take a back seat. So instead of innovating and creating a new great show that would impact, you know, the cartoon medium, they just kept milking SpongeBob. And now they got that shitty Patrick Star.
If I can go live tomorrow,
What are you
Mike,
guys doing?
which
I mean, I don't know
I'm
if
pretty
it's
sure I'm
true,
going to be able to go
I've
live
seen it, but I can
tomorrow.
only
I'm
assume.
pretty sure,
Anyways,
but I don't
people
want to say
think
for
the same thing
definite.
that happened to
But if I'm able to
Nickelodeon
go
is
live
gonna
tomorrow,
happen to
we'll watch
Adult
it
Swim
tomorrow.
because of Rick and Morty. Every viewing of Adult Swim is personalized. This is where we start getting into the deep conspiracy shit. Well, I mean not start, because this is the last entry in the iceberg, but you know what I'm saying. Anyways, this is referring to the fact that a lot of people claim to have seen things on Adult Swim that very few or no other people have seen. For example, the Wilford guy who made this iceberg has multiple instances of this. He even claims he saw a bump on Adult Swim that was saying there was going to be a sneak preview of the Pirates of the Caribbean.
I don't blame you at all,
movie,
Rocky
but
Rocks.
I can't find anything about that anywhere. Or the Captain Falcon bump he talked about, and there's multiple other things. You can see more occasions of this
Have a good night,
happening
Mike.
if you look it up on DuckDuckGo or something, but not Google, because Google's suppressing it. Personally, I remember one bump in particular where the Michelin Man from Ghostbusters was selling crack to Captain Crunch. I'm kidding, I made that up, but it could be true. It could be true. Well, that was the Adult Swim iceberg.
Well, that was the Adult Swim iceberg. Guys, thanks as always for stopping by, spending time with me. I'm hoping to go live tomorrow, but I cannot confirm whether or not I can yet. Big Owen 056, thank you for the sub over on YouTube. Glad to end with that. But I can't say for definite just yet. I have a lot going on tomorrow. That's why I can't say for definite, if only because I just don't know how long a lot of the stuff I've got going on is going to go. But until then, y'all, I'll see you guys in the next video, or in the next stream. One of the two. Adios, y'all. Have a great night. Enjoy your holidays. If I don't see you before the New Year's, which I'm hoping to, but if I don't, have a great New Year. And I'll see y'all in the next video. There it goes. Couldn't end it with that. Kerfuffle.